Okay, I think we're good. I think we're live, right? Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through loud and clear? Keto Burrito, hi. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I know I'm alive a little early today, but we got a lot to talk about, and today's going to be a bit of a long stream, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot to take in. I'm quiet, huh? Okay, let's see what I can do about that. What do you mean quiet? I'm going into the red. I don't know what. Maybe your mic's low or your headphones low, your sound low. I don't know. Is everyone else having trouble hearing? Welcome. Wise Guy Play says, you are alive. That Destiny stream was epic. Well, thank you. It was a lot. We're gonna talk about that, right? And some of the after effects of that happened, and what happened there. It's a lot, and unfortunately, there's been a lot of people who have defended Destiny's stance that I'm shocked would. And I want to dig in today to some reasoning around it. And I wanted to kind of like maybe dismantle some of these ideas about it being okay to dehumanize the other side. No, Wu will not be on my show tonight that I'm aware of. I am going at 8 o'clock today, so in a couple hours. Well, yeah, here, I'll give you guys the agenda, what we got going on for today, and you guys can kind of see where I'm coming from. It's going to be a long stream. So for the first couple hours, I was supposed to have Hutch on as my guest, but unfortunately he can't make it. He had to rescind last minute, but that's okay. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to be talking about radicalization, dehumanization, how the rhetoric from all sides is creating a situation that is making things much more dangerous. And I'm not talking about the rhetoric like Trump is a dictator or Biden is a threat to America. It's more insidious than that, and it's worse than that. I think that if you think that Biden's a dictator or Trump's a threat to America, you should be able to say that. You shouldn't pause or think about it. You should be able to speak your piece, right, and explain why, and not worry about self-censoring in that. But what I find insidious, and what I find the actual problem is when you say things like, and everyone who supports them is an evil psychopath who hates America. Or everyone who supports them is a bad person who is a threat. That's when we get to really dangerous territory. And we have a kind of this cycle of radicalization that is occurring. But we're going to explain that. Let me give you the agenda. I get distracted. I'm still not done with the agenda. So we're going to talk about that for a while. We're going to also talk about today, Trump announced his vice presidential pick, JD Vance, a senator from Ohio. I believe he's a senator, right? Not a congressman. I think it's a senator. I could be wrong on that. There's a lot to JD Vance. I think this was an unforced error. I think that him picking JD Vance as his vice president is a mistake, and I'm going to explain why. Just from a strategic perspective from the Trump campaign, why I think that that's a bad choice from his perspective. But you know what? What do I know? Headless Chicken says senator. Thank you for confirming that I was once again correct. I need to be more confident, I think, in my choices. $5 from Zephyr Hash. Wick, what if there's no motivation from the other side to unite? What if they are running away with violent rhetoric and conspiracies? Well, we're going to talk about that too, because that is a possibility, right? This idea that one side has to be the better person can be, it can feel unfair. But I think one side just does. I mean, someone has to be the adult in the room and stop the cycle, because otherwise it continues to cycle out of control, as we're seeing now, right, with what's happening with polarization in America. So yes, one side does have to be the better people. One side does have to stop the cycle. And it can feel unfair, and it can feel like, well, they're doing it, why can't we do it too? But again, I think just from just a moral perspective and a strategic perspective, a pragmatic perspective, I think the side that decides to stop the dissent is setting itself up to have a better position for leadership in America, legislatively and morally. And I think that I would like my side to be the one to do that. I don't see any signs of it, right? But I see less signs of it on the other side. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to discuss it. So yeah, first radicalization discussion. Second is going to be JD Vance. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to be going on to Prime Kai's panel, where I'm going to be debating the assassination attempt with a whole host of individuals, from Fabian Scott Liberty to Lactoid to Doobie's going to be on there. I saw Counterpoints. There's a whole host of people there. Man, it's going to be a lot. Okay. Biss D says, will you now admit that female custodians were a mistake? What are we talking about? Look. what why are we talking Warhammer today? I mean, like, is this where you think that the radicalization in America is coming from? I mean, there's an argument to be made that the culture wars are what's driving a lot of this polarization. But I don't know if that's the tack I would take specifically. But hell, whatever, right? Okay, let's say hi to some of the people who are in my chat. Jimmy Bean, Destiny introduced me to political streamers. Been a fan for 3 years as a conservative. Always disagreed with his politics, but respected his research and debate. Hit the unsubscribe button yesterday. So yeah, Destiny, look, I like Destiny. I think that what he said during our discussion was reprehensible. I think it was wrong. But I refuse to think that anyone is beyond saving, okay? This is one of the big problems I have with the mindset that Destiny had, right? This just casting off of, what did he say? Half the country, just, they're done. They're lost to us. There's nothing we can do. I reject that framing. I reject that idea. And when it comes to Destiny himself, I think that we can pull him back. He had been, over the years, moderating his positions. He and I were on the same team, right? We had the same goal, and I think we still have the same goal. I just think he's given up in a lot of ways. He's given up. He's become black-pilled, doomer-pilled, whatever you want to call it. And I think that's causing him to lash out. I don't know, again. I know him, but I'm not, like, super close to the guy. So this is me speculating, so you can toss out my speculation to the trash if you don't agree with it. That's fine. I might very well be wrong. But I think that a lot of what he's doing is basically just reacting how he sees the electorate, right? He really does believe, and he really does see half the country is gone as beyond saving. But I reject that again. I reject that. I don't think that half the country is beyond saving. I don't think that Destiny is beyond saving. And I think that he can see that, and we can bring him back around, and we can talk him back from this ledge that he seems to be wanting to jump off of. But we'll see. Mr. Wise Guy Plays for $5. Destiny's mindset is like a child now. I really thought he was smarter than that. You're right. He has given up. $10 from Artemis Fowl. By the way, if Trump wasn't going to do Project 2025 or religious policies, giving him an extreme and miraculous coming to Jesus moment will likely guarantee he leans into Christianity during his term. Maybe, right? Look, we're going to talk about that in the JD Vance segment, okay? We're going to get to it. Don't worry. I think that there's a lot to be said about JD Vance. I don't like the guy. I'm from kind of the Rust Belt area, or at least I'm living there currently. I've lived there longer than he's been a senator. So there's that. I don't think anyone likes him here. Not really. The only reason he was able to win Ohio which is, again, a solid red state, solid red. The only reason he was willing to, able to win Ohio is because his opponent was just even more dislikable than he was. But yeah, no one really likes him here. At least and again, I'm in rural Pennsylvania, right? He's just kind of like, they kind of shrug their shoulders. I talked to one of the people I know in my family, right, who's very much a Trump supporter, and they were sad that the guy didn't pick, that Trump didn't pick Nikki Haley instead, or the one of the or more moderate picks. And so I think that his JD Vance pick was just an unforced error. I don't think it wins him any votes. I don't think it moves the needle much in his direction. And in fact, it might push some people away. Will it have a huge impact? Obviously not. VP candidates traditionally don't have a huge impact on these things. But there's a reason we do choose them, is because they don't have zero impact. There's some tertiary effects, and I think that we need every single advantage we can get in this election. And I think Trump picking JD Vance is an advantage for Team Biden, to be clear. I think it opens up lines of attack that wouldn't have been opened had we had Haley in there or these other things. But we'll get to that. Zero Fucks likes, nice to see you. Hey, what did I miss? You didn't miss much. We just started about 5 minutes ago. I'm just waiting for everyone to show up, right, to get in here. Toby1 Kenobi says Trump will never choose a woman. Ohio is a swing state. Ohio's not a swing state. I hate to break it to you, but Ohio is not a swing state anymore. And that sucks. It is pretty solid red and has been for the last few cycles. I don't see it coming back. I just don't. Not this cycle, at least. Learned I says Omega Lol. You disagree with me? You think Ohio's a swing state right now? When it comes to the national presidential election, you think Ohio's a swing state? Sell that to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Right? I'm willing to be wrong. I'm not going to die on this hill, but you're going to have to sell it to me, because at least from the metrics, it ain't looking like it's a swing state. Keto Burrito says, what is your opinion on the documents case being dismissed? Was it a violation, or do you think ulterior motive? I haven't looked into it enough. On its face, it seems like it's going to be overturned in the higher courts, but I don't know enough about it to really comment. When is the Learned I says it clearly is. You have to sell the alternative. It's been a swing state for all of recent history. Learned I, can you tell me, when is the last time Ohio went blue in a presidential election? What cycle? Oh, wait, 2012? That's not what a swing state means. I don't answer irrelevant questions. Okay, well, I don't talk to irrelevant people. Okay, we'll go on to other people who actually have points and want to make a discussion. But fair. $5 says to Artemis Fowl says, more and more states that go red don't tend to go back to Democrats. I hear Texas is going purple for years and has only been getting more red. And that's the problem. I don't know if I agree with your initial statement there, Artemis Fowl. But I think that with the case of Ohio, I see no data showing it swinging back in this election, right? I don't think it's on play for 2024. It just isn't. And so when we talk about swing states, let's talk about how I define a swing state. How I define a swing state is a state that has the potential, right? A real potential or a chance to go either blue or red. I guess perhaps a better term would be a battleground state, a more accurate term. Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't see it being a real battleground, at least not for the presidential ticket. It might be for the Senate, it might be for the Congress, but for the presidential ticket, I don't see it being a battleground state. There's no data to suggest. No polling data, no metrics to suggest that it's up for grabs in 2024. That just sucks, but it is what it is. We got to deal with reality how we want it, how it is, rather than how we want it to be. $2. Origin of Logo says, I'm your co-host. Bring me on. You're not my co-host today. My co-host ditched. Sorry, Origin. Another new account says, I don't have a dog in this fight, but there's a Time article claiming Ohio could become a swing state this election. A Time article. Wow. Okay. I mean, I'd have to read it. Again, I won't die on the hill. I just need to hear a good argument. And so far, I haven't. Let's see. What else is everyone saying? Wick, what about the special election? What about it? Do you think it's indicative of how the presidential election will go? I don't think it is. Can we call them battle box states? Battle box state sounds pretty awesome. It's, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like them rockin' sockin' robots. You remember those commercials? Or what was that Sci-Fi Channel thing they did for a while where they had like robot battle wars or something? I remember watching a little bit of that. I think it was pretty awesome. But yeah, maybe if you want to call them battle box states, I'm not going to stop you. Ohio is pretty box shaped. It's true. It's true. Sneed McPhee says, I want Trump to beat Biden at the battle box. Look, we could make a lot of money if we sold like boxing tickets, Trump versus Biden. Okay. That's not how elections should be decided, but it would be funny. I'll agree with that. Ohio was always considered a battleground state through the 90s. I feel like Trump turned it deep red in 2016. Yeah, in the 90s maybe, but that was, gang, it's 2024. In this cycle, it's not a battleground state. It just isn't. North Carolina is too rural for it to swing blue in any recent cycles. True. The battleground states that I see being in play are Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Georgia. Georgia's absolutely a battleground state this cycle. It was a surprise battleground last cycle. I was shocked, but it was, and I think it's still in play this cycle. There's a few more. Colorado's not, people say Colorado is another one of those battleground states that they'll point to, but Colorado's been the opposite of Ohio. It's pretty reliably blue, at least in the presidential side of things. I don't know if I'd buy that being a battleground state. Arizona, yes, I think Arizona is. What other battleground states do you guys think there is? But those are the ones that I think I was talking about that in my head. People will say, like, Florida's a battleground, and in the 90s it was, but no, Florida's no longer a battleground state. Florida is reliably red. I don't think anyone's going to be going... I don't think it's flipping, to be quite clear. It's not in play this cycle. Could I be wrong on any of this? Yes, and I'd be happy to be wrong on some of this. But I don't think I am. I've seen no data saying that I am. A lot. But let's step back for a moment. Let's talk about dehumanization. Let's talk about this. It's not a new phenomenon, I want to be clear. Like the idea that one side is being cruel to the other side just because they are the other side, that's not new. That's something that has always been an unfortunate part of our American system. This has always existed. It's always been with us. But I think because of social media and because of several other factors, which we're going to get into, I think that it has ramped up to such degree that, at least within my lifetime, it's the worst it's ever been. So yes, obviously there are periods of American history where it's been absolutely worse than it is today. We can point to the Civil War being one. We can point to the 60s being another. But in my lifetime, and I'm 40 years old, okay, I think it is the worst it has been ever. Ever. It wasn't this bad in the 80s. It wasn't this bad in the 90s. Early 2000s wasn't this bad either. Even during the 2010 era, it wasn't this bad. It really ramped up after 2014, 2015. It really kind of, someone turned the thermostat up to like high, and it's only been ramping up since. Ironically, or perhaps unsurprisingly, that coincides with the rise of social media And I think that has a very real impact on how we deal with each other. But I wouldn't say it's the only reason that this has happened. I wouldn't say that this is the only reason that this is the case. And I want to talk a little bit about the mindset of dehumanization and how everyone, it seems, right and left, has decided that words are more important than deeds. And to do that, I want to talk about the recent man who was killed in Butler during the Trump rally and the Trump assassination attempt. So, one of the things that I saw after people found his Twitter, okay, because obviously they were going to find his Twitter. So they found his Twitter and they went through it and they found out all the tweets that he made that were inappropriate or that they disagreed with or they thought was bad. And they would use it as a way to say, look, this person was obviously a bad person. He had these bad opinions. Therefore, we don't care if he died. There was a lot of people who took that take. A lot of people who said shit like that. A lot of people who I considered good people would say shit like that. There were people in my replies saying that he was at a brown shirt rally and so we should have no sympathy for him. He was looking to overthrow the election, overthrow the country, overthrow democracy because he was at a Trump rally. And look, he was praising Putin. And look, he was being mean to Ukrainians. And look, he was being mean to Gazans and things like that. And they were using all these things to paint a picture of a man that wasn't a picture of his actions, but a picture of his opinions. And they use this to paint him as someone that we don't mind if this man died. I want to juxtapose that for a moment with, again, what has been reported on what he did during the last moments of his life. This man, hearing the gunshots, jumped on his family and those around him and put his body in between the bullets, the danger, and the people he loved and was trying to protect. Now, one might say, oh, that's what anyone would do in this situation. But that's not true. That's not true. There's a lot of people who would just, again, reflexively seek safety. Those aren't bad people, right? But his instinct, his behavior, was to try to protect those around him. I think that excuses some bad opinions, in my opinion. That excuses some yikesy tweets. I don't know. I would rather have someone who has some yikesy tweets, okay, some cringe opinions, but when push comes to shove, they're willing to do the right thing, to behave correctly. I value that over the opposite, where someone has all the correct opinions, all the good political takes, but their behavior's shit. Their behavior's just reprehensible. And this has been a theme for me for a while, this words versus deeds. And I think that a lot of people have decided that your opinions on Twitter define you, or your political opinions define who you are. And I think that is one of the major reasons that has led us to this moment of extreme polarization, because we have looked for reasons to dehumanize each other. No longer was it, hey, we had a disagreement, we disagree on these things, we have strenuous disagreement on the facts of the matter, right? On what should be done about aid to Ukraine, right? And you could think that the person is reprehensible, perhaps, for his opinions, that he has bad opinions that are going to lead to harm. Those are things that are okay to think. But when you start to think, okay, so you have these reprehensible opinions, therefore it's okay to do reprehensible things to you, or I will not care if reprehensible things happen to you, thence we cross this line that I think has led to this just terrible outcome in this country. I don't know what we need to do to fix that, but we need to fix that. Because that cannot stand. We can't have a situation where if one side is hurt, the other side looks for reasons to justify why it's okay that that side get hurt. And if you think I'm just picking on the left here, you are very wrong. There's examples, a lot of them, where people on the right have done the same thing to people on the left. Someone gets killed. Remember that gentleman who was with his wife. He was walking in the street at night. I forget what city he was in, but he was stabbed to death, I think, by a black man, right? After that, a lot of people were saying that's what he got. That's what he deserved, because they found tweets where he had been, he had advocated for prison reform, bail reform, lefty kind of leaning opinions. And they used those opinions that they considered bad or wrong or evil. And they said, look at you, you got what you deserved. We have no sympathy for you. We have no reason to care about what happened to you. Sucks to suck, brother. That was as reprehensible. If you're out there and you're my audience and you were aghast, as I was, at some of the people who were mocking the assassination attempt on Trump, saying, oh, I'm sad they missed. If you were aghast at the people who were sitting there being like, Destiny, how dare you make fun of the gentleman who died in the Butler rally? Like, how dare you mock him for that in his opinions? If you're one of those people who were doing that, but you also were cheering on or laughing at or mocking or excusing or saying you didn't care about that gentleman who was stabbed to death because he had bad opinions you didn't like, the fuck are you doing? You're no better. You're no better. And we all need to look at ourselves here. We all need to turn inward and have a good hard look at ourselves here about this idea that this person has bad opinions and has advocated for bad things that I don't like, right? And something bad happens to him. So therefore, ha ha ha, funny, let's laugh and mock. Look, I'm not even asking for you to have pity. You should. You should empathize. You should have sympathy. But I'm not, look, that's a lot to ask. I understand. What I'm asking for is you not to celebrate that shit, not to mock it. Because what that does is you drive a wedge. You have turned this person from a person into a wedge issue. You've taken away their humanity. All for some updates on social media so you can high-five your friends about it? I own the lips, high five, or look at those Nazi fascists, high five, we made fun of them. And you have decided, right, to play into this thing. And if you're saying, well, the right does it more, fair enough, but yo, you're doing it too. You're not helping. You are part of the problem. You may be a smaller part of the problem, but who the fuck cares? You're a part of the problem. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fucking fix this. Ren says, Wick TV, we've had that situation for the last how many years? Look at the Paul Pelosi stuff. That was October 2022, man. Yeah, look, this has been happening, and this has been accelerating for years. Like I said, from around 2014, 2015, that-ish. Ish, okay? Don't hold me to the exact date. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. It's always been there. It's always been a part of our discourse, but it has somehow turned up to 11. People have decided. So this is my hypothesis. This is my theory. I'm not sold on this. I won't die on this hill, but it is something that I think about, and this is what I'm leaning towards. And if you think I'm wrong, that's fine. Give me some arguments, and we'll talk about it. But one of the reasons I think that this is happening is there's this growing frustration in America. Because one of the tactics that you use to gain political power is to showcase how bad everything is. You say, look at how bad everything is, and you try to paint it in the worst possible light. And then you say, well, we're the solution. We can fix it. Because that kind of negative rhetoric drives action. It drives people to actually get up off their asses and do things. People don't want to hear about how things are going well and they can continue to go well. That doesn't really inspire action. That doesn't get anyone to do anything. And when you want to make change and you want to get elected, you want people to go to the polls. So how do you do that? You drive people to the polls by painting a bleak picture of the current state of things and how your enemy, right, your opponent, is going to make things worse, but you're going to make things better, right? And even if things are going well, you might give that kind of like, look at how we've changed X, Y, and Z, and now these are better. But you also point out like, and then look at my enemy. He's going to make everything worse. All these gains are going to be taken from you. Look at everything where they have influence and power and how bad it is and how terrible it is. And all their supporters, look at how bad their supporters are. Look at how violent their supporters are. And it will absolutely radicalize people. It will get people to take action, to get up off their asses, and yeah. Headless Chicken, you keep saying, imagine Wick during the rise of Hitler. If we were in a situation that there was an actual Hitler around, fair enough. Fair enough. But we're not there. We're just not. This is not Weimar Germany. And I know a lot of people like to make that comparison because it's easy, it's lazy, but it's not. We can say that Trump is a threat to democracy without invoking Hitler. We can. And we can point out how his actions and inactions during the January 6th insurrection. We can point out the slate of elector scheme that he made. We can point out all sorts of things, right? His rhetoric about being a dictator and things like that. All of that is not Hitler. It's just not. It's bad. But and this is another like nail in the coffin of our discourse. It's not enough for things to simply be wrong or bad. It has to be the worst possible version of wrong or bad that you can think of. Not only your opponent, the person you're interacting with, can't just be wrong. They have to be wrong and malicious. They can't just be wrong and malicious, though. They have to be wrong, malicious, and a pedophile, or a Nazi, or a groomer, or wanting to trans the kids, or all these things. They have to be that. They have to. And it's this race to the bottom. And it encourages the other side to do the same. Like, look at them. It gives permission, in a way. Or people feel permission. It shouldn't. They shouldn't. They should always act better. But they do. They say, well, that person called me a Nazi. I'm going to call them the worst thing I can think of. Pedophile. And then the other people here, that person called me a pedophile. Oh, I can talk about how we should punch Nazis in the face and how that's okay. And yeah, they're a Nazi too, so we can punch them in the face. And you see how this rhetoric kind of cycles and how both sides feel permission to do the worst absolute things that they possibly can to each other because the other side has quote unquote done it to them first. And they'll all claim they started it. The other side started it. And they'll all claim this is my justification for doing this because they did it first and they did it worst. And all sides believe this. Look, I happen to believe that the right does it worse. I happen to think that that's just clear. But unless I can convince and communicate that, it doesn't matter. Because all you do is you have some person who's not politically engaged. They're not politically savvy. They don't really listen to the news or anything like that. They don't follow these things. They come into these discussions because they're interested and curious. And the person asks them, hey, so do you support Trump? And they're like, yeah, sure, I like Trump. I think he's a good leader for whatever reason, right? And they're like, oh, so you love Hitler. You're a Nazi who wants to destroy America. Now, this person coming in knows that that's not true. They don't love Hitler. They don't want to destroy America. So they're like, why are you lying about me? Why are you lying about me like this? Well, I mean, the only people who lie about me like this must be bad people. And so, well, now you're a bad person. I'm going to attack you for that because you're attacking me. And this happens on the other side too. And you got a guy who's more left-leaning who supports Biden comes in and is like, yeah, I like Biden. I think he's done great job, pretty much. I'm happy with his performance and things like that in these various areas. And then someone says, "Oh, so you're for DEI and transing the children? You're a pedophile?" And this guy's not a pedophile. He doesn't support transing the kids. He doesn't even know what DEI is really, but it sounds bad. And he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, you're fucking coming at me, bro. I'm gonna come at you. And you see how this works, right? You see how this happens? And you see how this escalates continuously, forever? 2024 Gay Odyssey for $5 says, Wick, your video questioning Destiny was a career highlight for you. You have real character and principles, plus 2 January 6ers already freed on 1512. Well, thank you for that. But, like, anyone who has actually paid attention to me should know my stances on these things. Right? And I understand a lot of people were just introduced to me with that whole thing, right? A lot of new viewers and things like that. But this is not new. This is not a new stance that I have. This is something I've been saying for a long, long time. I've been fighting the left and the right on this for a long, long time. I am on the left, but that doesn't mean that I swallow everything that the left says and just believe it. Obviously not. I'm against a lot of the right-wing policies. But that doesn't mean that everything they say is bad and evil and that they're bad people. Look, here's the hardest pill to swallow for everyone. The other side is sometimes right. The second hardest pill, most of the people on the other side are actually good people who just want the best for the country and the best for their families. Real hard pill to swallow. Doesn't seem like it, doesn't feel like it, because everyone's talking about how the other side's the enemy. And it becomes very, very hard. And this is the third nail in the coffin. If you dare say, if you stick up for the other side in any way, shape, or form, your tribe will try to excise you. If you are someone who is on the right and you have legitimate problems with some of the things that Trump has done and you like some of the policies that Biden has proposed, you better keep your mouth fucking shut or you're going to be a rhino, you're going to be excised, you're going to be passed out, you're going to be called all sorts of names in the book, enabler, all these things, a commie, dirty rat. You will be excised from your tribe. If you are on the left and you don't think that all conservatives are brain dead losers If you think that, you know what, Trump's bad, but I don't think he's like a threat to democracy or anything. I don't like him, but I think it's a little hyperbolic to say that. You better keep your fucking mouth shut. Because if you don't, they'll come after you. You're a dirty centrist. You're a moderate. You're a liberal. It's funny that both sides use this as an insult. Both the right and the left will call their opponents liberals. It's amusing to me. Actually, as someone who's kind of a liberal, I'm a liberal-esque. I'm not a classical liberal by any means, but I'm a liberal-esque. But this is something that I've seen happen over and over and over again on all sides of the political spectrum. It's this, and this is the reason I call this the third nail in the coffin, is because it prevents people, it disincentivizes people from putting a stop to this radicalization process that's happening over and over again, right? This reciprocal radicalization, this extremism that's festering and growing larger and larger and larger, and it's really killing the center. It's killing the moderates, right? It's a problem. Nazi flags in their garages. This is Headless Chicken says there's Nazi flags in their garages. This is where I live. This is Trump's base. I'm willing to bet you that 99% of Trump supporters don't have Nazi flags in their garages. Who the fuck has a Nazi flag? Like, in general? You're telling me in every block there's Nazi flags just waiting to come out? I just don't believe you, frankly. Is there some people who are Nazis in America? Yes. Fuentes, supporters, Groypers, yeah. Yeah. But we have to keep them in perspective. They're not most of Trump's base. They're very, 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 very small portion of the right that are very, very loud, that have pernicious influence, I will grant you. But 99 out of 100 Trump supporters don't. They're not Nazis. They don't have Nazi flags in their garage. Why would you say this? Say I'm wrong? I disagree. I disagree. This is a problem though, right? Because while you guys are saying this, everyone who's more right-leaning in my audience is thinking to themselves, well, I don't have a Nazi flag in my garage. I support Trump. Why are these people lying? Why are these people lying about me? Now, they shouldn't personalize things, but people do. And then you get a situation where they don't believe you anymore. They won't. Why would they trust you? Because you lied about them. You told something that they know is not true. You said something that they know they're not a Nazi. They don't support Nazis. And why would they listen to you? You're a liar. You've shot. Your credibility's gone. It's gone. Why would they listen to you ever? You've basically cemented their position, right? In order to signal to your tribe, right, to look how extreme I can call the other side. You've decided to hurt your cause, basically. That person who might have been swayable, much less likely to be swayable. Now, this happens on the other side as well. You have right-wingers in my audience, and I see you guys, who will say things like let's look at here's an example I can give you, a specific example recently. I'm trying to think if I can pronounce this guy's name right. Eudaimonia, is that how you say his name? Shoe on Head's husband. Okay. After enduring the weekend's crises, he went around saying, all leftists want you dead. All leftists want to kill you. They want to hunt you down like dogs in the streets. He said these things, right? And his Twitter. And he's talking about how these people would laugh at your death and want you to die and all these things. There's a lot of leftists that follow him, that are listening to him, that think that's not true. I spoke up against Destiny when he made his tweets. I spoke out against the people who were mocking the shooting. I don't want political violence in America. I don't want anyone dead. And what he has done, because he wanted to play a game, he wanted to signal to his base how evil he thought the leftists were, how much he hates the leftists, right? He has cemented the other side. They're no longer persuadable because they know he lied. He lied about them. Should they personalize it? No. Will they? Yes. And round we go. Round and round we go. It's this idea. It's this idea that the other side is irredeemable. The other side is an enemy, a threat, and they must be dealt with. That has damaged us as a nation. It has damaged us severely as a nation. Right? Now, do I think it's responsible for the shooting? Probably not. Look, we've been saying this for a long time. Long time, many years. It's not new. It's not. I'm not a stochastic terrorism guy. Okay, just I've argued about that on my stream several times. I've argued against that on my stream several times. It's just not a concept I really buy into, really. Just got back. What did I miss? We're talking about like people who are hyperbolizing the other side, painting them with a brush that is far too broad, and how it contributes to the dehumanization that we see in America, to the radicalization that we see in America. And the problem here, and the fourth nail in this coffin, okay, we got four, okay, four so far. The fourth nail in this coffin that we're making for ourselves, the death of the country, is the fact that it is very, very lucrative, rewarding to have these views. People will pay you. Not directly, not usually, right? I'm not talking sponsorships and things like that. But you gain an audience because you are preaching to your choir and you're telling them exactly what they want to hear. And this creates perverse incentives. You can't ever correct yourself. You will lose your audience. You have to double down. And so you see mouthpieces, creators that come up, who gain a following, who gain an audience, and they get captured by their audience in a very real way. And so they cannot speak out. There are exceptions to this, brave individuals who do, but it is the exception rather than the rule. It simply is. And it's hard to break. Even it's not even, in a lot of ways, it's not even conscious, right? This isn't a conscious decision. A conscious decision a lot of them are making, right? They just see that when they say certain things, their numbers go up, right? They get tons of likes, tons of retweets. People donate more. People send in lots of super chats. Gang, you should send in a lot of super chats right now. Reward me from what I'm talking about, right? But yeah, they donate to you, right? And they praise you. Look at that brave truth teller telling the truth that just so happens to confirm all my priors, right? To reaffirm all my biases. That man must be correct, or that woman must be correct, because what he's doing is just telling me the exact thing I want to hear. It feels good. And I will reward him for it by becoming a viewer, by giving my money, and giving him my attention. And thus it goes, that this creator sees this, and we can measure to a very fine degree. Okay, when I said this, I got a huge up spike in donations. When I said this, I got a huge up spike in turnout. When I had a topic on this, I had a lot of people tune into it, right? And that drives how we engage with our audiences and with social media in general. And this has a cycle. It's a circular effect that, again, all these incentives, sorry, I'm slurring my words a little bit. Forgive me, I'm not the best orator here. But they're feeding in to this again and again. And you see it all the time. You see it all the time. It's happening right now in Destiny's community. It just is. It sucks. It's happening right. It happened a while ago in Vosh's community, right? He went on his Fortress arc, things like that. It happened to the Young Turks. It happened to most of RedTube. All these things. RPG for 10 pounds or euros? Pounds? I'm not sure. I trust Wick. His calm voice tells me everything's okay, even when I know it ain't. Trust but verify, brother. Trust but verify. $10 from Zephyr Hash. Thank you for the $10. He's got a little fox. I think that's a fox. Maybe a puppy. With a little heart emoji. Thank you. $5 from Mr. Wise Guy. Plays says, ever since you and Destiny debate on Saturday, I've decided to have you as my lefty content creator instead of Destiny. There will be more superers. Thank you. And to be clear, I'm not here to take away, like, look, I'll stand Destiny a bit. Destiny is one of the few creators that will give, few large creators that will give small creators the time of day. His willingness to talk to me, to come and argue with me about the topic at hand, makes him a better person than a lot of people who just won't discuss anything with anyone that disagrees with them. He was willing to come in and defend his take, even though I strongly and strenuously disagree with it. There's merit to that. So don't cast him off quite yet. Though I do appreciate your money, and I'll continue to take it. And gang, like, there's a lot of people on my Twitch saying that stuff like, this is more, whatever that would be more fun than whatever this is. I don't know. Like, if you guys don't like my content, you don't have to watch it. It's fine. Look, here's my deal, okay? Here's my deal. One of the things that keeps me from being audience captured, even though that's always a risk, I'm not going to say I'm immune to it. I'm not. But one of the things that protects me a little bit more than others is I'm a stubborn person. I don't think you guys understand how stubborn I am sometimes. This means, in practice, when someone is trying to get me to say a thing that I don't believe in or I don't want to, even if they offer me a lot of reward for doing so, my reaction, my initial instinct, is to tell them to go fuck off. And I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I would rather have 0 viewers, no one watch me, to lose all my bridges, to all my connections, to burn all my bridges, to have no one like me anymore, than to kowtow to what they want me to say that I don't actually believe, or to apologize when I'm not sorry. It's just true, okay? And you can be like, well, that's unwise. Yeah, probably, but it's just my personality. For better or worse. Look, this has some problems, too. It's not all rainbows and sunshine, okay? I could be stubborn when I'm wrong, and that's a problem. It is. It very much is. Headless Chicken says, you need those sweet, sweet contrarian dollars. We understand. That's a trap, though, right? Like, this idea that everyone who disagrees with you is being paid to disagree with you, it's conspiratorial thinking, my friend. It's very Alex Jones of you. Not everyone who disagrees with you because someone is paying them to. The Jews aren't paying me. The deep state isn't paying me. The lefties aren't paying me. The only people who pay me are my dear super chatters, such as Solemn Argus, Mr. Wise Guy Plays, Zephyr Hash, and more, as well as I do get a check for Progressive Victory. Now, Progressive Victory doesn't tell me what to say. They don't. I'm not exactly sure what I could say to get fired from Progressive Victory, but I'm not gonna, I don't know. Like, I've disagreed with a lot of them. I've fought with a lot of them. I had Destiny on and famously fought with him just now. I fought with people who were higher up than me in the schemata. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I appreciate. But they give me money and I'll take it. So, $5 from Solemn Argus to say this. Although we don't see eye to eye on everything, being on different sides of the fence, I will still show that support. Well, thank you. And this is one of the things I'm actually proud of in my community. And something that I purposely have strived to do. Okay? I want to make sure that I have a space where people can disagree with me strenuously, vigorously, vociferously. I want a space that people can disagree with each other and fight, even rhetorically, not physically. We don't do that, right? But I want that kind of a space, and for the most part, with some mistakes here and there, I think I've developed that kind of space. Rob Noor level disagreement. I mean, I have Rob Noor on all the time, so obviously I'm okay with it. Elon trolling Destiny. DDoSed him 5 times already. He just got cut off live again. What's going on over in Destiny Land? I heard he was having a fight with Elon today. I don't usually do React content. I might watch it later. Honestly, we'll see. $5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays. Yes, Destiny is still definitely way better than most of the other people on the left, but I'm very new to your content and you seem pretty chill most of the time. I don't know. Did you think my conversation with Destiny was chill? I was quite upset, but yeah, I don't know. That's why I keep coming back here waiting for his shit to get fixed. Well, I appreciate you being here while he gets his shit fixed. Is he having problems? Are they DDoSing him? Look, I've seen, and I saw this earlier on Twitter, and it tickled me pink a little bit. Okay, it tickled me pink. The right side, right, the right-wingers who have been anti-cancel culture, anti-censorship, all these things, as soon as Destiny makes some tweets that they don't like, that they find offensive, are legitimately calling for him to be banned and deplatformed and demonetized. And it tickled me pink because one of the reasons that I was left in the first place, that I leaned left early, was seeing the cancel culture from the right. And so it feels like old times where I'm defending against censorship from the right wing. It feels like, it makes me feel young again, okay? I've been doing it from the left wing for quite a while. Now I get to do it from the right wing, and I couldn't be happier. Look, it's just, I'm like a pig in mud. I'm just like, hell yeah, I get to, once again, fight against cancel culture and not have to fight from toward the left. I can fight towards the right, and I appreciate that. But yeah, if you're out there and you're thinking, I think that what Destiny has said is beyond the pale, that's a fine opinion to have, okay? But if you're calling for him to be deplatformed and censored, then I am your enemy, and we're going to have to fight. Because I don't think he should be deplatformed. I don't think he should be censored. I think one of the problems, the fifth nail in our coffin, gang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is the tendency and ease that censorship has brought upon us. And we're going to go into that in a moment in detail. $5 from Keto Burrito to say, the current state of politics making me not want to vote. The language, the rhetoric, and the demonetization of me not choosing a side has become odious. Look, would I like you to vote in a way that I think is better? Yes. But am I going to cast you off and cast you aside because you don't want to vote? No, I'm not going to do that. Grim Jr. says, I don't see the difference. Destiny promotes censorship as long as you're using the proper tools provided to you by the platform. So if people want to report his comments on the platform, that's something Destiny himself supports. Once again, just because someone has done a bad thing, someone advocates for a bad thing, doesn't mean that we should support that bad thing happening to them. No, 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 no. That is wrong. It is ill-considered. Ill-considered. Here's the problem with censorship. I would rather know what everyone thinks, because you won't change any minds by censoring someone. They don't change their opinions because you silence them. They just can't express their opinions anymore. But their opinions don't change. Right? And if this kind of becomes the norm, where people are being censored because of what they say, what happens is they just find new ways to say it. They couch their language. They obfuscate what they really think and what they really feel. Okay? They use dog whistles and trigger words and all these other things. But their beliefs don't actually change. What happens is it becomes much harder to tell who has opinions that you think are really, really bad, right? Who has opinions that you are so bad that you want to keep them out of any levers of power, that you would never vote for them or support them or things like that. And so you get into a situation where it's easy, or easier, I should say, to accidentally put someone into power who has some pretty horrific beliefs. If we create a situation or a society or a culture where we encourage others to speak their mind, no matter how odious, I think what it does is it creates more honesty in people. And so I can know who actually is racist, who actually hates the Jews or something, right? And I can make sure that I never vote for them or put them in a position of power. And I think that has value. I want to know who the Nazis are so I don't turn my back to them. I want to know who the racists are so I never vote for them. I want to know who really hates me so I never trust them. Does this make sense? Are we tracking here, gang? Mike Wachowski says, support political violence, free speech. As long as you're not instigating, I think that someone should be able to say, yes, political violence should be on the table. I think they're wrong for saying that, and I will fight them on it. I will argue with them. I will debate them, and I will make sure that they never get power. But I don't think they should be censored for saying so. Nerdy Rodent says, what is the sense of which you speak? What do you mean sense? Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone in chat? I haven't been following chat as much as I should. Headless Chicken says, it makes no difference to me now. Congrats, Wick. You win. What did I win? Did I win a prize? Is there a prize here? Do I win anything? Look, I'm not... What I want, my goal here, is for people to be better. For our nation to be better. And what I mean by better, I'll be very specific. Be very specific. When tragedy strikes and someone loses their life or is hurt or has something bad happen to them, what I would like is for less people to celebrate that, more people to show sympathy, more people to treat each other as human beings rather than enemies. That's what I want. And if that happens, I think that our politics becomes better. I think we get more done. I think we help more people. I think that our nation begins to heal. And it's a process. It's going to take a long time. But that is my goal, and that is what I want. Now, that won't stop me from calling out bad actors. If I think someone is being malicious, if I think, and I can prove, that someone is out to do harm to others, I think we should be able to call that out. But what has happened in recent years, and has always been the case, but has again ramped up in recent years, is we tend to paint with much too broad a brush that we call everyone who supports certain political positions bad people, and we, as I have argued, dehumanize them as we go. DGG is back, going back to sane discourse. Good luck. Don't let the door hit you. Okay, let's see. Oh, People's Elbow and Toby-Wan Kenobi are arguing in chat. Good luck. Have fun arguing. Do you think Kevin Spacey is a bad actor? Look, Kevin Spacey, I won't go into that discourse. We're not going to do that today. You guys want to talk about JD Vance a little bit? Okay, can I get a temperature check in the chat here? Who thinks that JD Vance was a good pick for former President Trump? Do you think that it will help his ticket or hurt his ticket? If you think it will help his ticket, hit 1. And good for who? Good for getting him elected. Let's say that. If you think that JD Vance as a pick will help Trump in being elected, hit 1 in chat. Give me 1s in chat. If you think it will hurt his chances to be elected, 2s in chat. If you think it will make no difference, 3s. Okay, seeing a lot of 1s from Gay Odyssey, Cameraman, Sparky, Silverhand. Cameraman has a strong 1. Staxium says 2. Cal says 2. A lot of 3s. We're seeing a lot of 3s. Okay. Interesting. So there's a lot more people who disagree with me here than I thought there would be. I think this actually hurts his chances, gang. I'm a solid 2. I am actually, look, I was doomer over the weekend. I'll give you guys a mistake that I made over the weekend. Something I said that I'm taking back. I'm repenting of. I thought that after the assassination attempt, I thought it was done. I thought we were over. I thought we were finished, kaput. As I thought about it more, as I've considered it more, as I've looked at how people are reacting, I am much less doomer than I was. In watching Trump make what I consider an unforced error here, I'm feeling a lot less doomer than I was on Saturday and even Sunday. I'm feeling a lot more like, okay, this is still in play. The Biden team can still win this. The Biden team can still do what they need to do to really turn it around. Now, again, I won't lie to you. Trump is ahead currently. That's not good. Well, at least if you don't want Trump elected, which I don't want Trump elected. Again, if you think that I'm a right-winger, then you're wrong. Like, that's just, I'm not. So if you're here thinking I'm just going to shit on lefties all day, that's just not what's going to happen. You're going to be disappointed. But yeah, I think JD Vance is a bad candidate, and I can prove it. I can show you why. Let me get to, I actually prepared some things. Okay. I prepared some things. Let's see if my setup will work when I push this button. I might have to adjust it. Give me a chance. Oh, I do have to adjust it. Let me adjust it. Okay. Give me a sec. Doop doop. That'll work for now. Let's have a listen. This was from September 17th, 2021. And this is Vance talking about Project 2025. He doesn't call it Project 2025. But this is, in a nutshell, what Project 2025 wants to do. So I am going to play this for you. You can listen to it, and then we'll see how it goes. We're ready, gang? I'm curious your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, after we hear this. I got more to show you, right? But we'll start with this. Sound good? Sound good. Let's hear it.
I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokeification program in the United States, right? So like, let me give you a couple examples. So one of the things I've always been very sympathetic to is this idea that we don't have a real constitutional republic anymore. What we have is an administrative state, right? The administrative state controls everything, right? So to the point that like when Donald Trump wins, he can't even sometimes get his people in core positions of authority in the administrative estate. It's like, well, do we have a constitutional republic? The founding fathers actually created a very powerful chief executive, a very powerful president. But if he can't even fire the people in his own administration, like, is this really a successful republic? So a lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state. And I'm sympathetic to that project, but another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I mean, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024, and he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. Because this is, I think, a constitutional level crisis.
Sit with that a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Sit with that. A lot of shit. A lot of shit he said right there. Okay, this is the potential vice president, right? The one Trump picked. Doesn't care about the Constitution. He thinks the administrative state is the threat. He's willing to go around the Constitution. He doesn't care about the judicial branch at all. He's saying, fuck them, fuck the courts, let them try and enforce it. And that's his words, right? We talk about dictatorships. This is what we're talking about. When we're talking about people who don't respect the Constitution, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not putting words in his mouth. You just heard it. It's a problem. And I think that there's a lot on the right who do respect the Constitution. In fact, they fought for the Constitution. They served in the military. They took an oath to the Constitution. And I think that hearing, and there's more clips, right? There's more clips than just this one. Hearing JD Vance say things like this, I think it's going to rub him the wrong way. Now, will it make him vote for Biden? I don't know. But it might make him stay home. Again, this is an unforced error. It's an unforced error. Cognitive dissonance says, Schwick, we just had a boo-boo. We can't talk like that anymore. Yes, we can. I disagree strongly. Anyone who's telling you that you can't criticize what Trump or JD Vance or anyone on the right is saying because it will turn up the temperature is lying to you. That is not the problem at hand. We just had an hour discussion on what the problem was and when we see each other's supporters as evil, okay? When everyone who disagrees with me on this take but agrees with JD Vance is somehow evil. They're not. But I find it no sin to simply point out what JD Vance and others are saying and say, hey, gang, that's bad. And here's why that's bad. Again, if you're advocating for going around the courts to, regardless of what the courts say, that you're going to pull an Andrew Jackson and say, the court has made its ruling, let's see them enforce it, then I think that you're a real problem. It's one of the reasons I push back against people like Josiah, people like Peace Code, people like Staxiums, I think Staxiums was in the chat here, who want us to ignore or pack the courts for these things, right? I think that's wrong. I think we shouldn't do that. Once again, I'm going to argue from the left and the right that why we should, again, look at the Constitution as our guide here. And this idea that the Constitution set up the executive branch, the president, to be this super powerful thing is just false. Executive power has expanded dramatically since the fucking 90s. And it's a problem. I was mad when Obama did it. When Obama took the executive powers and like expanded them greatly. Trump did it. Biden did it. All of them are doing this. And we gotta stop this cycle, okay? Trump wants to take it and turn it up to 11. It's wrong and it's bad. And this idea that the executive branch was this superpower back then, no, it was never designed to be, okay? It's just not how the Constitution reads. Cacophony says, I'm telling you, no one thinks JD Vance is a bad pick. MAGA likes him. Blue collar likes him. Vets hate Governor Renolies. I've said it over and over, so now I'm using caps because you're being obtuse. Well, let's look at what some of the right-wingers are saying, okay? Let's look. Guess what, gang? I have receipts. Let's see. This is from Brad Palumbo, okay? He's pretty right-wing. See what he has to say. Doop, doop, doop. Here, I'll adjust here. Brad Palumbo, okay? JD Vance is not qualified to be vice president. He has barely any experience as an elected official and zero executive experience. Being a best-selling author isn't a qualification for president of the United States. A VP needs to be ready to step in at any moment. JD Vance is not. Plus, he has flip-flopped nearly 100% on his political beliefs in the last 10 years. Who knows if the current JD Vance is what he really believes or is just what he thinks is popular at the moment. Okay, there's that. We can also go into what reason. Oh, man, I have to adjust this again. Man, I need a better system for this. This is the Reason magazine. These aren't exactly left-wingers here. They're libertarians. Would I consider them conservative? I mean, more conservative than I am. But they're libertarians. Here's what he has to say. GOP Vice President nominee JD Vance is an enemy of free markets. The Ohio senator is one of the party's leading advocates of protectionism, economic planning, and immigration restrictions. And there's a whole article. We can get to it if you like. But this idea that MAGA likes him and everyone's happy is just wrong. It's just wrong. Groypers hate him. They think he is the person who is like, he likes Israel. So they think he he's in bed with Peter Thiel and he's bought and paid for by the big military industrial complex. I don't have that tweet up, unfortunately, but yeah, I mean, like the idea that everyone loves him and he's doing well, right? He barely won Ohio. You guys like Ohio? We talked about that being a pretty red state. He barely won it. He barely won it. No one in the Rust Belt, right, really likes the guy. They tolerate him. He was better than the alternative, but they don't like him. He's not loved. So yeah, you're just wrong. Yeah, look, Groypers hating him isn't exactly a something that's going to keep me from voting for him, but I'm just letting you know, right? Like, these people are right-wing. Yeah. $5. Artemis Fowl. Destiny has changed his stance on political violence in less than a year. A decade is a long time compared to that. Yeah, I mean, can't argue with that. However, let's read what one of his former roommates has to say about the guy. Okay, Josh McLaurin. Let's look. Okay, I got a lot of notifications. I should check them at some point, but not right now. Okay, not right now. Okay, what Josh McLaurin has to say. I'm the guy JD Vance sent the America's Hitler text to in 2016. He was my roommate in law school. Obviously, he's a sellout. But the bigger deal is he's angry and vindictive. The perfect fit for Trump's revenge. JD's rise is a triumph for angry jerks everywhere. Now look, there's probably some sour grapes there. There's probably something you should take with a grain of salt. But again, one of the reasons that I think that Trump has a chance of losing this cycle is that it's not Democrats, not just Democrats, that are saying how terrible Trump is. It's the people who have worked with Trump. It's the people who knew Trump, who were in his cabinet, his former vice president, right? Best of luck, JD. Hang in there. Funny meme. Yeah, it's one of the problems here is that the Republicans, the people who worked with this guy, are saying, "Yo, this guy's bad news, right? This guy's bad news." No Cal Mike says, "What happens first? Biden drops out or Trump picks a new VP?" Trump's not picking a new VP. One of the things that Trump picked JD Vance for was loyalty. Obviously, Trump values loyalty above almost everything. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a thing. Trump chose JD Vance because JD Vance has been loyal and will be loyal. Time Watch says, Wick, you don't get it. Even if Trump loses, the Trumples will go nuts. Like, we say this, but I don't think it will happen. Right? Like, look, I think that if Trump loses, I don't think we have a repeat of the January 6th stuff. I just don't. I don't see that happening. There are too many guardrails now. We've learned our lesson. Keto Burrito says, I think you're putting too much stock into a VP. I don't think this matters as much as you think it does. Maybe not. Right? Again, I think the last vice presidential pick that mattered was probably, if I had to guess, probably Sarah Palin. Okay? I think Sarah Palin drove people away from McCain, and yeah, it could have been winnable, but I think Sarah Palin did him in. I think for the opposite of that, before that, there was Reagan's pick of Bush Sr. as his vice president in 80. I think that let him secure the moderate vote, and it secured him a large electoral victory in 80. Would he have been able to win with another candidate? Possibly. But I think Bush sealed the deal in a very real way. Ugh, this stupid filter. What are they filtering? What are you trying to filtering? Saxium says, VPs don't matter politically once in office, but they absolutely affect polls and voting. I mean, to an extent. Look, I'm not trying, please don't mistake me here. I'm not trying to oversell the effect. Is this going to take it from a sure thing to, like, I'm talking on the margins here. This will have an effect, but will be on the margins. As I was saying to Destiny, it's not just any one thing that decides an election. It's a multitude of factors. It's like 10 things that if one is missing, the outcome might change, but they're all contributing factors to this. Let's see. Grim Jr. says, also, people aren't taking into account the fact that he was president when he lost, which means he had a level of power that he could wield after losing the baton that was passed. Oh, when talking about January 6th, yes. Mr. Wise Guy Plays says, are you using OBS for your streaming stuff? Because if you are, I can help you out with making a better, more streamlined system if you're interested. I might take you up on that, but not today. I'm just boomer. So as streamlined as it is, there's always going to be things I mess up. Let's see. Oh, guess I'm hosting a debate tomorrow. In the afternoon. I guess that's happening. I will read this later and get more details, but stay tuned. Pondering Politics says, I thought Hutch was supposed to join. I thought so too, but he wanted to react to the Elon versus Destiny space. But you can jump in if you'd like. I'd like to talk to you about the VP pick. I'm curious on your thoughts on what JD Vance has to say. Thoughts like that. I'm actually feeling a lot less doomer about the election than I was on Saturday. But yeah, if you want to jump in, Josiah, just jump backstage. And Staxiums, if you're watching, you can jump in too. I don't mind. Look, I have a debate at 8 that I'm basically killing time for. But yeah, if you want to kind of help me. So here's another clip from JD Vance. This is, let's read it. This is an absurd Trump VP pick, JD Vance calls rape an inconvenience. When asked about not allowing women to have an abortion when they are the victims of rape or incest, his response is disgusting. It's as if he's a character from The Handmaid's Tale. My view on this has been clear. It's not whether a woman should be forced to bring a child to term. It's whether a child should be allowed to live, even though those circumstances of the child's birth is inconvenient or a problem to society. Let's hear his words. Let's see what he has to say. Let's not read the quote.
I think two wrongs don't make a right. At the end of the day, we're talking about an unborn baby. What kind of society do we want to have? A society that looks at unborn babies as inconveniences to be discarded?
Should a woman be forced to carry a child to term after she has been the victim of incest or rape?
Look, my view on this has been very clear, and I think the question betrays a certain presumption that's wrong. It's not whether a woman should be forced to bring a child to term, it's whether a child should be allowed to live, even though the circumstances of that child's birth are somehow inconvenient or a problem to the society. The question really to me is about the baby. We want women to have opportunities, we want women to have choices, but above all, we want women and young boys in the womb to have the right to life.
What are you thinking? Staxium's hi.
Hello, Wick. How you doing?
Let me give my take on this.
Let me turn on my video.
Yeah. Let me give you my take. Look, when it comes to abortion, I'm not a fan. And I've said this many times on my channel. I don't like it as a concept. I think I would never participate in one. It's just not my thing. However, I think that especially in the instances of rape, that it's not a choice that anyone should be making but the mother. No one should be making that choice but the mother and her family, right? That's not the government, not anyone else. Because we don't want to... Trauma is a thing, and life-threatening trauma is a thing. So if you have a situation where a woman has been forced against her will and raped and becomes pregnant, I don't think it should be anyone's choice but hers, whether or not they're able to get an abortion or not. And to advocate against that, I think is kind of sick. But that's me. What are your thoughts?
For sure, that it definitely took a huge left turn. Sorry, we were talking about JD Vance when I was just about to join. I don't know if you know this. My abortion is one of the most conservative opinions that I have. I'm actually pretty pro-life for a pretty progressive Democrat. Not to get too personal, but I have someone really close to me who was assaulted and then pregnant and then gave birth to that baby. And I think that it's really hard for me to come in and say what that person should do. But if you're asking my opinion, I think that it's still a life. But it's also like it's so hard to do on a political level to just say, here's what every woman needs to do. But and that's why, like, politically, I'm way more free to be pro-choice. But if you're asking my like personal opinion and how I like navigate my life, I'm very, very opposed to abortion.
Fair enough. $5 from Cameraman 502. Quote the National Review or commentary. Not right-leaning libertarians, Reason, or Brad P. or fringe creepers. I love the former, but give average cons. Well, that's what I had prepared for you guys. His VP pick was done an hour ago. Well, a couple hours ago now. But when I was preparing, it was very recent. So I got the ones I found. Sorry. What are your thoughts on JD Vance? First of all, do you think it moves the needle?
Yeah, I think it moves the needle slightly. I don't think it works to Trump's benefit. I'm surprised that your audience kind of disagrees with you here. I think JD Vance is largely seen by Trump's own audience as opportunistic because didn't he call Trump like America's Hitler or something in like
back in
2016?
Yes. Oh,
yeah, for sure. So he's changed.
Okay. Hold on, let me adjust your audio. Apparently you're too loud.
Too loud. I'll turn it down. I can turn myself down if you like.
Yeah.
Is that better, guys?
I don't know. You were fine to me, but I don't know. My audience has sensitive ears sometimes. Go ahead.
True. I'm very sorry. Well, you're also soft-spoken.
Some days. But well,
True.
I guess well, since you're here and since I have you and I'm very curious, did you see my debate with Destiny? Where do you stand on that?
I did not actually. I think, not to be that classic enlightened centrist here, but I am very much of the opinion that, I don't know, I think that you can be a little bit harsher. I think that Biden can be a little bit harsher. I think that we can use a little bit, we can turn up the volume a little bit, turn up the heat. Destiny for sure goes overboard. For sure goes overboard. But
Okay.
I don't have the most amount of sympathy for Trump supporters who just fan the flame so much. It reminds me of my brother who can dish it out and can't take it, where like he's just someone who like you can criticize. He criticizes everyone constantly, but the moment that it's turned back on him, he freaks out and does like a whole pout thing. I don't know. Trump said that like the Second Amendment people should take care of Hillary Clinton. Trump tweeted Obama's address, and then there was someone who showed up at Obama's doorstep with 2 guns and 400 rounds of ammunition. I just feel like I don't really want to hear it from the Trump crowd how we're going overboard. But if you, Wick, want to say that we can dial it down, I think that's a little bit fairer. Does that make sense?
I understand. Well, Messenger, for better or worse, it matters, right? Who's telling you this? This is one of the reasons I'm always advocating for policing our own sides. I think Republicans fail to do it. I think Republicans fail to police their own sides. But just because they fail to police their side doesn't mean I'm going to fail in my duty to police mine, right? And I know that seems unfair. I know that it gets annoying. People get annoyed at it. They call it woke scoldy and all that. Fuck them. This is my duty. I think that I have a responsibility to make sure that those people who will listen to me stop dehumanizing other people. And I don't care how bad their opinions were on Twitter. What we don't do is make like light of their death during a rally. It's just
I agree. I think that mocking the Trump supporter who died in the rally was way too far. I think that was pretty crazy.
But you see a lot of people doing it. They found tweets that he made, like supporting Putin and all this bullshit, right? And look, I think they were bad opinions, but do I think he deserved death for it? Or that we shouldn't care that he died because he had those opinions? No.
To be the most fair, I don't think anyone said that he deserved to die for them. I could be wrong. I don't think Destiny said that. I don't think that there were any prominent figure. I mean, Destiny was really the only one who
said that. But oh man, he was like, hell yeah! Like on my show, he said, "Oh, it was a plus one for Biden. Hell yeah!" He definitely.
Here's what I'm trying to say. Here's what I'm trying to say. If me and you want to say, hey, we should for sure police the tone of how aggressive we go to Trump supporters, I'm all for it. But as soon as a fucking Trump supporter says, yeah, you guys got to dial it down, I go, shut the fuck up. Go back to your side where you guys are clearly much worse. And the fact that you're talking about us and not yourself, it really demonstrates the problem. That's my opinion. And I do think that we go overboard, but I don't think it even comes a little bit close to how bad Republicans go. And I want to criticize my own side for sure. And when Destiny went too far, I'm like, that was for sure overboard.
Well, one of the things I pointed out earlier on the show is what happened to the man in Butler, right? Who everyone made fun of. And there's a lot of people made fun of him.
I don't know if I know who this is. The man from Butler?
During the rally. Butler.
Oh, is that the guy who died?
Yeah, the guy who died.
Oh, okay. Butler. I didn't know this.
No,
Got it.
I'm from Pennsylvania, so I know Butler.
Sure.
They had a similar situation. It wasn't exactly the same, right? But there was a similar situation a couple of years ago now, where a man who was pretty ACAB, pretty pro defund the police, he was against, he wanted bail reform and things like that. I don't know if you remember this, but he was a man who was walking with his fiance, maybe his wife, I forget, and he was stabbed to death by
by an immigrant or a black person. Which one was it?
A homeless black guy stabbed him.
Yeah. And all the conservatives, 100%. And
all the conservatives mocked him for it, right?
For sure.
And that was horrific that they did that. And they found all these reasons to mock him, saying, "Oh, look, he got what he deserved," and that was horrific.
And I think she tweeted afterward, "This doesn't change my opinion about I think she made like a pretty declarative sentence. Was he was the one who stabbed, right? There was a couple. It's been
it
a
was
little
a couple,
while.
and he got stabbed. It wasn't.
He got
her.
stabbed, and
It
I
was
think
fine.
I think she made a bunch of tweets saying, or a bunch of posts somewhere saying that like, no, I stand by my opinions, and this doesn't change my opinion. And everyone's like, unbelievable, this fucking,
Yeah. They called a lot of
TOS
names.
violation.
But they also mocked him too, right? They made like little memes of him.
No, for sure,
getting
for sure.
stabbed. This was something that happened. It was all over Twitter. It was all over social media.
100%. And that's why I'm saying,
laughed at, right? But let me finish, and then I'll pass the mic to you. But this is like not one side's problem, and I want to make this very clear. It's not just a left problem. It's not just a right problem. It's a problem, and we do this thing, right, where we say, oh, the other side did it, so now we can do it too. And both sides are doing that, and we give each other these, we feel permission to do it, and it's a problem. $10 from Artemis Fowl, and then I'll pass the mic to you.
Mm-hmm.
If your standard is, he didn't say it 100% exactly verbatim of supporting the violence, then there isn't a way to convince you, because Destiny isn't going to let himself get banned from YouTube. So thank you for the $10, and I don't know if you watched my conversation with Destiny, but I was very critical of him. So in no way am I here to defend what Destiny said. But go ahead, Staxios.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you for the most part. I think that there's a lot of ways in which I think that human beings have like two main predilections, and the first is to be like morally right, to feel like they're doing the right thing, and the second is like bullying, right? Is to like be vindictive. And when you're able to marry those two positions, that's when like human beings almost get like the most amount of glee, right? So like if you can feel morally righteous and be aggressive towards another person, I think that people will really leap on that will really leap on that impulse. So I agree with you, but I also feel like saying, like, when I say that Biden can be more fiery with his language, I don't think that matches the threshold of what I consider morally reprehensible. Does that make sense? And the left does it, and I criticize it.
What do you mean? Go into further detail for me.
Elaborate. I think that when Biden says shit like back when someone would talk like Trump, we would take him behind the locker and beat the shit out of him or something. He says something adjacent to that. He implies that they would beat the shit out of him. I think that that's perfectly fine language. And I think that a lot of people criticize Biden for that, but I think that that's a pretty fair statement. And I don't think that crosses the threshold that I find morally repugnant.
What is your threshold, out of curiosity?
I think once you resort to, I think that Biden was saying we need to teach him a lesson. And I think that Trump says we need to lock these people up for the rest of their life. We need to assassinate these people. And I just feel like there's a huge distinction between those two. We can look at his comments with Mike Pence, where he was essentially encouraging the riot to want to, hang him. And I think that it's incomparable to what Biden is doing. And sometimes I feel frustrated by the moral equivalence of these two actions. I can be critical of when the left takes it too far. I don't think Biden has ever taken it too far. I think that Trump 100% has. And that's why I get frustrated when Trump supporters seem to care so much about what is morally repugnant and what isn't when it comes to political speech.
I get that. I understand that, and I agree with that. I'm trying to think of something Biden may or may not have said that would rise to a level where I find it was like, he probably shouldn't have said that from a moral perspective. Off the top of my head, I don't got nothing. I'm not saying there isn't anything. It's just off the top of my head, I ain't got nothing.
How do you feel about the taking behind the gym comment?
I don't.
For sure. I agree.
I don't mind.
I agree.
But it's not the best, but it's not like, I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's like, who cares?
Yeah, it's a shrug.
For sure.
But one of the problems is, and where I think I might not even disagree with you, because I'm not disagreeing with you, but more like I would like to remind or add a variable into our discussion, is that this is the excuse that is given. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people do this, saying, well, the other side does it worse, and so we should talk about that much more than we talk about our own side. And yes, but
but we also have influence
That-
where we do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot of right wingers who watch my stuff, right?
Sure.
Like that's almost exclusively a left wing audience. I don't know if the same thing is said for you, because I feel like you're more cross ideological than I am. Not that we share different opinions, but I think you attract a different audience.
I'm very big
if that's fair to say.
on the free speech side of things, and so people feel comfortable coming to my show who have different opinions than me, and I like that. I think that's a good thing. But carry
No,
on.
for sure. And I think that when it comes to my position, I'm way, and Josiah fucking hates that I do this. I'm super critical of the left. Very often when they're like, I see a ton of TikToks just glorifying. There is this insane TikTok that I watched recently where just like this woman was so excited that she attacked her son and her son died. She was being told that by like a police officer, and she was so happy, and everyone's like, I'm on her side because he's a man and she's a woman. Almost like it was like a feminist angle of like, good riddance, whoever that fucking piece of shit was. And I was like, we really need to dial down this language. This is getting scary. And it had like hundreds of thousands of likes, and every single comment that I saw was positive. I'm super critical of that kind of stuff.
$5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays to say the rhetoric from Biden or Trump could seem way worse than it actually is if you take it out of context all the time. Lefties and righties are guilty. This is another problem.
That's where I feel frustrated when we're doing this moral equivalence. Like, Trump didn't fucking lead a charge to attack the Capitol building to attempt to assassinate Mike Pence. That's where I feel like I'm going crazy. Does that make sense? Like, what the hell are we talking about now?
I think the angle I want to take, at least that statement, is there's a lot of people in chat telling me examples where they think that Biden has crossed the line. So, for example, Cacophonies, I'm sorry, Cacophonies SC, I don't know how to say your name, buddy, I'm sorry, says Biden labeled Trump supporters a clear and present danger. That's pretty explicit language.
I stand by that. Holy shit. Danger to democracy, 100%. They attempted to insurrect the government.
My point is, I want to see the context around it. I don't know. And this is a problem. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but I don't trust you guys. I don't trust chat. I don't trust you, Staxium,
to
that's
tell
valid. Me things until you like show me things. And I do this because I've been burned so much where people have presented to me a statement and I'm like, oh, that sounds really bad. And then I look at what that statement was, and this happened all the time during the Israel-Palestine stuff, all the time, okay?
For sure.
And so I look at these things, and I'm like, oh, well, in context, it changes things. And this is a reason I don't, when a lefty throws something that Trump has said in my face, I don't just take their word. I go and look for myself. And same with this. If you're throwing something that Biden has said, I want to see the context around it. So it's not that I don't trust you, but I can't trust anyone.
Do you feel like it's fair to say that Trump
has hurt our discourse, to be clear, which has
way
made it
more
almost impossible to talk about this.
For sure. And I guess my question is, do you feel like it's fair to say that Trump is infinitely more inflammatory than Biden is?
Infinitely, no, but much more, yes.
Sure.
So one of the biggest driving factors of the increase in rhetoric and extremism is Trump. And you could say he was enabled by the left, and he absolutely was and is, but
what do you mean
still
by that?
A driver. So one of the reasons he won in 2016, and it's not the only reason, but it is one of the reasons, was because of the reverse polarization the negative polarization that occurred. I knew people in my family who were lifelong Democrats who voted blue no matter who voted Trump because they felt under attack by certain segments of the left who were calling them racist, who were calling them anti-Semitic, who were calling them every name under the book just for having opinions that a 60-year-old Democrat would, right?
100%.
And they, instead of dealing with them or talking to them, they were threats and racists and things. And I think that enabled Trump's election. It wasn't the only thing that happened, right? Hillary ran a shitty campaign. She ran a shitty campaign. We can't ignore that.
And she enabled
then
Trump.
We had assholes voting for Jill Stein, okay? It was terrible. Okay? And so Hillary Clinton lost. But one of the reasons, and I think that without this reason, we wouldn't be in this situation, Trump wouldn't have won, is this, again, portion of the left that treated the right as enemies. And I think that enabled Trump. And Trump fed off that and was able to use that to point everyone on the left as an enemy. And round and round we go. So yes, he is a driver of this. He has done this far more, especially than Biden, right? Especially than Biden. But that doesn't excuse us. Does that make sense?
No, 100%. I'm super critical of the left, especially pre 2016. Hold on one second. Yeah, especially pre 2016. But I think that there is sometimes a problem of conservatives not being able to read past the headlines, if that makes sense.
That's a
Like
problem
I
with
do.
everyone, but yeah.
No, I agree, but I see it. I really see it with conservatives when I feel like sometimes we're trying to have a nuanced conversation about racism, and we're saying it's kind of infected every single part of everything, and then conservatives are like, oh, so now you're telling me that hand dryers are racist. And it's like, okay, well, actually, if you look at the coding, you see that it was only tested for white people, and like it's kind of sucky that like black people can't wash their hands anymore, and that might be indicative of the way that we don't prefer black people in this country. But like all of that conversation suddenly gets drowned out because all you heard was hand washers were racist. Man, we really need to like it's sometimes almost impossible to have a nuanced conversation without people freaking out and then just jumping onto the other ship. I'm not saying we didn't have problems.
Couple things.
Not saying we didn't have problems,
Couple
but
things. People are saying Night of Day says pre 2016. This guy was in 5th grade. No, the reason I mentioned Jill Stein is because
I voted for Jill Stein.
Voted for Jill Stein in 2016. So it was a voting age at the very least. $5 from
I was
Artemis
20
Fowl.
years old.
Yeah. Okay, so you are crazy. Either you think Americans want a president who led the charge to execute Mike Pence, or you need to revise your beliefs. And then $5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays to say it's not true that Trump led a charge to delete Mike. That's the out of context nonsense I was talking about. Can
I just quote some fucking quotes from Trump, if that's okay? Just a little bit, just for 2 seconds.
Sure.
Just really quickly. You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and we're going to the Capitol. I understand that he's not explicitly saying let's fucking hang Mike Pence, but like, can you acknowledge that he was trying to implement the fake electors scheme and push his huge crowd in front of him 2 blocks away to overwhelm the Capitol and get Mike Pence to do that? Can we like sometimes I feel like I'm taking crazy pills where we can't acknowledge that.
Hold on, Lactoid, you're in chat. You can hop in. You can hop in this discussion,
here, Lactoid.
right? And you can like look. I want all sides represented here. I did get a link though to the Biden quote that was quoted in my chat and the context around it. And I'd just like to read that for a moment, just so everyone can hear what's being said. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know because I've been able to work with mainstream Republicans. But there is no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans, and that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I am an American president, not the president of Red America or Blue America, but all of America. And I believe it is my duty to level with you, to tell the truth no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election, and they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. I don't think...
Man, Sheev Palpatine himself, am I right? That's like straight out of the words of a fascist. Like, what are we talking about? That's the most fair speech.
He could be wrong, right? Like, you can argue that I don't think he's correct, but I don't think he's I don't think that's calling everyone terrible. $5 from Artemis Fowl. What was after that quote? Oh, and Artemis Fowl, I'm assuming, is referring to your quote, Staxiums. Was the words peacefully and patriarchally one of them? Look, Staxiums, again, you
Actually,
can jump backstage for a few minutes. I got 15 minutes before my next thing, so.
actually, the
Oh.
peacefully was here. Wait, hold on. Let's pull this fucking speech.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Again, we got
Okay.
about 15
Trump
minutes. before I have to-
speech, Pennsylvania. Because what happened right beforehand was shit. Okay. January 6th. Trump speech. Let's look up peacefully. Okay. A couple things. One, is it true or is it not true that after the Capitol building got stormed, that Trump waited 3 hours before to clarify that they should be doing peaceful, and that an aide said he was hesitant about including the word peaceful, and then another aide had to tweet that for him? Is that true? Quick question. Second off, hold on. Oh, this isn't even it. Oh no, it is verbatim.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me give you a preview of what we got coming up, gang. So soon, in about 10 minutes here, we're going to be transitioning, and I'm going to be going on to Prime Kai's debate panel, the Reverie, and we're going to be talking about the assassination attempt and all sorts of things around that. So tune in. I'm going to be arguing with rightoids and leftoids both, looking like Rocky after a bout, taking everyone, all the extremists to task. Okay, so if you want to see me do that, make sure you tune in and keep watching.
It's just,
but carry on.
Oh, sorry. It's just good to know, honestly, that I can invoke for violence and then just in one place just input the word peacefully and then just go back to advocating for violence, and then that's okay to MAGA Republicans. Like I just
channel?
don't.
We're gonna do this channel. Don't change the channel. We're gonna be on here, so stay with us.
Yeah, I just feel like sometimes, like I don't understand. He's clearly advocating for violence in multiple points. He's illegally attempting to infiltrate our legislative, or not our legislative system, our voting system with fake electors, and he waited 3 hours because he was so proud of the crowd of what they did after a person had already died that he didn't want to tweet to everyone to calm down. He had to be forced to do so. Like, but he said peaceful. Is that how we get to argue? Is that how we get to use our language? That we get to just throw the word peaceful in, and then that vindicates everything we said beforehand? I don't know. That just doesn't feel convincing to me.
Fair enough. And here's the thing, gang. Like, so I know you guys know or should know at this point that I'm riding with Biden. I'm a Biden guy. I'm a Democrat with a big D. Okay. I'm gonna say things that you disagree with, that you don't see eye to eye with me on. One of the things that I'm not worried about it so much, but I will find amusing. There's a lot of people who subscribe to me who are watching me because I strenuously disagreed with Destiny over his response. And not just Destiny, but a lot of lefties and their response to the assassination attempt on former President Trump. I thought it was, it showed a lack of humanity. And so there's a lot of people who was like, you know what? I like what you're saying right now. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to tune into you. Realize, my dear new viewers, that I am a lefty. I'm a Democrat. I'm just not crazy. So I'm going to say things, and you're going to think, wow, that guy's so out of touch. That guy's not a, what is he talking about, that commie? I'm, first of all, not a commie. I'm an anti-commie. I'm a capitalist, right?
Based.
But I'm going to say things you disagree with. And if you can hang, cool. If you can't, there's a door. I'll let you say your piece. I'll let you argue with me. But that's how it's going to be. $5 from Artemis Fowl says, I can also cut quotes out of context and erase the meaning of statements to fit my desired narrative. I'm glad the U.S. is moving away from this. Thank you.
I have a question.
Cacophony says, I watch Wick TV because if both sides punch at you, then you're all right. And both sides do. It's if it ain't one side, it's the other. But go ahead, Stacks.
I'm just curious because I feel like I have a pretty left-wing audience, and I feel responsible for like criticizing left-wingers when they feel like because you're so because you're kind of you have an audience that's pretty bipartisan. Do you feel like, and I'm not trying to criticize you, I'm
Sure.
like genuinely curious. Do you feel like you criticize both the left and the right fairly equally when it
I don't
comes to
know.
like Sure.
I don't know, right? Like, so here's what I do. Here's my process.
Mhm.
I see a thing, I disagree with the thing, or I very much agree with the thing, right? Either
Uh-huh.
one. And it catches my eye and I want to talk about it. And so we talk about it. And
Mhm.
that's it. I don't measure. I don't try to parse like, well, am I doing more against the left this day or more against the right this day? I just don't
No,
do
for
that.
sure. But
Do I feel a responsibility? Not particularly. My responsibility that I feel as a content creator is to be honest with my audience. So what I say to my audience is going to be what I believe. I might steel man a position, but I will try to make it clear that I am steel manning the position, that I don't actually hold that position, but that I'm
Sure.
actually trying to just walk it through and explore it a little bit. And I'll
For sure.
sometimes do that. But for the most part, what I say is what I actually believe. And you can say I'm wrong, and I have been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But what you won't find me doing is being dishonest with you. I will not lie to you.
No, for sure. I'm wondering, because like I definitely have had the same sort of issues where, because a lot of the content that I watch is pretty left leaning, I see the craziness in the left more than the right. And I'm wondering if that's sometimes a disservice to the sort of content that you're pushing out to an audience wherein they get a really biased viewing of what the political landscape is, because you're sort of hand selecting the ones that look awful. Does that make sense?
No, it's possible, right? That's why I encourage people not just to watch me, right? I don't do hours-long streams usually. I usually do a 2-hour show. You shouldn't just be watching me. You should absolutely watch me too, but you shouldn't just be watching me. You should be watching a wide variety of content creators. You should be watching, well, honestly, you should get your news from better sources and content creators, but you should be consuming
Facts.
content that is from a wide variety of sources. No source is perfect. They all have their biases. Unfortunately, there's very little trustworthy out there anymore. But just we try our best to kind of get a picture. Now,
Media sources or content creators?
media sources.
I disagree, but that's okay.
You disagree. Unfortunately, I would have disagreed with me 2 years ago. I don't anymore.
Sure. Did you see a lot of the conservatives get so salted? I just my wife's family is super conservative, and they were railing against CNN for like reporting that Trump, there were loud noises and then he fell before it was verified that it was a gun.
Oh, that's
and everyone was making, you know what I'm saying? And like sometimes I feel like media criticism just goes nothing beyond.
I'm not talking about that though, right? Like I think that there's these look. There's a lot of bad actors who are trying to get you to distrust media for silly reasons. That's not why you should distrust media. In fact, that's probably a good thing that the media waited to confirm before they ran with the stories such as that.
100% agree.
Look at like some of the alternative media that ran with stuff like Biden had an emergency, a medical emergency on his jet plane, and it turned out to be just fucking false. It was a lie.
Right.
So I think it's a good thing when people wait and confirm. What
are
I
your
find a problem with media these days, and why I think I'm less likely to trust them, is because of the coverage that I've seen when it comes to things like Israel-Palestine, or I think when it comes to things like even electorally. Like, I know Fox News is not going to give me an honest reading of the left side of things. I know MSNBC isn't going to give me an honest reading of the right side of things. They are ideologically captured in their bubbles, and they may intend to give a honest reading, but I don't think they're capable anymore. But let me read this super chat. $5 from Artemis Fowl to say, to be fair, it's election season, which is going to criticize the left more because they keep fucking up. We do, and we need to stop, but I'll have plenty from the right. Don't worry.
And to be valid, to be fair to Wick here, you were just talking about how stupid of a decision was to grab JD Vance.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I'm glad they made that. Look, I'm riding with Biden. I'm voting. I'm voting Biden, right? So I'm
Unquestionably.
kind of glad that he chose JD Vance. The pick I was scared of, and I know that it was unlikely to happen, right? I know
Uh-huh.
that it wasn't
Tulsi?
likely to happen. Was Nikki Haley? I thought
Oh,
if he had
sure,
picked
sure.
Nikki Haley, that he would have
Yeah.
kind of unified his base,
Moderate right,
and the
yeah.
moderate right would have really solidified behind him in a way
100%.
that they won't with JD Vance.
No,
And
and my mom's a lifelong Republican who hates Trump, who thinks
yeah,
that he's the devil. And she went to like 3 Nikki Haley rallies, and she's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not voting for Donald Trump though. Like, and I think that if the pick was Nikki Haley, not to be so biased that it's just like my mom is the only person, but for sure I don't think that she's a unique. I think that she's relatively common in America landscape right now.
well, I know, several Republicans who are on the fence about whether or not they're voting for Trump this year,
Hmm.
who absolutely would have been full Trumpers had Nikki Haley or what was the other one? Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi, yeah.
Yeah, if either of those, they would have been
Yeah.
full on board.
I think a lot
Now
of people
again,
are
I see people in my chat on the right says no, 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 Nikki Haley's hated and things like that. I look, none of you were changing your vote from Trump. Let's be honest.
exactly. Wick fucking gets it. That like you're not appealing to Trump's core audience. Those votes aren't going to change. You're appealing to the more moderate crowd who don't agree with Trump's policies. And JD, no one is being convinced to vote for Trump with the JD Vance pick. People would be with Nikki Haley. You're not expanding your voting base even a little bit. But just to rewind just a little bit,
We got a
I
minute.
think
Last
sounds good.
thing. Yeah.
Really quickly about the Israel and Palestine thing, I think that the largest problems that I saw were people interpreting media or like reports incorrectly or spinning it into a completely different arena. And if you actually read the report, they were largely reasonable. And I don't see a lot of criticisms for the mainstream media as much as people claim. I think that they're still way more reputable than anything else you can find online. But call me crazy.
True.
If
I
you
mean,
want
you're correct. It's more reputable than the alternative media, but that doesn't mean they're reputable, buddy. It's like, yes, this shit tastes slightly less bad than this other shit, but it's still shit at the end of the
yeah,
day.
but if it's literally a pool full of shit and all of them stink so thoroughly, except for this one, which is mildly edible, then it's like,
Sure.
why are we criticizing this one then? Like, we're in a pool
Because
full of
I
shit.
would rather not have to.
Let's
eat shit.
dive into the swimming pool that's full of diarrhea. And it's
Sure.
like, okay, maybe let's not do that. Let's just keep eating the edible shit.
Got you. Okay, well, I'll see you later, buddy. And
Please follow me on Staxiums on Twitter, YouTube, or that's Twitter or YouTube.
Cool.
Or TikTok, sorry. Okay.
TikTok.
Thanks so much for having me, Wick.
Okay, gang, are you ready for me to become not just a moderator, but the debater? Okay, I'm going to go on to the Prime Kai panel, and we are going to be talking about all things regarding the assassination. Excuse me for a moment while I do the transition. It might take a moment for something to come up on my screen where you guys can see it. Forgive me. I will do my best to do this quickly, but there will be a period of time where you won't be able to see me. So, again, just bear with me. We'll get this done as soon as we can. $5 from Artemis Fowl. I don't think JD Vance pick is the most important thing to garner support and sympathy for Trump this week. Well, obviously not. But I think it has an effect. But anyway, I'll be right back. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm still here. Just clicking the buttons. Clicking the buttons. Move it to the side. Use my OBS to capture the thingy. I'll mute myself. Pew, 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 pew. Let's capture the window? Maybe. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's adjust so you don't see my million tabs on the screen here. Okay, let's make it fit the box a little bit. We might have to adjust this a little more. But Yeah, enter studio. And hopefully I'll be in there soon. Here, let me pull this down so you guys can see all the cool stuff. Okay, I'll adjust a little more. Walk. 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 And hopefully they pull me in soon. I forget sometimes not everyone is as timely as I am. I wish, look, I guess it comes from my military background. If I wasn't 15 minutes early, I was late. And you were never supposed to be late. Okay, well, once they pull me in, hopefully we'll be able to see me in a better light. But yeah, okay. No, Wu is not on this. Quick's gone. He died. Not yet. I know you guys won it, but not yet. So hold on, gang. Hold on. Well, we're backstage. It's time. I'm going to be pulled in any moment. Any moment now. I swear. Okay, I swear, gang. I swear. But for now, it's just a black screen. I know I'm losing viewers as we speak. Oh, God. Gang, if you're here, just like the stream, okay, while we're waiting. Okay. Oh, am I being pulled in now? Is this happening? Blue now. Oh, God. Oh, God. So many. Can't hear a word they're saying. That's a problem. At what point should I worry? I don't even know. Lulu. Help. Pull me in, brother. Worry now? Okay. Many people. Yeah, it's going to be a large one. A lot of different folk. So, we'll see. Who do you guys think I'll be fighting against more? The left or the right on this one? Do I have approval for audio in the room? I don't know. Did I mute the site? It might be muted. No, it's not muted. They're all muted. Oh, I'm supposed to join the voice too. Hold on. I remember.
He said, like, he had a bet with somebody, and they were like, and he's like, oh, no, they're going to win. And then they're like,
Scott.
No
speculation there. He had a bet. He knows.
There's no evidence. Look, there's no evidence that.
There's no evidence one way or the other. What I'm saying is that isn't evidence that he's a leftist. I'm saying it also could be that he donated $15 because it was a lost bet, or because he was 17 and thought he was a lefty then and then changed.
Yes, you're right. Anything's possible.
It's also possible he takes his dick back and call himself Sally, but anything's
possible.
You know?
It's possible. But I just want to, in my opinion, I think that him donating money to Act Blue is better evidence than him registering as a Republican in the state of Pennsylvania, because in the state of Pennsylvania,
I agree.
It's a closed primary. And so if you, let's say you hated Trump, for example, you would want to be a registered Republican. I know people in Pennsylvania who are the most left-wing people you've ever fucking met. They are registered as Republicans in Pennsylvania, specifically they vote against Trump and then they vote blue.
We saw all this with like the Bernie bros, right? Like there was so many people that were denying the existence. Like the left was like, the Bernie bros aren't real. They were always Republican. They just didn't want.
I'm
Hillary
waiting
Clinton,
for them to pull me in.
That's why they voted Democrat in the Democratic primary
why
for
I'm not
Bernie.
being pulled
And that's
in.
why, because how could you possibly support Bernie Sanders and support Trump? It's impossible. So these must have been all Republicans that registered as Democrats so that they could vote for Bernie. And then at the same time, you had Democrats that were intentionally voting for Trump early on in 2016 because they were like, oh my God, if Trump wins, Hillary is going to demolish him, right? Like the concept of like who they register for isn't a great metric. But also, again, the day after inauguration, voting a small amount of money also isn't a good.
None of the
isn't a good indicator.
metrics
It's
that
better.
we have. I'm following the conversation, gang. But none of the evidence that we have about the shooter is enough to really make any claims. There's just not enough.
He had a bet, though. He definitely had a bet going for sure.
Let me throw this out
There's
here
a
real
lot of
quick. Let me throw this out here real quick. All right. So if the FBI isn't lying, which is a gargantuan fucking if.
Yeah,
right?
because we found out so much about
let's
Vegas.
be honest. Yeah, right. We found out so much about Vegas, right? But if the FBI isn't lying through their teeth, and this 20-year-old really didn't have a Twitter account, a Facebook account, an Instagram account, didn't have anything other than maybe a Discord and a Telegram, that's the most right-wing shit ever. Like, that's the most Groyper accelerationist third positionist shit ever, is that like he only had a Telegram and like, you know, like wasn't on Facebook or Twitter because he just got censored or kicked off at some point because he said wild shit constantly and was like, fuck that, I don't have a Twitter. Because it's mind-blowing to me that we believe that this person that was politically motivated enough to attempt to assassinate a president also wasn't online and involved in like arguing about politics ever. Like, how the fuck do you get, what do you get, radicalized by MSNBC Rachel Maddow? Like, what are you talking about? It happens, but it's a fucking coinkydink for sure.
First of all, it happened. Second of all, he absolutely could have been arguing under like anonymous pseudonyms, like a lot of us here do, right?
Well,
I mean, it's very possible.
Well, he just got into his phone.
Hey, speak for yourself. I have no pseudonym.
Yeah, he could
Corey and I
have
put our
deleted
names
it.
out there.
Yeah, he could have deleted it. Yeah, some people put their names out there. Some people don't. I think that's fine. I don't know.
Some people are not. It's true.
Yeah,
I
there's
agree.
those that let the balls hang low and those that don't.
The only reason I don't use my name is because no one can pronounce it. So,
all right, that's a fair reason. I definitely can't. I have no idea what it is, but I already know.
As you know, it reminds me of
Ali Muhammad.
It reminds me of that. It reminds me of like what is that movie like it's a comedy movie where they go after to kill their bosses or whatever. And he's in the car and he's like
Horrible Bosses.
Talking to the
Horrible Bosses, yeah.
Yeah, Horrible Bosses, yeah. And he's talking to the car and he's like, what's your real name, Greg? And he's like, and it's this giant long ethnic name. He's like, that's a fucking mouthful. I'm gonna call you Greg. Like he's like immediately turned around. He was like, no, I want to respect you and call you by your real name. And then it was like, okay, no, fuck that. It's Greg again. Like, that's too much for me to fucking say.
Okay.
So hello all. This is the Revelry Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. I'm really excited to have this conversation. I mean, I don't know, it's a weird conversation. It's a weird few days. But I'm glad that you stopped by.
Everything has been off since Harambe was killed, let's be honest.
And with a squirrel jumping the accelerator.
the times the we shifted into a new world after that. All right.
Okay. All right. A different track on the timeline. All right. Let's go. Let's introduce all these amazing individuals. And then we'll get started. So, my friend Electroid. Oh, I didn't know someone commented on a hairdo, and I didn't know who it was. But first, Electroid. Looking nice. I like your long hair though, but like this is nice too.
Yeah, gotta do what I gotta do. You know, it prevents it from getting uncomfortable and unprofessional looking. It's just that's what the man says I have to do.
You're looking like a goddamn hippie. They're like, I don't know. Can we trust
I know.
Can it
be a too socialist?
Hey, the man needs to know that I'm his servant, right? That's how that works.
Well, if you make enough money, they don't care what you look like.
Well, I'm not there quite yet. Yeah, I'm
like
looking
the new
forward
look,
to this.
Lactoid.
Oh, thank you. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I think that a lot of stuff has happened. Obviously, when I first heard, it was very shocking what happened, and yeah, it'll be hopefully an interesting conversation. I'm sure one that may get very heated. And you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Absolutely. I think the other thing is that like any white guy with long brown hair, right? It was like, after this weekend,
right?
So
Lactoid, you went from looking like a hippie, lefty, to looking like you're married to a black or Hispanic congresswoman that constantly talks about white people being the problem.
I would take that. Well, hold on. White people being the problem? 'Cause I thought I'd be married to a black like congresswoman who was very much about like BLM.
No. Like the CRT obsessed Congress and Senate women that are young.
No. I'm
always
the
happen to
fantasy.
have a white husband.
Yeah. I'd be the fantasy of one of these, right? But like Candace Owens before the recent.
A specific one. A specific one you look like. There's a specific one. Have you seen her boyfriend? He looks just like him.
Do I look like AOC's boyfriend?
Yeah, you look like AOC's boyfriend, Admiral Gibbs. Like Admiral Gibbs.
AOC couldn't handle this much, man. Let me tell you.
Admiral Gibbs looks like AOC's boyfriend. Not lactoid at all.
Is a ginger.
Lactoid. Like,
I've been told I look like JD Vance, and it bothers me.
I
don't like it. I don't like it. So
How has nobody heard of JD Vance? He literally wrote Hillbilly Elegy. Like that was such a popular book. Like, I don't know why people are like, who's this guy? And then they say that, and then they're like, huh?
I've told you my opinion on books, man. It's only the women and the gays that are reading.
Okay, well, that movie. You watch movies, right? It's a fairly well.
Let's move on. Oh my god, guys, let's move on. But Lactoid, I will say that like only like a little bit of facial structure, but like you have like a much stronger chin. You've got like a solid, manly chin. He does not. Like that's why he's got that beard now. But yeah, thanks so much. Next we have our friend Scott. Scott, thanks for coming back. Yeah, I don't know. Say things.
I'm Scott. You can find me at Fabian Liberty on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter too, but I'm censored as fuck, so it kind of just doesn't matter.
What on Twitter?
X, whatever. I mean, dude, fuck X is look, dog. X is such a fucking stupid fucking name. Like X is just for a second. X is dumb, not because it doesn't sound cool or anything, but because it is impossible to work well in search results. Right? Like you can't put X as a platform. Like it just doesn't work. It sucks. Regardless. But I've been gone for a little while. My grandfather died. So I've just been kind of dealing with that and family stuff. It was complicated. He was a very, very flawed man, but also a great man in a lot of ways. But I had to come back, especially with all of this craziness that's going on. Like it's absolutely the time to not the time to be gone. So I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to discuss this topic. And that's kind of why I suggested it. So
yeah, and thank you for your assistance. And our condolences to you and your family. Sorry about that on your loss.
It happens.
To our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. Always grateful to be here. And my heart goes out to Scott because coincidentally and sadly, although not the same outcome, but I had a close call with my own grandmother in terms of she fell. She's 91. She's now in the hospital recovering. Thankfully, she didn't break her hip. She just fractured it. But she's confused, and it's hard to keep the medical equipment in her. But my heart goes out to you, and I'm glad that you're back, though.
Thank you.
And all that said,
glad to be back.
Thank you. I also agree with Scott and Lactoid in terms of a lot of stuff that has happened. It's shocking, a lot of craziness. And so with that, for the next few hours, I'm looking forward to talking about House of the Dragon. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. You can find me on X, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have our friend Wick. We haven't had Wick on for like a year and a half. Maybe I think it's been a very long time, but Wick is one of our MVP, our star guests. Been here for a part of the crew for a very long time. Been a good friend and doing well on his own channel, so we love to see it. Thanks for being here, Wick. Thanks for stopping by, friend.
Thanks for inviting me. So as if you hadn't heard, Wick TV, you can find me on YouTube, Wick at Wick-TV, and on Twitch and Kick at Wick TV, WHICK TV. A lot has happened. I've had some discussions with some people. I'm looking to have more discussions with more people, but I think that we are at an inflection point in this country. I think that we are at a tipping point when it comes to politics, and what happens over the course of the next few months is going to echo for a long time. And so, yes, I'm here to talk about it and discuss it, and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shit, I was gonna say something. I'll remember it later. Next we have our friend Ali. I mean, look at me in the center, gotten more handsome. And also like mysteriously Muslim, but but Ali, thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me. I go by Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. A lot has happened, a lot to think about. I'm just so glad he wasn't an Arab. I just gotta slide that one real quick. I'm just so that was such a one
jihadist.
One point for the boys, you know. But with that, I'm looking forward to getting to the discussion with you guys. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I cheering that he wasn't black. Holy fuck, man. Like the conversation would be completely different. We know it, right? And I think it's interesting that, you know, white people don't have to worry about that. They don't have to have that kind of anxiety. It's interesting how that works, right? But Wick, I remember what I was gonna say. Wick Dash TV? Did someone
Yeah,
take
someone
Wick
was
TV?
on YouTube. I had to use a dash. I don't know why, but
oh my god. That's
it sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, if you if you just Google Wick, WHICK, you'll find me. Okay. I'm out there.
All right, cool. But yeah, oh god, I'm only like now just taking in Gibbs.
Metaphorically, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Gibbs is actually a man of peace. I think, despite everything, he's actually a man of peace. He just likes the aesthetics of a bomber. But Gibbs,
Bomber. Listen, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I have been wearing the Boogaloo uniform almost every time I come on these panels. I just now embraced showing the body armor, which coincidentally just Apache flew by my house 5 seconds ago. So I'm thinking maybe you Democrats are sitting here planning on taking out more conservatives today. I don't know. A little concerned. Also, as a Hispanic, I'm very glad it wasn't a Hispanic guy. But if I had to pick one group, I'm real sad that it wasn't. I wish it wasn't an Arab guy, because my oil prices would be going way up in my stocks if it was right now. Because Iran, they would be done.
Thank you.
But it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. So yeah, I'm screwed. Don't buy Exxon this week.
You're fantastic. Okay, let's move on. We have our friend Counterpoints. All right, beloved friend of the channel, back with us. I think just because it's an auspicious day here. But we got him back 2 weeks in a row. I'm very grateful to have you here, friend.
No, I'm very happy to be here. Excited to get into it. I'm a little tired. I was running around town yesterday, but overall pretty excited. It's obviously weird to be living through so many historical events in such a short life, but you know, at least it gives us good content. So I'm excited about that aspect of it. If you're into science fiction or Warhammer, then go ahead and check out my main channel, Counterpoints 40K. If you're into debate, check out my second channel, Counterfire, also known as Counterpoints Coliseum. You can find it under that search verbiage. And then finally, I do have a ill-attended to essay channel that's linked down in the description of both of those channels as well. But yeah, happy to be here. Looking forward to the content.
Thank you. Next, we have a brand new person from a friend Tom's community. But Ghosty, I believe is how it's pronounced, right? Ghosty?
Yes, Ghosty.
Yes. Well, we're happy to have you here. Introduce yourself to me and the rest of the audience.
Okay. Ghosty, as Prime already mentioned, it's spelled with a 6 and 2 I's at the end, and kind of newer to YouTube and streaming and stuff. So yeah, not much to say, but I'm excited to be here and talk about this crazy time we're living in.
Okay, thanks so much. Last but not least, our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie is here. Really excited, more patriotic than ever. I love the background, actually, it really works for you. But how are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So yeah, I got overexcited. Invited a little bit more people than I should have. But I really want to talk to you all. Wick was the last one. Whatever. Wick was like, but like I was excited to have you. So
well, damn. I see where I rank. Go ahead.
Right. But I'm glad you're all here. So So we have a established topic here, and it's about what you can guess. But before we move into that, I wanted to hit up our friend Counterpoints just for a little bit, and ask you about what seems to be a massive security failure for this Secret Service. Now, you've been a cop and in the military, and so you're basically a one-man army, right? People shouldn't fuck from. But I imagine you are you're closest we have to an expert, so I'm going to ask you stuff. So let me lay out what I would think as a layperson. I've had a lot of time to think about the Secret Service, like for years. I've put thought into the Secret Service, like honestly. Not
How
because
to
I want to
overcome them, how to get around them.
This guy stole your idea, I guess.
Now we know why you were pushing DEI this whole time. I see your long game.
Oh my god! But yeah, counterpoints. It would seem to me that in a rally like this, that the rooftops would be a covered area, right? That like just like on the White House, they have snipers like on the rooftops. That for this type of area, you'd have that covered. And like, let's say if you were in a like a plaza, right? With buildings on all sides of you, right? Like, I guess the Secret Service would do an assessment of like, hey, there's a lot of windows here. Can we actually cover all these windows, right? If not, maybe let's not have it here. But it seemed like in this case, it was out in an open field, actually pretty easy to secure, but still there was holes in the security and something happened. So like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the things that make the most amount of sense we can't confirm right now. One of the details that was interesting to have been alleged is that Trump was allegedly requesting additional Secret Service security that had been denied by the DOJ. That's not verifiable at this time. Then also there was a post just a few hours ago that was saying that local law enforcement had a SWAT team, quick reaction force, that was actually in those buildings, and they technically were supposed to be outside, but because of the heat and because of their gear, they actually went inside. There's another report that came out basically saying that the shooter was spotted in the roof area. One of the cops actually took a picture about 25 minutes before the shooting actually occurred of the gentleman being in that location. But by the time they directed a local law enforcement person to that location, the guy had disappeared and law enforcement no longer had visual contact with him. And I think looking at the angles, you can kind of understand why law enforcement and why the Secret Service used the assets the way that they did. They did have a, you're talking about counter snipers. They had a counter sniper team immediately behind the president, basically overviewing all of those buildings. There was a second team that was kind of lower by the balconies, and they actually had a decent view of where the sniper was. So utilizing those resources, we would have to verify all the details that I just gave you. But if you're working with a limited team, the truth is that no security is 100%. And oftentimes, part of the reason why I have a lot of anxiety when going in public places with tons of people is because I know how vulnerable public events are to terrorism, mass shootings, cars, VBIEDs, IEDs, all that kind of stuff. So realistically, I think it was an issue of manpower, if I had to guess.
Manpower. But it's
They
again
needed like another 5 or 6 people to be on those rooftops, at least.
Yeah. So okay. You think it might be a manpower issue, and I no one can say at this point, right? None of us on the outside can say.
Well, manpower. Okay, sorry, real quick. Manpower, deployment, and also normalcy bias. So manpower, basically having enough people to deploy them, deploying them correctly, because the truth is that they probably had enough local law enforcement in order to put a couple of guys on top of where the shooter was. And then the final thing is normalcy bias. So a lot of people, when something serious is going down, it takes them a few seconds, if not 30 seconds to like a minute, to realize like, oh shit, something actually serious is happening, because they're in denial that something real could actually happen. And I think that also explains some of the reaction times that you saw from Secret Service agents and law enforcement on the ground.
Okay.
Can I add to this slightly?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of Republicans and people, I don't know, Republicans is probably the bad word. Just a lot of people in general have been like kind of like looking at one of the sniper teams, and being like, why did they take so long? Did they like why was their reaction time so slow? And so obviously there's a lot of speculation on that specific thing. But I do want to say that it appears from their kit that they were likely the long range team and the other team was the mid range team. So even though we can talk about like, you know, there might have been a communication failure, like there might have been, you know, whatever, but people are like, why did they wait to shoot? Or even though it looked like they had a beat on them, their equipment was set up for likely more than like 600 meters. And the other, it's like when you do this and you have multiple sniper teams, you have different equipment for people that are looking at buildings and places much farther away with optics that are really, really sensitive to movement and are not designed to shoot, because he was really close, which is also kind of makes the whole situation like, how the fuck did you let that happen? Because he's like within viewing distance of like people, and he wasn't camouflaged or anything, and we don't know about like how he got on the fucking roof, and there's a lot of questions and a lot of stinky things there, or you know, that need to be answered. But I just want to point that out as well, that like that team that everyone is like, they hesitated by a couple seconds. They might not have even have hesitated. It might have actually been the difficulty of like getting him in the sights and getting the shot correct because of their equipment.
And backing Scott up real quick, just to expand, is like, you're talking about adrenaline. You're talking about trying to find the target. You're talking about trying to make sure it's not a friendly, like it's some stupid yokel cop who's climbing up there to look for something, and making sure that you're not shooting a cop. And then also the target, the roof that he was on, if I'm looking at it correctly, actually was slanted. So the shooter basically only needed to expose his head and the rifle. So you're talking about hitting something that's basically the size of a basketball from 150 yards away, which, you know, people who shoot rifles, like, they might think that that's a small distance. But for a layperson to put that into context, that still is a football field and a half away. So, and you're also talking about like, somebody was asking like, oh, well, these are supposed to be the best of the best. Is it really possible that they choked or they fucked up? And my answer is yes, because you're talking about the most extreme scenario possible. You are talking about trying to take a life in order to save people's lives. And not only that, it's the president of the United States. I can't think of something more intense than that scenario.
I mean, it is their job, but yeah, but thanks.
Yeah,
Communication
I think
breakdowns. I just wanted to point out the optics specifically, because I think it is important that, like, I mean, you know, counterpoints, when you go to the range, right? It's two targets that are 300 meters, and then a couple 250s, a couple 125s, and like a couple of 75s, right? Like, and you're doing that with iron sights. You're not doing like, so 150 seems like a close distance, and it is for a good shot with the right optics, but with optics that are intended to be long range, like it might take another second or two. And this all, you know, from the first shot, supposedly timelines, we don't really know. It could be 30 seconds if he fired at police or not, right? But it is plausible that it was just difficult to do the shot that quickly.
I just don't know why.
Sorry to stomp on you, Ghost.
No, it's fine. If you look at the layout of the area, though, I just don't know why it was possible for him to get on the roof just in the first place. It's like you said, like 150, 200 meters away. It was broad daylight, and it was like it was the closest building to, so I just feel like they should have been watching that in the first place. I know people were like pointing him out before. I don't know how soon it was before the shots went off, if it was like immediately, but I just think it was a major fuck up that he even got on the roof in the first place.
Actually, I saw reports that they actually think he might have camped up there overnight, so he was waiting before the rally goers even got there for Trump.
I mean,
still, like,
a lot of
maybe he was
information.
parachuted down.
Well, I was going to wait till
probably
no.
Supposedly, hold on, real quick. Supposedly, this was a police staging area, and supposedly they sweep the roof. So it's pretty unlikely, unless they're just lying about that.
All right, I was going to wait till an opening.
That's how that went. Also, we know that he left his dad and told him, his dad, hey, I'm going to the shooting range, right? So his father would have to be lying and the police would have to be lying simultaneously about that. And that is possible, but not the most, pretty unlikely.
Yeah, his
I mean,
dad
I gotta say, this is the biggest crock of bullshit I've ever heard out of y'all. Like, I mean, you're telling me they couldn't get some $40 drones up there, like for like a couple hours to watch all these things? Like,
Yeah, they
bro,
should
this
have,
is
for sure.
this is all cope. Like, I mean, like, yeah, oh yeah, it took them a few seconds. Oh, the distance, bro. I could shoot 150 yards like iron sight pretty easily. Imagine if I had a decent scope on there, plus like years of combat training. Like, this is just. I'm sorry, I'm not
Yeah,
buying
this
what
guy
you're
didn't have
selling.
years of
Like,
combat.
no,
What are you,
not
hold on,
not
what are
the
you not buying
shooter.
specifically?
Not the shooter. The counter snipers took so long. I mean, there's so many holes in all this that like the only thing you can look at, like I hate to
Hold
be the
on.
crazy conspiracy theorist, but
I was
I'm
about
gonna
to
be
say
the
I want to
crazy.
give you enough. I want to give you enough rope to hang yourself.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I like don't want to be the crazy conspiracy theorist, but like when I'm sitting here and I've already gone online and like and people are going, oh, registered Republican, oh, he works for BlackRock, oh, he's over here doing this, he's over here doing that, it took this team this long, there was this many
MK
reports,
Ultra.
all this reports, both his parents are saying, like I don't know about y'all, but something smells real bad, and it
Yeah,
smells like
Gibbs,
hold on.
please. No,
Hold on, let me
no.
finish. Hold on, let me finish.
I want to
And
let
it's
him finish,
just
and I want to
one.
ask him a
I'm gonna
follow-up
be done.
question.
I'm gonna be done here in 1 second. I'm almost done. And then
Okay,
on top of that,
counterpoints when
we
Rick
got
afterwards.
$40. We can't put $40 worth of drones like over a building. That's ridiculous. And then on top of that, there's just something smells here, right? And it smells when last week, Biden said we have to put Trump in a bullseye. I mean, and this week he gets shot at. No collusion,
Yes.
no equal thing at all. I
Gibbs,
mean,
I love you.
yeah.
I love you so much.
I mean, we can keep going down the
So
rabbit
hold
hole,
on.
but
Yeah. So let's
I'm just
do it.
throwing some things out there. Smell fishy.
I'm gonna summarize some of the things that you said because I know that if I ask you specific follow-up questions, you're probably gonna dance around a little bit.
Sure.
So BlackRock.
I love tap dancing.
Hold on. No. Give me some rope. So BlackRock, the DEI people, they put their Manchurian candidate shooter in a commercial for teachers' pension funds 8 years ago. Then they recruited him in order to shoot Donald Trump. Then they called up the Secret Service and the local law enforcement. Well, whatever, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, whatever. Then they call the local law enforcement and the SWAT teams and the Secret Service, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna shoot Donald Trump in the face. Go ahead and stand back and stand by." And then Biden was like, "Hey, you know what would be really funny is if I tweeted about this before we shot this guy in the face. So I'm going to tweet about putting a bullseye on him." So does that seem like a plausible series of events to you?
Well, when you say it like that.
Yeah, but like, listen. Here's
Can
the
you
crazy.
say it in another way that doesn't sound
do we know
retarded?
which kind of gun that Hunter bought? I mean, we should be tracing that. It could be.
So like, let me
Well, I
throw
think
one
it's just
other
an
at you.
AR-15. But I'm just saying,
has
like,
the
is
truth
there
ever been
is there
stranger than fiction?
another?
I'm just saying. I don't want to hear all this bullshit
that doesn't
and then
sound
go, oh,
retarded. Is there a narrative
surprise.
version of that doesn't
Yes.
sound retarded?
Yes,
What
I
is
can
it,
give
a
you the
sleeper
narrative
sound they
version of
just
that
went
doesn't
ting?
sound retarded. Hold on, I can give you
Please
another
do
narrative
it.
version of that doesn't sound retarded.
I can't hear you.
It starts with a George Carlin quote. You don't need a conspiracy when like interests align. So you don't need him to be a BlackRock plant. You don't need the CIA to fucking, activate one of their people. You don't need any of that shit. What you can simply do is you can have a group of people that are ideologically possessed, that are ideologically not fans of Trump, working Trump security. You can give him shit security, give him the B team. You can give a bunch of people that are completely unmotivated to actually do anything because the people that are above them don't punish them if they do a shitty job. And I don't mean like shitty job as in an attack actually happens, but like, it's like, hey man, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? You need to tighten up. And then you have a bunch of lackadaisical people that aren't well prepared because they don't like the fucking guy and because he's not given the protection he needs because everyone goes, oh, he's not going to get it. And then this shit just happens because of gross negligence and a bunch of people that don't fucking have anything with him.
I'm good with the incompetence narrative. Sorry, Wick, just real quick. I'm good with the incompetence narrative because I, again, worked for local law enforcement or whatever. And just as an example, real quick, we set up on a house for like one of the richest guys in the neighborhood, and he had been burglarized multiple times. And we set up with cameras, and we had 2 people watching the cameras for like a month. And the burglars broke in again, which is like statistically so weird and odd, but the people behind the cameras were asleep, right? So that's like,
Yeah.
yes, local
Or the
law
cops
enforcement
were in the building instead of fucking sweeping the building like they're supposed to, because it's hot outside and nobody gives a fuck because it's Trump.
So local police departments can be wildly unprofessional.
Here's the problem with all of this, right? Like what Gibbs is saying, what Scott was narrativizing is that's really the problem. Is everyone's taking very, very limited amounts of information, very, very limited amounts of information, a ton of unverified information, and they're telling a story. They're telling a story that fits their worldview in order to push what they believe onto the social media and the public for other people to eat up, right? And that's the problem that we're having today, right?
Yeah, I resent that bullshit accusation.
I resent that as well. That is
fun
bullshit.
and all that, right? But this is what you're doing, right? You are creating a narrative.
No, you're lying.
Right? I'm
You're
lying.
saying that I'm doing it to push a specific narrative for engagement.
You are
I'm not
taking
doing
this
it.
personal. I'm saying this is what's being
hear-
done
yes.
in general. This is what's being done right, left, and center. Everyone is doing this.
Okay, well
because
then
this is
don't
how we
put
work.
my name in your mouth when you're
Holy
saying
shit, I'll
everyone's
put my
doing it.
name in
That's
your
not
mouth
what I'm
every time I want. You can't do a shit thing about it. You can sit there and you can take
do you
it.
think
And that's
you do?
all you can do. You understand that, right? You have no power here.
Well, no, I
okay,
can interrupt
with
you
that
and say
said,
don't lie
you
about
can
me.
interrupt me, but that's
That's
fine.
okay.
Keep
Like,
talking
go ahead.
over you.
What, do you
But
think
here's
that
the
you
problem
do
with
this? Do you think you
narrativization.
engage
Is
in
we continue to narrativization. We continue to use this limited details. We slapdash a story together that sounds good, that gets updates and tweets, and then we continue to push this thing. And it's a problem, and it's one of the reasons that we have so many issues discussing the facts of the matter, is because these stories take a life of their own, and they turn and morph into quote-unquote facts, right? Because you hear, oh, well, I heard this reputable person that I thought was great, like he laid out all this information. And so when the actual information comes out, when the actual facts of the matter come out, and we actually verify or can't verify these very things that have been speculated, it's very hard to change anyone's mind, because the first thing you hear from someone you consider a trusted source sticks in your head, and it's hard to ever change your mind. And that's why I think I have a real problem when people like Gibbs, especially, right, who starts making up shit, right,
But
making up.
that's
This
such
story.
no, I'm going after
You do
this
the
when
same
you're done.
thing, Wick. Like we
Yeah,
just had a discussion a couple weeks ago where you imply that I'm an anti-Semite for saying
You
it's okay to protest in front of a synagogue. Right, where you called all the pro-Palestinian protesters there anti-Semites and Nazis for
I
protesting
didn't call
the
them
sale.
Nazis, but I called them
No, you did.
anti-Semites.
Yeah, you did, for protesting the sale of land in the West Bank, right? Illegally occupied land in the West Bank. Right? But
Not for
rather than
protesting
looking-
it,
rather
for
than
for
look-
ta-
no,
chanting
rather
"Long
than
live the
looking-
Intifada."
rather
That's
than
why.
looking into that story, you immediately started calling them anti-Semites. Immediately started calling me an anti-Semite for saying that they're not anti-Semitic. Like you did the same shit.
Okay, I want to jump in here.
Why
since
are
that
you
was
like,
also
on
addressed.
fucking high horse?
Again,
super
that's
quick.
just not true.
So
I'm going to get some champagne for this. I will be right back in 2
That's a good
seconds.
plan. I like that plan.
That is true,
So-
by the way.
So hold on. Okay, so Gibbs, I'm going to give you a chance, but I want Wick to respond to that, and then Gibbs will go to you. Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I didn't use unverified sources. These ones things that were like not facts. I looked at what the video showed, which was them chanting "Long live the Intifada," which is an especially outside of a
Yeah, but it was
fucking
one video. It was
synagogue,
it was
is an
limited
anti-Semitic
information.
thing to do.
Yeah, you ignore
right?
the video of the pro-Israel protesters.
I
saying,
didn't. I
"Go
said that
home,
they were
stand
racist in
N-words."
doing that. And
You
they
ignore the
condemned them as
context of
well.
them being there. You didn't bother to look into the sale of the
You keep
the land
making
of the
shit
West
up.
Bank.
None of this is true.
Okay, then why is it then afterwards, after I left the stream, you said, oh well, I actually looked into this and I found no evidence of land being sold to the West Bank. I looked. You just go to their fucking website. It takes 2 minutes. You can do it. So I know that if you actually looked into that, you would have found that.
No,
It's
because
either
okay,
you
show
didn't
me
actually
at
look
that
into it,
event.
Wick.
Show me at that
Either you
event
didn't
what
actually
land
look into it,
parcels
Wick,
were being
or you're
sold.
a fucking lying.
Again, all you have to do to show me a liar, show me right at that event what West Bank parcels were being sold, please.
Okay. Do you acknowledge then that the company that was
this is a trick. See, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. I gotcha. I gotcha, buddy. Right? You can't show me at that event what West Bank sales were being sold.
I thought I was here for the
because you
Trump
don't
shooting. Why the
fucking
fuck
know.
are we talking about Israel
Yeah,
Palestine?
I don't care about this
It's
shit.
Israel
Everything is
Palestine.
Israel
Yeah.
Palestine.
Hold on. I'm just
Hold on. I'm gonna give him space. Give him a little space, and we got plenty of
You do
time.
this
So
all
go
the
ahead,
time.
Gibby.
Okay, Wick, this point about narrativization is bullshit from you because you do this all the time, not just with Israel Palestine, but with Trump, right? Calling him a fascist and making all these crazy implications about what's going to happen to the country if he's elected. Why wouldn't you support him being killed if you believe half the shit you say about him?
Because I am against political violence. I don't think the correct answer,
Why?
even if I think Trump is a threat to democracy, you know what a bigger threat to democracy is?
The state
taking
is
out
political
taking out your.
violence. I'm the only
God
one against political
damn
violence
it.
here.
So again,
Do you think
taking out
people's
your
lives will be worse if
political
Trump's elected?
enemies
Do you
through
think people will
violence
die
and
in our
force,
country if he's
right?
elected?
By assassination is a bigger threat to political or to
Why?
democracy, because that opens up a can of worms, a Pandora's box, where
Democracy
everyone
is political violence.
The can of
takes
worms
a
is
problem.
open.
Oh God.
Hold on. According to the Supreme Court, Trump can do basically anything as long as it's.
Oh
like
my God! Please,
No,
Pisco,
okay.
stop.
Yeah, I want to take it there because I think Wick agrees with that narrative.
No, I
Right?
don't.
So if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't,
Well, hold
you
on.
don't agree with
So
it,
no. I want to back Doobie up, even though he's being a smart ass here. Okay, one of the things that I have found frustrating about this discourse over the past 96 hours or however long it's fucking been is the fact that I do think Trump is a threat to democracy. I don't think he cares about the rule of law. I don't think he cares about republicanism. I do think he loves nepotism, loves cronyism. I think that he's a nepotistic crony asshole. And the reason why I wouldn't want him to be assassinated is because I wouldn't want there to be reciprocal violence back towards my political side. But I am sympathetic to the people on the left who are like, yeah, if the dude died, I wouldn't give two shits about it. And that's where like the whole thing, it feels a little disingenuous to have people like Pisco, and I love him dearly, but he's like, I would never condone political violence. Whereas he literally like 2 weeks ago was frothing out the mouth, arguing that now the presidency is effectively an absolute monarchy. So if it's an absolute monarchy, if it's a dictatorship, and it just depends on who's seizing power, why wouldn't you take the person out?
There's plenty of
let's go to Gibbs, who's been waiting, and Lecterly.
Yeah, so I object to this, like where we say we can't take facts. I mean, like, first, the counterpoints did narrativize a whole situation, gave it to me, and then my headset went out, right? It's clearly collusion by the government already going there. But secondly, on a real note here, like I said, he made a narrativization. Let me do a narrativization because, Wick accused me of doing that. So I'm going to do one now, an actual one. Here's one. It's real simple. A couple weeks ago, many people in America thought that Trump got convicted in a kangaroo court. Just what was it, last week or the week before last? The Supreme Court gave Trump a big win. All right. This week or last week, Biden goes, hey, we're going to put Trump in we need to put Trump in a bullseye. All right. Because he's already losing the campaign. That shows all the poll numbers, and he looks like he's got dementia. This week, Trump got shot at and hit in the ear. Now, I'm not saying any of those are connected, but it is a line of things that go in order. And those are just
presidential hit jobs.
I'm just saying that, a lot of things happen. Those are facts. Now, I'm not putting those in any kind of order. Oh, wait, chronologically, maybe. And then, other than that, y'all draw your own conclusions as thinking Americans that hopefully have degrees of some kind.
Do you think it was
like
Biden?
Together. Hey, I'm not saying who it was. I'm not doing what Wick said and narrativizing anything. I'm just saying I listed events in order that we do know. These are hard facts. Hold on. Hard facts that I listed in order. We didn't narrativize that. I just say.
I just need to know if you think Biden is incompetent and can't run the country, or competent enough to call a hit. I just want to
listen. I don't know if you've ever watched any mob documentaries, but sometimes the people at the top of the mob have like Alzheimer's and shit. It's a problem. That Biden crime family, I guess crime families have a lot of things in common, no matter the level. But like, here's another thing. On top of that, it's this idea that what I'm doing is disingenuous is bullshit. Because I literally, his own guy here, Counterpoints, his friend in Progressive Victory, they both just gave a narrative, and then I give a counter negative, and Witt goes, "It's terrible that they're giving narratives. That's a bullshit, Gibbs." And so that's terrible. It's fake news, and what I just can't believe.
I tried to go before Counterpoints, but Prime wouldn't let me.
I'm just saying that y'all are just over here giving us that bullshit and expecting us to eat it fucking like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet when everybody can see that it's bullshit. And I don't know how y'all can sit here and say, oh, these aren't facts, when I only listed 4 or 5 facts there, and they all seem to be at a linear direction.
Gibbs. I think that most people can accept the fact that the popular perception around Trump likely led to some teen or some 20-year-old taking shots at him. Okay. What we're arguing about is whether or not it was intentional. That's what we're arguing about.
Well, I mean, anytime you shoot somebody, it's usually intentional.
Okay, what was it a conspiracy? Was there more than one person? Was Biden involved? Was the Secret Service involved? Was local
I
law
know,
enforcement
a
involved?
lot of fishy things. I'm just saying,
He's just
even if he
asking
wasn't,
questions.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
just
it.
asking questions.
You're just
No,
jacking.
He's
You're just
putting things in
jacking us.
order. You're just
no, I'm
asking
not. It's
questions.
just
You're
really
just
simple.
shutting down questions.
No,
That's
yeah,
all
you
you're
should.
doing.
No,
These are
he's
facts.
just
I
asking
brought up
questions, so he's jacking with us.
No,
Yes,
I
you're
mean, I
jacking.
am
This
asking
is a
questions,
censorship,
and
man.
hold on, I'm asking questions, and I'm giving facts. Convenient how the scientific method usually works. You collect data, you ask questions about the data. I'm just saying.
Yes,
Data.
that's a scientific method. Yep.
Actual data, though.
I mean, what data did I give that was not a hard fact? I didn't even list the bullshit Wick listed, where it's all these crazy bullshit. I listed 4 or 5 facts in a row, and wow, lo and behold, they go in a linear line.
You know a fact that I would like you to. Sorry, you go ahead.
I just think what matters right now most is how our country is going to react to this. And I think it's very dangerous to jump the gun and make all these assumptions and start like theorizing about or hypothetical. I can't fucking talk. Theorizing about civil war. Yes, that word, about civil war and all these things before we even know the motives. For all we know, this kid, he lived an hour away. He might have been thinking about some kind of like terrorism, like or public violence for like a while, and took an opportunity and like really isn't even involved in politics at all. And now I just think it's dangerous to make all these assumptions before we even know about the motives and more about this kid.
Yeah, but who gives a shit about the motives?
So
With the
why
results
don't we do this? Since the conversation has moved from like strictly the security aspect, why don't we like introduce like the topic proper, because we're like pretty much into it, and we'll start with Black to it anyway, because he's the one's next. The topic, this past Saturday, there was an assassination attempt on former President Trump's life. As of now, it seems that it was a lone gunman. His motives are currently unknown, as he was killed by law enforcement. However, this comes in an increasingly radical political environment where both sides have accused the other nominee of being an existential threat to the United States if reelected. Liberals/leftists have long made the case that stochastic terrorism is a threat. That the heated political rhetoric will drive a mentally unbalanced person to commit violence. The right has downplayed these claims and washed their hands of it all. In the wake of this incident, should conservatives reevaluate their stance on this issue? Would it be fair for them to blame the left's rhetoric for this attempt? And if so, does this recontextualize the violence we saw on January 6th? Can we now blame Trump for that? And credit to our friend Scott for assisting in coming up with this topic. I really appreciate that. All right, so we'll start with our friend Lagtoid, work our way around for opening statements.
Yeah, I've got a lot to say. So firstly, there's some dispute over whether or not what his actual motivations were, what kind of political affiliation he had. While it's true we don't know for sure, I've been hearing people say that he donated to the Republican Party as well. That's not true. I looked into that. The only political donation that I've been able to find is a $15 donation to a progressive organization when he was 17. He did register as a Republican. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in Pennsylvania, which is a closed primary state. If you hated Trump, you should be a registered Republican, so you can vote against him in the primary and vote against him in the general. The fact that he's a registered Republican doesn't mean jack shit, so we can't really glean anything from that. In terms of the actual, what led up to the shooting, or maybe not even what led up to this specific shooting, but I think what this shooting did is open our eyes to what I think is some perceived hypocrisy, or actual hypocrisy in my perspective. So, when condemning January 6th as an insurrection, right, there's a lot of points being drawn together, and a lot of lines being made, and a lot of thoughts being connected that may or may not necessarily belong connected. But a key component of that is, look, Trump riled up his base by consistently repeating false claims that the election was stolen. He repeatedly said to go fight. He repeatedly said this. He repeatedly said this. He amped up the crowd. He amped up his base. And then this happened. What did you think was going to happen? Of course, this is going to happen when you amp up your base. And this is the logic that the left has used to insinuate that Trump is responsible. The problem is this is a two-sided coin, because the exact same logic could be used here. When you continuously lie about Project 2025 and attribute it to Trump when he's denied it, when you fearmonger about that particular thing, when you fearmonger about what Trump has said, when you say that he supported Nazis, when Snopes said he didn't, That Charlottesville comment turned out to be a lie, which Snopes finally admitted 4 years after. When his speech prior to January 6th is taken out of context, when peacefully is not mentioned, even today, for example, Wick knows what I'm talking about. Maybe not by him, but perhaps by somebody that was on a show. When that telling is reiterated without the context, with the critical context to explain, you demonize and add a sense of vitriol to the conversation. And if the left is going to say that Trump is responsible for January 6th because of his rhetoric, I don't see how you get away from saying that Biden is responsible for the attempt on Trump's life or any violence that happens to Trump going forward, right? And I think, although personally, I would not hold Biden responsible, just like I don't hold Trump responsible for January 6th. I'm consistent on that front. But I don't see how you guys get away from that inconsistency. And I think Republicans can be inconsistent on this as well when they're defending Trump and saying, look, you can't hold him responsible, but then they're being super hardcore with Biden saying that he is responsible. I don't think that's fair either. I think that you do have to be responsible and consistent at least, or at least attempt to be consistent. So either it's all, you're responsible for all of it, or you're not responsible. You got to pick a side here. I reject all the conspiracy theories. I do think this is an attack on democracy in some regards, right? It is an attempt of assassination on someone running for president, and it is reprehensible. I fully condemn it. Rest in peace to Corey Compatore. And I am comfortable rejecting it, unlike a lot of, even if you don't think the left is responsible for hyping it up, you have to admit that a lot of key figures of the left have been absolutely okay with it, and in fact been more than gleeful, I think, in commenting on the fact that somebody was killed and the president was shot, or the former president was shot, which I think is it's disgusting. I would never do it to Biden. You can hold me to that. I don't think I've ever glorified violence that people are saying, well, the right, is they can come back to me once they condemn the Nancy Pelosi comments or the Nancy Pelosi's husband comments. A lot of people have never said that. And you're responsible for your statements, right? I think that people are kind of lumping people into a group and then demonizing them. The essence of bigotry, it's shitty, and the people who are doing that, specifically in this case, Destiny, Jack Black, they're just disgusting behavior. Fuck them.
So much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
So, mostly everything Lactoid said, maybe some slight disagreement, but mostly everything he said. But let's talk about it a little bit more specifically in how we determine this from a philosophical perspective. So there's a reason that in common law in most Western societies and liberal democracies, the concept of hate speech, the concept, which of course, is obviously something that the left has been trying to force into law for a long time. But the concept of these forms of speech, not being demonized unless it's direct and actionable violence, like a call to violence for a specific person, pointing at them, saying on this date, etc., is important, is because anything else moves from the domain of first order consequences to second order consequences, right? So, if I commit an action and it's directly attributable to that specific action, in a scenario of cause and effect where that must occur, then that's a first order consequence, right? I fire my gun in self-defense, but I fire it wildly and it goes through the wall and hits and kills my neighbor, right? You might think that that's acceptable, and you might say that it was, but it is a first order consequence. But you might, when you start theorizing about that concept, also realize that the initial aggressor in the situation would be the criminal. And so that's when there are gray areas in first and second order consequences, such as this, right? Who's actually responsible when there is an aggressor in the situation that kind of causes your situation. And then that kind of becomes a second order consequence. And so when you're talking about the concept of stochastic terrorism, you are absolutely talking about second order consequences. You're talking about people saying this person is a threat to democracy, or Joe Biden saying MAGA Republicans are a threat to the soul of America, and that they're against democracy and that they're evil. I don't think he used the word evil in that famous speech with like the red lights and stuff, but you get the point, right? Or when you have countless Democrats. So once we move into the domain of second order consequences, it then becomes a level of for most people and most normative ethics, it becomes consequentialist. I tend to look at it from an objectivist standpoint of, rational self-interest. Others might look at it from a utilitarian standpoint, or they might look at it from, a virtue ethicist standpoint, etc. Right? Is it a man of virtue that says these things, especially when they're lies? And there are a lot of lies being told on both sides. And so once we understand that, if we take it from a consequentialist or objectivist position, and we can, we can talk about the virtue ethicist position, but I think it's pretty clear cut. Lying about people and saying shit that they're a threat is usually considered to be not good by them. But from a consequential perspective, what occurs then is what are the probabilities and the ratios and the things that are occurring in the world, right? It can be a minor evil, if you will. It can be, less egregious to say an offhand comment, but it becomes what is the context of these things. And I think the important context of many things, and this applies both to January 6th as well as to the attempt on Donald Trump's life, is the cultural perception that there's nothing left but violence. So it's not so much saying this person is evil, this person is a bad person, this person is a fascist or whatever. Those things are certainly bad. But I think what ramps up the likelihood that that has affected us when we look at Trump is this belief that the Supreme Court gives him carte blanche. The belief that there is that Joe Biden is such a doddering fool that he's going to lose the election and this person's going to be president and there's nothing else we can do. And if he's a fascist, he's going to use all of his power to completely destroy America. And so it is things like the SCOTUS decision and things like that. Similarly, I think
Blood, I want to talk too. Holy shit.
Yeah, look,
Well,
we only
fucking
have till
Blacktoid had a long
11:30.
intro.
I'd like this to get some more
I'm
time,
almost.
right?
Yeah, we only have until 11.
Almost done. Just 10, 15 more minutes.
We got
No. I will just finish the comparison with January 6th, which is a similar situation occurs with January 6th, where Texas, went to the Supreme Court and it was shot down, where all of the states were not doing a substantive review of the ballots, right? And there is a perception that there's nothing we can do. This election is going to be stolen from us. There's never going to be a good investigation in any of these states. And SCOTUS has rejected the state's right to sue. And so it becomes this thing, what do we do but this? Mentality that I think leads to these things. And so, yeah, I would say that it is wrong to say these things, but it is also context dependent. And in both of these situations, I think some of that. Obviously, Donald Trump also made statements that said, don't be violent, don't do these things. So you can't really call Donald Trump an insurrectionist and not immediately say that Joe Biden needs to step down and most of these congressmen need to step down if you have that opinion about Trump. But yeah.
Okay, guys, we got a lot of time on this because this is our only topic. So, it's okay if
No, but I want to get in and throw some punches.
Okay, all right. Well, Corey, please.
Oh, I got 30 minutes then, that's what I'm hearing from what you said.
That's exactly what you heard.
I got a dissertation ready right now.
No, I will try to be brief because I know you want to speak, Connor, and probably everyone else. And we'll also, okay. To, I guess, maybe a little bit of a Lactoid's point. So at the end of the day, I am not an expert on rhetoric, okay, since arguably I have no problem admitting I have no rhetoric whatsoever. I'm pure, unadulterated, no rhetoric at all. But the characterization that, Lactoid sort of puts on the table in terms of, I have no problem admitting that there's bad rhetoric on the left, and there's absolutely lies and deceit that occur on the left and left media. But again, to act like they're fully 50% equivalent on the left and the right, I think is totally disingenuous, and we can maybe get into that in the open. It's sort of like, again, bringing in whatever academic and science debates. It's like, debates on evolution and creation. Oh, it's just like 50-50. No, it's not 50-50. And totally, the scales are balanced, I would say, marginally or moderately in favor of bad and, let's say, inflammatory rhetoric on the right. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Wick.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it sweet. Stochastic terrorism isn't really a thing. I reject it entirely. I've argued with people about this before, right? Biden is no more responsible for the shooter, or the rhetoric around Trump is no more responsible for the shooter than the rhetoric around trans individuals is responsible for hate and violence directed against them. These are disconnected. They're not entirely disconnected, but they're disconnected in a way that makes it hard to really hold anyone responsible. Nor should we. I think it gets into really dangerous territory when we do go down those roads. There is a problem in our rhetoric, and there is a problem in our discourse with dehumanization of the other side, of seeing the other side of as the enemy. No one is free from sin here. Not the left, and certainly not the right. No one is free, right, from mocking when bad things happen to the people who are on the other side. It was disgraceful. It was disgraceful. The people who were mocking the death of that poor man at the Butler rally, simply because he had some yikesy opinions on Twitter. It was disgraceful, and it was disgusting. It was disgraceful and it was disgusting. The people who mocked that young man who got stabbed by that homeless man in the city, when they found out he supported things like ACAB, he supported bail reform, all these things. It was disgusting when that side mocked that man and his wife, or his fiance. It was disgusting. Again, this isn't a right problem. This isn't a left problem. This is a problem. And I think that the haste at which we look to blame either the right or the left as the problem also contributes to this. It becomes a wedge issue, a culture issue, a politicized, polarizing issue. And so we can't really address it because we feel traitors to our side, right? We feel like we're giving the other side ammo when we admit when our side does something that was wrong. The people such as Destiny, such as, I don't think Jack Black did this, I think it was his bandmate, who were saying horrific things about the shooting, and mocking fun and making light. I argued with Destiny directly about this, so I invited him on our channel. We had a fight about this, right? You can look it up. I'll repeat. We cannot condone political violence like that. It's just not okay. I'll keep it short. I'll keep it simple. That's it. We'll get into discussion. Thank you.
Damn, Wick. I mean, you took so goddamn long. Can you respect the channel?
know,
Can you
I know,
respect
it's
the
crazy.
time of everyone else here? I mean, honestly. I apologize to you. I apologize to the rest of you for Wick's behavior. All right. Ali, please.
Oh, just once again, thank God he wasn't Arab or Muslim. Alhamdulillah. And I'll just pass it to Gibbs.
Jesus, he's going to attack us.
I'll just pass it to Gibbs. Hey, what? Didn't
Take the shot.
Didn't happen.
Okay, no.
Sorry, you can't be whispering Arabic shit around me and not expect me to like.
Praise be. But yeah, Gibbsy, go ahead.
I'm fucking around.
I know.
All right, boys, smoke them if you got them. We're gonna be here a while. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm just gonna say, I think a lot of what's happening by the left is very disingenuous right now. This idea that they have sat here and gone, oh, the right are the ones with all the rhetoric. Whenever they talk about the January 6th insurrection, that wasn't really an insurrection, and we compare it to, like, I don't know, the BLM protest that caused $20 billion worth of damage last time I checked, and that was before the insurance companies had even got involved, saying it's gonna be 20 years in some of these areas to rebuild. And then when they look at these things and they say, oh, that's not an insurrection, even though they took over land in the city, and then they want to say January 6th. I think this is a very disingenuous take by the left, especially whenever we have actively many times Biden, who's the leader of their party, they've claimed that they're the leader of the party, they're sticking by this dementia-addled old man that looks like Palpatine fell down some stairs, and they're going to sit here and go, hey, you know what? He's our leader. And then when he says, I'd like to take Trump out back and give him a beating. Oh, you know what? This stuff with me, you don't need to worry about that. Let's put a bullseye on him. And then something happens and they go, oh, Trump's the one inciting violence. Oh, it's 60-40 or whatever, the right over the left. No. The left is some of the most vicious, like cancel culture, hateful people I've ever met. Nobody hates themselves more than the left. And then when they hate themselves that much, they hate everybody else too. And that's what's happening here. This hateful individual decided he was going to take a shot and try to kill the president. You know what? I can guess his motive. It was to kill the president. It's pretty simple. I don't know why we're going to sit here and do all this hand wringing and say, oh, what was his motive? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter his motive because the outcome would have been the same. And it would have probably been the boogaloo. Although conservatives seem to not be burning down cities when something bad happens to our guy. However, when something bad happens on the left-hand side, I mean, $20 billion and whatever, and then we're not going to call that an insurrection.
Okay. Thanks so much. Soyaddle, before I gave 200 bits, saying, is Wick's microphone backwards again? We can hear you. We
Am
can
I
hear you.
too quiet? Is this
You were a
better?
little quiet there,
I'll try to be
but
more
just only a
loud.
little
I
bit.
promise. Okay, we can turn it
Okay.
up.
All right. I'm sure. Doobie will give you a reason to be loud. Let's go to our friend counterpoints.
Okay. Stochastic rhetoric, meaning that you lead somebody up to a violent conclusion, but then you back off at the last thing, is absolutely a thing. We've seen it done on the right wing for plenty of times. We've seen it done on the left wing for plenty of times. We can all come up with dozens of examples of people doing this, okay? Now, here's the thing. Lactoy brought up an interesting conversation about, like, well, what's the difference between the left and the right when it comes to this rhetoric? How can you not be a hypocrite? How can you condemn it on one side but not condemn it on the other? It's because whether or not the underlying facts are true should be relevant to what rhetoric you're doing. Real quick, as an example, if I say Hitler is a bad dude, he hates Jews, he wants to kill Jews, he's a threat to the German Republic, and if nobody does anything, then we're probably fucked. And then somebody goes and tries to shoot Hitler, the underlying facts of the matter are still that Hitler is a bad guy and probably should get taken out. Okay? So, in this example, I want to read you something. I think this was tweeted out in 2022, so 2 years after the election. This is from Donald Trump. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Now, from my end, this is the same rhetoric that led up to January 6th. So if there was outcome determinative fraud, then Donald Trump would be correct, maybe not in suspending the Constitution as he alleges in this tweet, but he would be correct in using every means available to him in order to try to maintain power, because basically he's preventing the fraud of the elections of the United States. However, it is now 4 years later, and none of his cronies, and neither he himself, has shown any amount of substantive evidence showing outcome determinative fraud. Whereas what is shown here is the fact that he is willing to suspend the Constitution in order to regain and maintain power. So as a result, if you say this person is a threat to the fundamental Republican order, it's not a lie. It's fundamentally true. And so I think Pisco and Dan and Destiny are being alarmist about the SCOTUS ruling. I fought them about this like last week or whatever. But one of the things that Fabian said that I think was really interesting was he said, the problem is not necessarily the rhetoric. The problem is the fact that you think that violence is the only option available to you. And I can see how, if you think that Trump is a threat to democracy, if you think that he will be an absolute dictator, and if you think that a voting is not going to work, how you would take the actions that this young man took. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much.
I got to respond to that after the openings.
Sure. Ghosty.
So in about an hour.
Okay.
Write it down.
So, no, I don't think it's fair to blame Trump for his own assassination attempt. But I also don't think it's fair to blame Democrats for their rhetoric, especially when Republicans are guilty of the exact same. If you want to talk about fear mongering from the left, Trump's entire campaign is fear mongering. I don't even think he has a plan for his presidency. He just perpetuates fear and uses his voters' fear. I blame Thomas Crooks for this right now. And like I said, what's most crucial, I think, is how we handle the aftermath of this. America has, no room for political violence, and I think it's unfortunate it's gotten to this point where someone had to die, but that's why I think we should all be very careful what we wish for, and take violent events like this very seriously. Violent events like this and others very seriously. And I do think Trump does show a lot of signs of authoritarianism. Sorry, I'm really bad with vocabulary. But yeah, I don't think it's smart right now to start pointing fingers and talking about civil war until we learn the motives. The US has a lengthy history of presidential assassinations and attempts, which is not to excuse it, but I just don't think we should jump the gun. I think we should take a step back, and hopefully this will be a wake-up call for Trump and both political parties.
Thank you. Doobie.
If stochastic terrorism isn't real, then it really shouldn't matter if people are being dehumanized or Trump is being made out to be the fucking devil. He's going to kill millions of people if he gets elected. None of that should matter if stochastic terrorism isn't real. So I don't think that makes any sense.
Okay. And before we jump into it, we're going to go to Lactoida first because he wants to respond in counterpoints. Hey guys, consider supporting the channel. Just going to make that call here. If you want to watch this on YouTube, consider the super chats. I got my eye out on that. All right.
I can't see you, Prime. I'll take your word for it.
So how about the channel? Admiral Gibson, forget that sub earlier. I didn't shout you out for that. But how about the channel? Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, gift memberships on YouTube if that's a thing you like to do. Support this channel so I can continue bringing this content. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so something interesting was said, which is that, well, correct me if I exaggerate things or if I misstate something, but my understanding was what you said was it depends on whether or not the underlying facts are true as to whether or not it's this sort of stochastic terrorism or incitement or not. However, I went through a couple examples. I'm going to reiterate them as to the complete falsehoods that have been used by Biden or his campaign because I'm pretty sure all of these have been used by Biden and other major Democrat sources in order to discredit and attack Trump that are just wholly false. Let's talk about like one of the biggest ones, which has been a lie repeated for 4 years now, which is that he called Nazis very fine people at the Charlottesville riot where someone was killed, right? This was specifically repudiated by Donald Trump in that statement, and people kept peddling that bullshit for how many fucking years? People believed that, yeah, holy shit, he's a Nazi. He's calling Nazis very fine people. If I had a quarter for every fucking time I was told that. And so now it's been instilled into the brains of people that he thinks Nazis are very fine people, which was a complete falsehood. Snopes already said it was a lie. That's not true. You're talking about like the insurrection. Like, look, under the underlying facts of the insurrection, Donald Trump was wrong. Well, a lot of the ways the insurrection is being categorized is also false. Whenever people talk about we got to go fight, we got to go do this, we got to do that, during his speech that he gave prior to the riot that happened on January 6th, everybody always conveniently leaves out peacefully and patriotically. Why isn't peacefully included? Why isn't that that very important word, that very important piece of context ever included? Because you're fear-mongering. You're fear-mongering about this guy. You don't want to include peacefully because fuck this guy. He's evil. We don't want him to win another fucking election. Cutting Social Security. I don't know how much relatedness that actually has to violence. But again, kind of part of this overall fear-mongering strategy when this is absolutely false. Biden reiterated this at the debate. And then the Project 2025 bullshit, okay? People have this belief that Project 2025 was written by fucking Hitler, right? And is being implemented through Trump, through mind control, back from 1936, okay? This is what people believe. When, first of all, he has specifically said he's not supporting Project 2025. He's supporting Agenda 47. That's been lied about repeatedly by Biden, his campaign, and plenty of other Democratic sources. And also, the specifics of Project 2025 are also fucking lies often. Mark Hamill, fucking Luke Skywalker, he was fucking on Twitter saying how Project 2025 is going to remove no-fault divorce. Nobody has read this fucking shit. Nobody, you're not going to find that anywhere in Project 2025. 90% of the claims that people are making about Project 2025 are completely false, and he doesn't even endorse it. So you have repeated fear-mongering about completely false things from Biden and his staff and his campaign. Now, if you think, again, this is the crux. If you think, well, yeah, that's all bullshit, that's all lies, but when you're running a campaign, just because you say these lies and you say this bullshit, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're responsible for what some crazies might do if you hype them up. I fully agree. So this is why I said at the beginning, I'm not going to hold Biden responsible. Some people here might. Okay, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to hold Biden responsible for Trump getting shot or for Corey dying, Corey, not this Corey, but the other Corey dying, right? That's fucked up. But this is a double standard. This is an absolute double standard. Lies are being used on both sides to incendiate, to cause a lot of incendiary, vitriolic hatred. And you are not free from that. Your side, at least, is not free from that.
Of course not.
So,
No,
so hold on. I heard
quick,
this.
Just point of clarification. So I put in. It was said, Ghosty said, I don't even think he has a plan, right? And I think the fact that many people don't even know that Trump has a plan is really telling about how much the media drives up bullshit. And if you try and Google it, right, like all you're going to get is Project 2025, which is an
Wait, the media. I'm sorry, just real quick. He had an entire debate to talk about his plan, and he didn't mention one thing. I just want to say that it's not from the media.
He mentioned he railed immigration for half the fucking debate, which is his one fucking thing that he's super passionate about, and he's not even lying about that.
Yeah. So just very quick, since you've never heard of it or you've never seen of it, us that are involved in politics and discussing it online should do like just the tiniest basis amount of research before we step onto a panel. So if you want to take some time, I gave you the links to his plan that has a name, that has videos, that have his policies, because you said you didn't even think he had one. So clearly you don't know anything about Trump or the Trump presidency at all. So if you want to learn about it a little bit, the links
Yes, and the reason she doesn't know is obviously because the big states, the deep states, out to get Trump and suppresses all his things. It isn't because Trump has failed to communicate, right, his plan accurately and succinctly to the American public. It's all someone else's fault. It's all someone else's fault. This victim complex that you that you're always like pushing, this narrative that, well, if only the media wouldn't lie about us, they'd all be able to understand our plan and we'd be happy and everyone would agree and we'd all come together in this kumbaya moment. It's just never true, right? Like, look, when we talk about like purveyors of political violence,
straw man, but okay,
right? The purveyors of political violence, Trump has been one of the biggest purveyors of political violence.
Hold on. So before we get into the sorry, finish, but I want to get in.
Okay. Yeah, Trump has been one of the biggest pushers of extremism. Yes, the left is not free from sin here. I would never say that the left has no blood on their hands when it comes to this topic. They absolutely do. I can point to specific figures who do this. I can point to things like even Destiny recently who did this, right? It's bad. But we cannot sit here and pretend that the right also does not do this. And again, this idea.
No one's doing
that.
Okay, so
not
sorry.
a single person on this panel has even suggested
that
the right doesn't engage in this.
Okay, and before we get into the tit for tat of
condemn it when they do.
Before we get into the tit for tat of who is worse, by the way, the person that I hate the most in Twitch and YouTube politics is Hassan Piker, who is a lefty. I think he's one of the biggest pieces of shit on the internet. But anyways, so Lactoid.
Hold on, Ghosty. We can hear some voices on your end. So consider maybe muting your mic.
You can hear that. Oh,
yeah, no problem. No issues. Go ahead, counterpoints.
So the reason why I read the tweet that I did is because I think it is particularly egregious. I think it's borderline indefensible. I think that it demonstrates the fact that he should, if he's going to make this claim, that we should be willing to suspend rules, regulations, and articles up to and including the Constitution, then you should be holding, if you're going to be doing that, you should be holding the fucking royal flush in your hand. You should have evidence of outcome determinative fraud that the entire American people have been completely defrauded in the election. And I'm saying 4 years later, he still does not have it, which means that one of two things. This guy is either delusional, which is an option, or he's malevolent, which is the more likely option. And so as a result, if you think that he's delusional or malevolent, and he's saying that he, as the president of the United States, is willing to suspend the Constitution, that is a demonstrable threat to the way that our republic functions. So that
between
is
Biden and Trump, who's actually ignored SCOTUS ruling between those?
No. I would like it if
between Biden and Trump,
or
maybe Biden.
Don't jump away. I want you to tell me. Okay, so I'll ask you a question because I'm making this point and I'm trying to make it as straightforward as I can.
At the end of your
as Trump presented,
you're done.
Sure, I would love to. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and closely working with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. So has Trump proven outcome determinative voter fraud to the tune that he's talking about in this tweet?
Not to my satisfaction. During January 6th, I was
anyone's satisfaction
when it was happening. When January 6th was happening, I was actively condemning it. Right at the fucking time. Right, I said this is horrible.
You still condemn
right?
it?
This is of course January 6th. Of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do.
Of course, they should have showed up with guns and stayed outside.
There you go. That's
been way better if they would have showed up with guns.
I want to hear his response because for me, this is the issue.
Yeah. So I was condemning it, and I was condemning it for multiple reasons. The point I'm trying to get at is not only can I condemn that, but I could also see like a plausible, I guess, a plausible way here that Trump could be thinking what he was thinking. Even though I don't necessarily agree with them, right? And so if this is where the logic jump is, right? If you think that, so let's just assume it's going to be hard for you and a lot of people. I'm not even insulting you with that. Like perhaps it is, reasonably speaking. Let's say Trump did believe that it was stolen, right? He was listening to certain voices that were confirming the biases he had. He saw certain videos and he was saying like, there's no fucking way this isn't stolen. I was doing so good. I was doing this. How the fuck did this happen? Right? But he let's say he genuinely believed it was stolen. In that context, the statement there, although I disagree with it, is that an incitement to violence? Right? Is that stochastic terrorism? Is him saying, these fuckers cheated, we got to fucking go back and redo this shit. This is awful. If we're going to insinuate that is like violent. Well, we're not going to ignore violence because the question today is what motivated Trump getting shot.
Okay, so hold on. The reason why I'm saying ignore violence is because I think that you could create an entirely dystopian nation without violence. So for instance, like the CCP or whatever, I almost guarantee you that China, if you look at homicides, thefts, murders, robberies, rapes, whatever, they are probably statistically significantly lower than the United States of America, and yet they don't have obvious coercive violence that happens every single day. So I still wouldn't care if Trump was saying, grab your AR-15s, boys, it's time. What he's talking about is suspending the Constitution of the Republic based off of what he believes.
Right.
So
here's the problem. If your point in this is just like, oh, like Trump, like, this is a terrible take by Trump. Fuck Trump. If that's it, you can say
it's a fundamental threat. It's a fundamental threat to democracy.
Of the Republic. You're saying the same thing, but in more words. Is that terrible? Is a fundamental threat to the fabric of democracy? Is that terrible? I think we would both agree that would be terrible, right? So you think it's a terrible take from Trump, and you want to say fuck Trump based on that one thing, or whatever, and everything else. I'm not limiting you to just that one thing. You can say that Trump is bad for all sorts of reasons, okay? But the question is, like, if you're fear-mongering about objectively false things, like the things that I went through before, and you really, really hype up this shit over and over and over again, and insinuate, hey, this motherfucker's Hitler, like this is exactly what Hitler did, even though it's not necessarily what Hitler did, right? There are differences. Like if this leads you to be responsible for the actions that come afterwards, which is what you're insinuating Trump is responsible for by saying this in the first place, you're caught in the catch-22. You got to pick one option.
I'm not, because I think stochastic rhetoric is absolutely a thing. And then here's the thing. So I want to rebut you real quick.
So Biden's responsible.
He's partially responsible. Absolutely. So the rhetoric though. So this is where I want you to follow me real quick. So let's say that this young man is either an accelerationist or he's a moderate Republican or he's a left winger who entered into the primary, right? He's one of those three things, right? Let's eliminate accelerationist because he wouldn't be motivated by the same reasoning. But let's say he's a moderate Republican or he's a Democrat or a progressive or a leftist and he just voted in the primary. Then if you have this tweet along with all the other behaviors that Trump has done, and you believe that that is a threat to the Republic, and then you have someone like Pisco or Dan who I argued with viciously last week, come out and say that the Supreme Court has effectively made the president an absolute monarch with unchecked power, then at that point, the attempt on Trump's life makes sense logically. Now, I'm not saying that that is true. And if anything, if you want to indict Dan Can't Stream and Destiny and Pisco for being hyperbolic about this issue, I will agree with you. And I think that rhetoric did lead to the shooting.
There's a fundamental flaw with your argument. There's a fundamental flaw with your argument.
We should let that linger for a second. That was an admission.
We got people in line, right? So we got Corey, Wick, and Scott. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I should be brief, probably. So yeah, Lactoid. Maybe just as a point of clarification. So you're right. Okay, on Trump's speech on January 6th, he did technically say, okay, peacefully and patriotically.
Nobody ever mentions that.
But I'm just curious, like, do you think that you can add that to like any piece of text or speech, and that makes it, automatically like nonviolent?
It doesn't make it automatically nonviolent, but it's
no
critical.
offense.
But it's critical context to include whenever you're describing the statements of somebody, right? If I say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. Oh, just kidding, I'm not really going to do that. Does the just kidding, I'm not really going to do that, is that like necessarily get rid of everything I just said? Not necessarily, right? You got to look at the context. You got to and I think the context is critical here to look at, actually. I think it's one of the reasons why it was not an insurrection. But when you leave that part out, when you just say, no, he said this, leave out the peacefully part. Leave out the part where he said not the Nazis when it came to Charlottesville. Leave out like you're just.
I'm not talking about that. You're bringing out things that I'm bringing.
No, I'm including that. I'm including that because what you're doing is you're clipping, right? You're clipping certain things of what people are saying, and you're giving people an impression about what somebody is saying without the things that are most defensible to them. When you do this, you're obviously going to give somebody a warped perception.
It's a lie of omission.
It's a lie of omission. This person's Hitler. Of course they're Hitler. Not only, did this one website. I'm not coming after you. I'm just describing the process here. Like,
I know, but I'm trying to engage with you and like the points that I'm trying to make, though. Like,
I agree. I agree. I agree with two things. I agree with one, that just saying peacefully, or really any amount of words, even if he got on his knees and pleaded with people to not do anything violent whatsoever, that would not be determinative necessarily that he didn't have some kind of violent intent. Nothing can actually be determinative, and in any context whatsoever, that he didn't have violent intent. And then secondly, when people say that and leave out the context, they are being irresponsible. I'll make that claim too.
Okay, sure. I'm trying to go step by step. I only asked you one question so far, just to establish something.
Well, I'm angry, so go ahead.
I know. Well, maybe control your anger and learn some, emotional regulation strategies. I'm a
right winger. We don't have emotional regulation, right?
I know. So you spoke about broader context. Okay, so that's what I wanted to get to in terms of the broader context of like Trump's whatever speech on January 6th. Like, so in your interpretation, like overall, like percentage wise, like as long as he had that, peacefully and patriotically, that means the broader context is like non-violent. Like it was never a call to violence.
This is why I went through everything I just said, because I specifically repudiated what your conclusion there just was. I'm not necessarily saying that him adding this means for sure that it was peaceful, okay? What I'm saying is that when you're describing his actions, if you leave that part out, you're being irresponsible.
Okay, yeah, so
there is nothing he could have done to prove for sure that that was not an insurrection.
Okay, so then how would you characterize the tone of his speech? As an overall inflammatory, neutral, really positive and uplifting? Where's your barometer?
So I would categorize the speech
when he said, just to maybe add some, but I'm going to be clipping, so you can add whatever context you want. But I think he explicitly mentioned, like, that, he got the most votes ever. Okay, which is obviously not true since Biden won. I think he mentioned that, Biden got 80 million computer votes. I think that was like specifically what he said. He also mentioned that Mike Pence has to do the right thing. So that they have to like.
If he said it, you can mention all of it. Yeah, if he said it, you can mention it. Right. I'm not saying that you can't mention it. What I'm saying is that.
Yeah. Where's your barometer on the tone?
When you're insinuating. Hold on. Tone and statements here are different, right? If you're saying that he's saying false claims, that's fine, right? You can bring up the particular claims, you can prove them wrong. What I'm saying is that the question is not necessarily whether or not he was lying. The question is, what was the purpose of what he was doing? Is the purpose of what he was doing to get people to go commit an insurrection? And when he includes specific phrases, certain commands, such as to be peaceful and patriotic, when he talks about respecting law enforcement. When you look at his actions of that day, I'm looking at the total picture, and I'm not seeing an insurrection. Now, you might disagree. Reasonable minds could disagree here.
Yeah.
But when you're not looking at the full picture, when you're saying, well, he
So
said all this, leaving out the piece.
Okay, so you keep
I just
doing
answered.
this?
I just answered. I just answered.
Lactoid.
No,
Like
I don't
you're
think you
talking about
answered.
leaving out
I said I
context?
don't see an insurrection. I'm going to repeat myself
That's
again.
not, okay, so I
How do I view it? That's what you said, right?
Some categories
tone
is
that
to
you
say,
see?
yeah, exactly. I said, I
what's
just
the tone?
as an example of like.
What's the vibe? What's the vibe? What was the vibe?
Was
The
he
vibe
angry?
was political.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an angry political.
It's amazing how the tone matters.
Gotta use the right words,
Not the
Corey.
hurt
What the
words.
fuck?
Yeah,
Yes,
hold
that's
on.
all. That's all I wanted to hear is if you could say angry political. Okay, so as long as you can actually admit that, that's all I really wanted.
Democracy
If you
is
could-
political
But
violence.
when we're talking
No.
about this, like you are mad.
Dark
Lactoid.
Brandon does the same fucking shit. Who
Is
cares?
this on? Like your vibe right now, you're angry, you know?
I'm doing it right now.
You're
Am I
explosive,
inciting
exactly.
violence?
Here's
Yes,
the problem,
you're an
Lactoid.
insurrectionist.
With everything
Fuck
you
off.
just said, is that you're
Angry,
mad because people leave out context when they leave out the word peacefully. Fair enough.
hurt
But
reports.
what you're doing is also leaving out all the context that led up to this, including the false elector slates that were prepared for this moment and everything leading up to it that also adds context to what happened on January 6th. So you can be mad as hell all you like about people adding context, but you don't have blood. Your hands aren't free to blood here either, because if you want to talk about this in a holistic, entire, like rational fashion, you cannot leave out the false elector slot.
I'm always willing to talk
Fair
about
enough.
any aspect.
You can.
I'm always willing to talk about any aspect of this. The point I'm trying to make is, if you and I are in a panel and we have the time to go back and forth, I'm not going to back away from any particular aspect of what happened here. Okay, but when people are talking about the insurrection, right, the alleged insurrection, what you guys would say is the insurrection, they aren't. Yeah, it is like a long form conversation in which specific snippets are being left out to make somebody look more violent than they necessarily are, to make somebody look more like a threat than they necessarily are.
Or
how am I doing that? Do you think that somebody like, hold on? Do you think that it's the same thing to make somebody look like more like a threat, as opposed to leaving stuff out that makes them look like less than a threat when it comes to encouraging violence?
They're similar things when it comes to
Not
this.
when it comes to encouraging violence. Making somebody seem like more of a threat.
But when we're talking about whether or
somebody
not,
seem like less of a
hold
threat
the
does
question
not
at
encourage
hand.
violence.
The question at hand, whether or not January 6th was an insurrection, an attempt, an auto coup, right? An attempt to overthrow the results
And
of
the
the
burden of
election.
proof is on you.
Right? But again, you have to, if you're going to accuse people of leaving out context, and then you yourself leave it out context, it makes like how are people going to take you seriously? And I understand.
Well, you just
it's a
did
long
that with
form-
the Herd report.
I understand. I understand. Hold on. I understand. I understand that it's a long conversation to have. I understand that it's a long form conversation, but I think that you are very angry because people choose to shorten it in one way, but you excuse yourself from shortening it in your way. But this is all beside the point, almost.
But you're doing that now. You're doing that now, Wick, with the Herd report.
Let's leave the Herd report out for just 1 second. I have, again, never backed away. And if ever we're talking about, like, in full context, like the events leading up here, the overall theory of Jack Smith's case, right? Like, yes, the quote unquote fake elector slates, those are going to be critical when it comes to analyzing what the overall theory is about what Trump did. What I'm saying is multiple things. I've never backed away from having a conversation about that. Whenever we're talking about stochastic terrorism, violence being encouraged by one person against another, leaving out context that makes somebody seem like less of a threat is not the same as leaving out context which makes somebody seem like more of a threat. Third, we weren't even necessarily talking about that specific aspect of it. When people are talking about what Trump said peacefully and patriotically was in the same fucking speech. Mm-hmm. And they're leaving that part out. There's multiple like
in the
branches.
same sentence.
There's in the same
Actually
fucking
cut the
sentence.
sentence.
There's multiple branches to all what the supposed theory of insurrection are. And yes, you're not going to be able to, in every casual conversation, get to every single branch. And if peacefully and patriotically was like on a separate phone call that happened like the night before, I wouldn't blame Democrats so much for leaving that part out. But when it's in the same fucking speech, when they literally just clip and ship the same thing they did with the Charlottesville bullshit, right? When they just clip and ship a particular part out of a paragraph and then just use that, there's no way to view that. That's not saving time. That's not like being reasonable.
It's like a line
That's
item
just
veto.
bad faith. It's a line item veto. It's just straight up
Hold
bad
on,
faith
but-
to make
but
somebody
Blackwood-
look more like a threat than they necessarily are.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so
Let's take this off.
let me-
Sorry,
no,
are we taking turns?
I waited. It was my turn. I was
Okay.
told I had to wait.
I didn't
Tell
even finish
Corey
my
and
I'll
turn,
wait.
but-
Okay. We'll go to after that. We'll go to Scott, Gibbs, and counterpoints. Okay?
Scott wants
And,
to finish the opening
and I'm
statement.
sure Doobie has something else to say.
Fuck you, Corey.
Look, dude, fuck you. My opening statement was long because I had to bring up some philosophical points and understanding this. And you can't do that unless it's an opening because you just get jumped on too much. It's too complex. But I want to say this, Counter. One of the issues that I have with the way this conversation has shifted is in my opening that you kind of like, you said that like it was an interesting point and you kind of piggybacked off of, which is the concept that like, is there a feeling of hopelessness from individuals because of the rhetoric that is coming through? You shifted it a little bit to a Mott and Bailey, which is the Mott being that the Bailey being this argument about the Mott being the factual aspect, right? You're stating that, well, if it's a fact, it's one thing, but if the underlying things aren't a fact, it's another. And the issue that I have with that is then you go along with all of your conversations as if there is an assumption that widespread voter fraud isn't a fact in any way because the Republicans have a burden of proof to prove said widespread voter fraud, despite the fact that you have the New York Times coming out and openly admitting that a group of Republicans and Democrats did what they could to, quote, fortify the elections. Despite the fact that the Texas, when they tried to go to SCOTUS, they were shut down. Despite the fact
What are you implying
that
with fortify
in
the
many
election?
states there was
What are you implying there?
I know what he's implying.
I
I'm
don't.
taking notes.
I'm implying that they bragged about changing the rules to make voter fraud easier, to make individuals that wouldn't have normally voted.
This is the problem. It's
What do
bullshit.
you mean bullshit?
It's
They
bullshit.
literally.
Yeah, it's
They
bullshit.
bragged
Right,
about
here's the
on
thing.
they
Here's the
bragged
thing. Hold
about
on.
in media. They were
This
like,
is the
yeah,
Mott and Bailey.
we got a bunch of
This is
dead
the Mott and
people
Bailey.
to
You
vote. It was
snuck in-
awesome.
You snuck in the premise that it is untrue, that it is factually incorrect that there was widespread.
You snuck in the premise
As a matter of fact,
that
let's get to the point.
fortifying
Let's get to the point.
meant that
Do
they
you have
made it
evidence of
easier to
outcome
commit
determinative voter
You're
fraud,
sneaking in
Fabian? Do
all
you
the
have?
time.
Do you have?
I love when
evidence
they
of
yell
outcome
because I got your
outcome
fucking
de-
ass.
Yeah, is that why
No,
we're
go ahead.
yelling?
No,
and
no.
not because you're being a
So
little baby?
Fabian,
You gotta yell
Fabian,
at
I
children.
want to
Get
ask
them to
you. I
behave.
want to cut to the point here. I want to cut to the point here. Do you think that there is evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud?
Outcome determinative is the thing you're sneaking in here. There's always evidence of
It's the
voter
thing that
fraud,
fucking
right?
matters.
It's the thing that matters.
No. Because the question is it
You're
factual?
saying no, like I'm
And then
interrupting you,
again,
but I wasn't.
you're repeating the Mott and Bailey, right? Because you're shifting it from is it factual, and then what you do is you're making two arguments.
Notice he's not
simultaneously.
answering the
One
question.
says
So Fabian, I will articulate to you why it matters.
I'm gonna fucking no. What you are doing
You wanna finish your
is
point?
you're
Finish your
saying
point.
it is fact dependent, and then you say
It is
where is the evidence to prove that this is a fact? And I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that it is absolutely true that there was outcome determinative.
I can't prove it. I have no
What I'm
evidence,
saying-
but here you go.
Yeah, Fabian, I would like
First
the
of all-
opportunity.
first of all, I
I
don't
would like
have
the opportunity.
any evidence.
I
Like,
would like.
there's always
I would like the
evidence of voter
opportunity.
fraud.
I would like the opportunity to articulate why there's a difference here for me. So, if you say, "Hey, Connor, you said that there was no voter fraud," I don't think I've ever done that. So if you're like, "Hey, in Georgia, there was 10 different families that lived out of state. They registered in one state in order to vote. They also voted in this state. We didn't find out until after the election." Or if you say in Arizona, they let 60 Mexicans vote or some shit like that, like Mexican nationals. Then for me, I would be like, okay, I understand that there was fraud. Did this affect the outcome of the election? The reason why I care about that is because the person. Well, that's great, but I'm going to say it anyways in case anybody at home doesn't know. The reason why that's important is because there's a very powerful man, perhaps one of the most powerful men on the planet, who said that he was willing to suspend the Constitution of the Republic based on whether or not that is true.
You're
So 60 Mexican nationals.
Mott and Bailey. You're
What is
re-displaying
the
why your
Mott
argument's
and Bailey?
fallacious. It's very simple.
Who gives a shit?
A
What's
Mott and
the
Bailey is a
fallacy?
defense where you're making two simultaneous arguments. You said that it is determinative of whether or not it is a fact. So just as much as you can ask me that it is a fact that widespread voter fraud was outcome determinative, I can then reverse that and say, do you know for a fact that there was not widespread determinative voter fraud? Do you know that for a fact? Can you say that it is a fact? Right, exactly. So
what I
when
can say is a fact is no one has presented any evidence of this.
Shut up.
That's what I can say is a fact.
Shut up. I'm talking about counterpoints argument, Wick. Like, you're just interrupting to try and like derail for your side.
Interrupting to try to make this more entertaining so people don't fall fuck asleep when
I want to get to the point. I want to get to the point.
I'm not filibustering. What I'm saying is you then continue the conversation as if it is a fact. You're saying that you say it is fact dependent, and then you continue the conversation as if it is a fact because Donald Trump couldn't prove it. Let's just hypothetically say it is a fact.
Okay.
Let's say hypothetically it is a fact. Maybe. Let's say the election was stolen. Would that not completely change his statement?
I already said
your
that.
Logic, would that right? So then, if that is the question, how do you then go about in your argument as if the assumption is
Scott,
that it is not?
I'm going to explain it to you. So now you're just talking about like, how do we know what we know? Okay, that's what you're really asking me. And I will tell you
for a question of epistemology. What I'm saying,
I listened to you for fucking 10 minutes at a goddamn time. You can shut the fuck up.
I'm just incorrecting you, and your philosophy is wrong.
Just shut up.
The problem is the state.
I know that we hate each other. I know that we hate each other, but let's just try to get through it, okay? So, how do we orient ourselves? Well, maybe not personally, but yes, I find you frustrating. So, how do we know what we know, or how do we orient ourselves in a world using probability? Okay. And what I would say is that there's in order for there to be outcome determinative fraud that actually makes Donald Trump the correct one, and then therefore make his tweet morally justifiable, there would have to be a cascade of failures. There would have to be shitloads of people who committed fraud. There would have to be law enforcement. Shut up. There would have to be a shitload of people who committed fraud. There would have to be a shitload of law enforcement agencies that missed it completely. There would have to be a shitload of fucking auditors who didn't do that. And then not only that, all the legal challenges that happened that Trump did, they had to get kicked out of court unjustly. And then not only that, Trump would have had to not publish the results, taking it to the court of public opinion. And right now, I have never gotten my Kraken. The Sidney Powell, Donald Trump, all of the fucking lawyers who promised me that there was wide-scale voter fraud that was going to shake the foundations of the republic, they have never sat down and had a press conference and said, we found 50,000 votes in the state of Georgia. These are all verified. We know that it's true. The court kicked us out unjustly. You can verify it using this, and this information. Therefore, Georgia should have been ours. And then they should have done that for all of the states that would have changed the election. The reason why I'm suspecting that they didn't do that is because they're probably fucking lying.
Okay. And if you want to have that opinion, I personally have the opinion.
Why wouldn't I have that opinion?
I personally have the opinion that I personally have the opinion that in every state, with the exception of Arizona, the investigations included people investigating themselves and finding nothing, and then doing recounts of the.
Okay, do you have any evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud? Do you have any any evidence of this? Please present it.
I think you can watch the live stream.
Oh,
from
say you
Arizona,
don't. That's what he's saying. He does not. That I just want everyone to be clear.
I love
that if he had it, ask a question, he would present it. He would say, "Yes, I do."
I love how I'm in the position
filibuster. He likes to obfuscate with his
filibustering?
He likes
you interrupt me to create straw mans and talk over.
He mistakes your verbosity for filibustering, but I know that you're just fucking verbose, which is a pain in my balls.
I'm not filibustering. I'm saying you can.
Yes, you're verbose.
Can we define filibuster?
You can see Black Law's dictionary out for
you can find plenty. If you watch the presentations that were done in Arizona, in it was Maricopa County, I believe. I could be getting the name wrong. when Cyber Ninjas was involved. And you know, counterpoints, you said 16 Mexicans didn't vote. They found more than 16 3D incorrectly printed stamps that were digitally added that weren't even actual stamps. Now, do I know that level of voter fraud that they weren't properly able to investigate because it was the only county where it was ever actually investigated to any degree, and the Democrats fought them for over a year to try and make it to where they couldn't investigate them? Do I know that went over the 11,000 votes that would have switched that specific state? No, I don't know for a fact, because in none of these states was there a full-scale investigation.
I'm gonna explain. To you. I would like the opportunity to talk because I think this is relevant.
And after that, we got to get to Gibbs and move on. And Doobie, I'm sure Doobie has something to say, and he's bursting at the seams. Go ahead.
The reason why I'm defaulting to the cumulative amount of experience of hundreds, if not thousands, of human beings related to this election is because of the outcomes of all of this stuff, where they didn't go to the court of public opinion. They only went to a limited set of courts. They largely got kicked out of those courts. And then on top of that, when it came to civil suits, as an example, with Dominion, correct me if I'm wrong, Rudy Giuliani and the Trump campaign had to pay like tens of millions of dollars to an electronic voting machine company because they basically said that it was hacked by Venezuelans and Russians and all that kind of shit. And when it came to the evidentiary providing of it, not only did they show that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, they showed that they continued to repeat untruths after they had been shown that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. They had to pay through the fucking nose for lying out their asses in public. So yeah, I'm going to default to these people when it happens again and again and again and again.
Okay, let's go to Gibbs.
So again, very quick. Let me counter very quick.
Yep.
I will be very quick.
Like
again,
2 seconds.
I said you can have that opinion. And that's perfectly reasonable opinion to have, given the evidence. And it's also reasonable that there wasn't enough.
The only reasonable opinion.
You also admit even yourself that they were kicked out of many courts and that these court cases didn't go through. Yeah. And you can have opinions one way or the other on that.
But
I'm saying that you're saying that it is fact opinion, that it is that the rhetoric is based upon a fact, and there's not appropriate investigations for you to say that
nothing. Hold on, this is important. Nothing that can be said or done. God Himself could descend from the heavens and say, "Hey, no, there wasn't outcome-determinative voter fraud," and you'd be like, "Well, I don't know about that." There's always
who's God?
I'm just going to make this claim right here. There is no amount of evidence. There is no
amount
of
God or my God.
We have a Muslim God on this panel.
That would have shown that to you
who's God?
that there is outcome determinative voter fraud. The only reasonable position, based on the actual evidence and not just hearsay opinions and TikToks, right, is that there was no outcome determinative.
Okay, so we got to go to Gibbs, and then Doobie.
That's what happens when you don't do investigations, right?
Let me just pull up all my notes. For
what
the
about
last,
the 2016 election? Do you think that was legit?
Oh, when Hillary claimed it wasn't legit? I remember that election.
Hold on.
Yeah, right?
Are any of you named Gibbs? I don't think so.
My middle name,
beautiful
actually.
redhead. Please.
Yeah.
Gibbs.
So first, before I begin my lengthy dissertation here, I would like to start off with 2 words we should look up definitions for. Since we like doing definition debate here. The first one's going to be double standard. That's a rule or principle which is unfairly applied in different ways to different groups of people. All right,
people up this time.
Yeah, I did. And then hypocrisy is the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform. And all right, so that's what I think we can use those as basic definitions. I know they're not from Black's Law, but I feel like they're good enough to move forward with what I'm about to say. And what I'm about to say is it's interesting. I heard from 2 people like 3 hours ago, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wick here, and they both mentioned tone. And all this tone was so important for how Trump said it on January 6th. He just said it so vigorous.
Actually, I asked about tone.
Well,
I didn't say
that's come on.
So we're gonna get to that. So maybe I misquoted Wick, but one of them, somebody said tone, and then I feel like Wick kind of went with it. He can take issue.
No, I talked about the false slate of electors, and I talked to Lactoid about whether or not he was leaving things out. Tone was not a part of my.
Yeah, leaving things out, and tone is one of the things that got
I understand
left
the facts aren't really
in the her report. In the her report here. here. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about facts. I gave early facts earlier, and y'all took umbrage with those facts. Now I'm giving the only person
You're
giving definitions.
narrativizing. How dare
And
you?
yeah, now I'm the only person giving definitions. I guess that's a narrative too. And so I guess we don't call that. We do call this hypocrisy because the tone, don't matter for her report. Whether or not he's stuttering or dementia addled, doesn't matter there. Last week when Biden said, "Hey, we're gonna put Trump in a bullseye," and then this week, literally, he got put in a bullseye. I mean, the tone, I guess, don't matter there because he added peacefully and
Well, he didn't say
patriotically.
when.
But he said peacefully and patriotically after he said he was going to put him in a bullseye, right? No, wait, he didn't.
He didn't say when.
Let's go. AOC famously talked about protests making people feel uncomfortable.
The bullseye thing's
enforcing
bullshit.
violence.
Come on,
Hold on, the BLM stuff. Well, I can't even tell you how many people condone the riots on the left, and then some of them just hand waved it with all their angry speech saying, "Oh, this is what needs to be done. Tear down the system.
The vice president.
Eat the rich." Vice president, exactly.
Donating to bail reform.
Yeah, I'm saying, and then we act like it's the same as when Trump gives this speech, and in the same sentence, says, peacefully and patriotically, and then y'all want to bitch about tone. And then I'm almost done. Then I do want to touch on Destiny and some of these other people with what they're saying and how they're reacting to this riots. Because it's terrible to laugh at someone that died, but I do want to examine the two similar incidents, which would be Rittenhouse and this. And I think it's ironic or interesting, maybe, that the side that are full of hypocrites doing the things that I've already mentioned before, on their side, when Kyle Rittenhouse killed him, they just random sampling, lo and behold, it happens to be two people with felonies, and maybe some sexual violence involved in there as well. And then on the side when the Trump guy dies,
Maybe
he's a firefighter. Not saying there's any reason why there's two groups there, but it's kind of ironic that one side's filled with one certain group of people, and then people are mad about it when they die, and the other side's
to
filled.
use the deaths of others in order
What was
to
that? What was that
bludgeon
Martin
political
Bailey
enemies.
thing? I don't
Great
know.
thing.
Here's my
Great
Martin
thing.
Bailey.
Bravo, I guess.
It's not a Martin Bailey, but it is
Yeah, I'm just being
hypocrisy.
facetious. Yeah, it
Let's
is
go
hypocrisy.
to Doopy, then Corey.
I guess I don't have a speech. Right? I have a question for Wick because I'm like stuck on this. I think you say you don't believe that stochastic terrorism is a thing. You don't.
Not in a way that will lead us to take any kind of action against people who engage in it.
What do you mean by that? So for example,
Well, yeah, I have that opinion.
So if we were on here and somebody was advocating for killing Biden or killing anybody, like going out in the streets and shooting down LGBT people or whatever the fuck, like you guys apparently think Trump's going to do. Like if we were just advocating for people to do this, saying these people are going to come, they're going to fuck your kids, they're going to make them all trans,
That's
they're
not
going to cut off
stochastic terrorism, though.
No, well, hold on. That is a version of stochastic terrorism, because if there's no way to deal with those people legally, the natural solution is to go out and fight them violently, because that's the only option left open to you, right? And as Connor explained earlier, it seems like a lot of the rhetoric on the left, especially as it's become clear that Biden, his chances of winning are dwindling, has been that if Trump gets into power, he's gonna fuck up the countries and make it a fascist, like authoritarian dictatorship. The Supreme Court's made him a king. He wants to undo democracy. He wants to undo America, right? He wants to put all the immigrants in camps and all this kind of shit. So, like, if that's what you actually believe about the guy, one, I don't know why you guys would be sad that he was shot at. I'd assume you'd want him shot at more often. And two, how do you think that this kind of like rhetoric doesn't push some people to go out and try to take shots at the guy?
So, two things. One, obviously, right? Just because I think someone is a threat doesn't mean I condone any and all actions against them. This any means necessary kind of rhetoric, kind of idea. It's on both the right and the left, to be clear, that something is a threat, and so that any means necessary to get rid of that threat is okay. I reject that wholeheartedly. I absolutely also have sympathy for even people who are my opponents, right? Who I dislike, who I think are bad people, when bad things happen to them. I think that's a very human thing. It's not something I'm perfect at by any means, but it's something I strive for. It's an ideal that I look to go towards. When we talk about stochastic terrorism, what is the difference between journalism and stochastic terrorism? I don't think there's much of it when it comes down to it. There are a lot of, like, let's go to the Enron situation. I know it's a few years ago, right? But reporting came out that Enron was fraudulent, right? It had stolen a bunch of money. It was doing some crazy shit. Those people got death threats. Those people were under attack and things like that in a lot of ways. And again, does that mean that the journalists who were reporting on what they had done are responsible for the death threats they get? That I reject that wholeheartedly. Just like if someone really believes, right, that Trump is a threat to democracy, that he's doing all these things, what is the difference between journalism on that, or even trans issues, right? I'll take this from the other side, right? If you really believe that there are hospitals that are trans in the kids, okay, and you are trying to expose them and you are trying to give the facts of the matter as you see them, that's journalism, right? It could be bad journalism, it could be faulty journalism, but at the end of the day, there is no real difference here. So there's no real way to distinguish it. And so that's why I reject stochastic terrorism as a principle.
If someone genuinely seems to believe that the Trump is like the reincarnation of Hitler, and if he gets into power, he's going to put all the trans people in camps and gas them or whatever. So you're saying that if they were to go out and say this, if they genuinely believed it, it would be totally fine because this is journalism. They're speaking.
Yeah, if it is never not okay to say something that you believe is true.
I see. So, and you don't think this would have any kind of impact on people who might want to go out and do something about that, right? Because if that is true, right? If it were true that he wanted to put trans people in camps or whatever, why wouldn't you want him dead? Why wouldn't they want him dead? If he is going to be the king, right? If he's the Supreme Court's made the president
so
king,
many other options
and if he gets into power,
no,
there isn't though. No, there isn't though.
Not with monarchs.
If the Supreme
Yes, there
Court is
is.
basically making
Do
the
you think
president
every
the king,
monarch was
and the
deposed
president can
by
literally
violence?
put people in camps with no
How many
criminal
weren't,
liability
though?
whatsoever.
How many were not
And the
deposed by
president can have
violence?
anybody the fuck he wants killed. Why? There is no other option, right? It seems like the only option is to kill him.
There's plenty of other options.
Like what?
Plenty of other options.
Vote him
Like
out.
what?
Yeah,
He's
that's
immune
what
though,
we're
right? He
trying
can
to
send
do right
he
now.
can send SEAL Team 6 to do whatever he wants.
Okay,
right?
Ali, voting him out is an option. However, it's become very, and I think the rhetoric has ramped up since the debate because it seems like Biden's going to lose. It seems like he's falling apart, right? So I think people are becoming more desperate. It's more clear that that Trump is going to be the president. Unfortunately, I don't like him either. So the rhetoric is ramped up, and you're at the point where you can't vote him out. He's going to fucking win. So that failed.
Listen, hold on. I want to interject right here, just because I want to reaffirm this point. I'm with Doobie. Not only am I with Doobie, like this is why I was pissed off last week at Dan, at Destiny for entertaining him, at Pisco, because you're saying that he's an absolute monarch. He can do whatever he wants. He can claim any part of the authority as a part of the Constitution. He can literally send rape squads to your house and have you raped, and he can claim it's an official action and no other branch is going to hold him accountable for his actions. And under that kind of hyperbole, then violence is justified. And so here's the thing. If Dan or Pisco came back and they were like, yeah, we were a little bit heated, we were pissed off about it, we were being hyperbolic, we were joking, whatever, then I would take that in stride. But I don't think they were being hyperbolic at all. I think they believe that shit. And so if they believe that shit, then it does stand to reason that if you earnestly believe that we are 3 or 4 months away from an absolute monarch being able to do whatever he wants to do with the power, and the court is enabling him, and the legislative body is enabling him, then taking him out is a reasonable course of action.
Well, and it also follows if you think there was voter fraud, then it reasonably follows when Trump said, to suspend the laws and suspend the Constitution, it would also reasonabely follow if you genuinely believe there was voter fraud.
This is
if you genuinely believe it, but this is why hold on.
You just don't believe he
because
genuinely believes it.
No, Trump could genuinely believe it, but then I would think that he's delusional, and then a delusional.
Like Pisco's delusional too, and these other people are delusional because you don't agree with their takes on this.
I agree, but that's because the relevant thing that I said earlier, which is still true now, is the truth of the matter or the facts of the matter. Now, before Fabian interjects and says you can't possibly know all of the facts, that is true, but we can make reasonable assertions.
Let's talk about one thing that we hold on. Everybody here knows it's a lie, right? That Trump called Nazis very fine people at the Charlottesville protest. When Biden said that at the debate, he was lying, right?
Okay.
I'm asking
you say
agree.
It's bad?
Well, no. I not only do I want you to say that it was lying, but like, let's imagine somebody, let's say that was the tipping point. Let's say someone was like, oh shit, he's a fucking Nazi supporter. I got to stop the Nazi supporter, because I don't know if you know, Nazis aren't super popular among some political elements of this country, right? In fact, some people believe Nazi supporters are open game when it comes to violence, right? Punch a Nazi, right? Richard Spencer, everyone clapping when he got punched, right? People love violence against Nazis.
I want to follow your logic as quickly as possible, but then I also want to rebut it, okay? Or not rebut it. I want to expand it. So if you're saying that is stochastic rhetoric, it is intended to inflame the body politic in order to get them to take action against Trump. And if you believed everything that people said about Trump sincerely, then violence would potentially be justified. I can agree to all of that immediately.
Okay.
Well, no, it wouldn't be justified.
No, it wouldn't be. I know what you mean, though. It wouldn't necessarily be justified, but it would be explainable. But I think here's what the disagreement we have is, where and look, I'm going to be super charitable to you because you said that like Biden was partially responsible, so like you are kind of rolling consistently with this stochastic kind of element. I reject it because I don't see an endpoint, right? Arguably,
well, I don't think you can hold it accountable legally. Just to clarify.
Okay, fair enough. But like, let me ask you this then: does somebody who, let's say, I open up a library and I hand out the Communist Manifesto, and people start reading the Communist Manifesto, and that turns into like a full communist revolution, which leads to a massive genocide, right? How morally responsible am I for distributing the Communist Manifesto?
Well, I like to live in a liberal and libertarian society, so I don't think like reading philosophy makes you necessarily culpable for people taking action based off of that philosophy.
At least 10%. The Communist Manifesto, the Communist Manifesto, though, is
before we move on.
At least 10% lactoid.
It's full of lies. It's full of misinformation, and it leads people to believe terrible things. It leads to violance. So this is what I'm trying to. The Communist Manifesto. We can go through it page by page, and I can show you all the lies.
Well, hold on. So I don't want to get into a descriptive battle of the Communist Manifesto. I just want to flip this real quick, just to see if I can get you to acknowledge something. Yeah, like, dude, the first like 10 to 20 pages is like a description of capitalism. I literally thought that Marx was simping for capitalism for the first 5 pages because he was talking about its positive aspects.
He hooks you at the beginning.
Yeah. So anyways, but we can do that another night. But so I conceded that I think that Biden has used stochastic rhetoric, and that makes him potentially culpable for violence that ensues as a result of the worldview that he's trying to engender in the body politic. Okay. I think that you can point to Trump and indict him almost immediately for the same thing, if not substantively worse. Because Biden is the worst president who's ever existed. He's destroyed the country. The border is wide open. Tens of millions of rapists are coming across our border every single day. They're going to destroy the country. They're polluting our blood.
Wait, counterpoint. Counterpoint. You get to say that. Hold on, you get to say that and be consistent. I'm not denying your right. Like, my whole thing about here is I think there's a level of inconsistency.
Do you understand?
Right?
Do you understand the level
because
of
you accept
that can engender in somebody that can lead them to
who's being inconsistent here?
Y'all.
So, well, hold on.
It's you guys.
I guess.
At what point have I been consistent?
Everybody.
Hold on. Whoa.
Lactoid,
I'm not. Well, no, because I recall this. I don't think Wick has been inconsistent because beforehand, I recall Wick saying that he doesn't believe in the concept of stochastic terrorism and that he doesn't hold Trump responsible for the anti-trans rhetoric. And I'm guessing he also doesn't hold Trump responsible for the January 6th rhetoric in the exact same vein. We'll see if you're consistent on that, Wick. But
the slate of electors is the tipping point of that.
His rhetoric regarding the speech, is he responsible for that?
I don't know enough about it to say, but I can say the slate of electors with the context of everything like that. Yeah, it's getting pretty fishy. But I'll let the courts decide.
Ashley Babbitt. Okay, Ashley Babbitt's death. Do you think that Trump is responsible at all for that? Or the attack on the Capitol?
100%. 100%.
Oh, okay, hold on. So you say no, Wick, which is why I think that you're being consistent in a way that I am. But I think Counterpoints is being consistent in the other way, right? He's willing to hold Biden and Trump responsible for their language.
Consistency only gets us so far. I don't care so much about consistency as I care about the truth. Does that make sense?
Well, I think the truth. Well, hold on. We can
get the truth to be relatively consistent.
Well, the truth is a conversation. Like what I'm trying to do
truth is always consistent.
What I'm trying to do is like consistency test you. Now, the issue that I have with Counterpoints, although I acknowledge that you're consistent, so I don't think you're being bad faith. I think that the conclusion of your beliefs here is just untenable, right? There's a concept in law known as proximate cause, where theoretically, yes, like Hitler's parents are actually responsible for the Holocaust when you think about it, right? They fucked and made him, and then he went on and did it. So if they never fucked, it never would have happened. But for them fucking, the Holocaust never would have happened. But reasonably speaking, we're not holding Hitler's parents responsible because there was another actor involved, right? There was another mind that decided this was the right thing to do. This is what I want to do. And we can't possibly hold Hitler's parents responsible for that level of action. That is the mentality that I'm applying here. Trump and Biden are obviously not responsible for what happened to Trump or what happened at January 6th because there was other people who made those decisions in between, right? The proximate cause is not proximate. The line is not there.
Okay, hold on. But this is where I disagree with you, and I disagree with you fundamentally, and I want to articulate it. So we operate within a democratic republic where people actually speak words, and then they are vested with power that allows them to take action. And not only that, the way that they use their words can be can orient their people, their I don't know what you would call it, their demographics, their constituency. It orients their constituency to take certain actions. And so you're saying proximate cause, we can't blame Hitler's parents. But I'm saying in a democratic republic, you are only one step away. And so when it comes to like stochastic violence or whatever, I'm not saying that you should be able to criminally charge it. Hold on. You should not be able to criminally charge stochastic rhetoric, but you should absolutely be able to criticize the fuck out of it. And that's what I'm doing.
Criticize anything.
Here's the problem.
No. Stop. Hold on. Before I need to deal with that fucking eye roll before I fucking have a stroke. Okay?
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay. No.
Going the other direction.
The reason why this is important is because it's not arbitrary and the consequences are not arbitrary. So acting like one person's stochastic rhetoric and outcomes is the same as another person's is fundamentally not fucking true.
Okay, so here's the problem.
You're right. Some lead to a gunshot.
Real quick.
True.
Counterpoints. Here.
Okay, after that,
some of those gunshots are deserved.
He's been waiting.
I'll make it quick. So counterpoints. In the same vein, right, though, if we're going by your logic, if something were to happen to Dan or to Pisco or to Destiny, right, we could say that your rhetoric today might have directly led to that in a stochastic manner because you pointed out how they have caused harm and are using language that is an actual threat, and so someone could hear that and say, oh my god, I have to stop them, and go out and do the same thing. You see how this gets so
but here's the thing. Not only do I take that on, that my words could lead to negative outcomes for other people, but hold on. On top of that, I think it is the responsibility of any political ideologue in order to establish what they believe is the reasonable rules of engagement for their audience. What should their audience be willing to do based off of the rhetoric that's around? And I think the irresponsibility of our current country is the fact that we have political pundits who are incentivized to make the most hyperbolic, the most insane rhetoric possible. And then whenever somebody acts based off of the perspective that they articulate, they back up and they say, oh, it's all just words, man. I'm just an artist. I'm just a performance.
Just blame the politicians for this. Do you know why it worked? They do it.
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
Do you know why they do it though? Is because
they're incentivized by advertising dollars.
Not just
because the average person is a fucking moron. Yeah,
votes. Right? We want that hyperbolic. We want this reciprocal radicalization.
That doesn't make it good,
right? I know it's not good.
It doesn't make it good.
It's a problem. Like I know it's a problem, but again,
yeah, this is why I hate democracy. This is why I think democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others.
You're almost
there. The problem I'm having with you is the word responsibility. Okay? With the word responsibility.
Fuck democracy.
Because that's a problem. Because how do we hold people responsible? If you have a responsibility to something, people should be able to hold you responsible for it. And how do we hold people responsible? I don't think that there's any real metric which we can do so in a just and fair way that also doesn't lead to massive amounts of censorship, not just from the government, but self-censorship. And that's something I just fundamentally disagree with.
No, cultural pressure. No. This is really important. This is why we have furries and Japanese VTubers and sexual degenerates and lollicons, is because you say that we are prohibited from using cultural violence. I'm passionate about this point. I'm very passionate about this point, is because you're saying that we cannot use the tools given to us, which is cultural pressure. I fundamentally reject that. In a liberal and free society, cultural pressure is the only thing that civilians have as a weapon at their disposal to out.
But the problem is how I gotta move on. Corey, And then Ali, and then Doobie.
Look at the moderator favoring the counterpoints. Okay, I'll remember this, Prime.
Okay. And Gibbs. Okay.
And we need to get the Canadian perspective.
All right, go Lactoid, go for it. So yeah, Gibbs. I guess rewinding. So when I originally asked Lactoid about tone, he originally like danced around, but until I finally asked him again, he said it was politically angry speech. Now, when it comes to Trump's speech on, would you characterize it in the same way? Like it's a politically angry speech, or it's like neutral, has no effect like whatsoever?
The vibes, Gib, the vibes.
Yeah, the vibes. If I was gonna do like a 1 to 10, and like 5 being neutral, I'd probably put it like 6.5.
Okay.
Maybe a 7.
And so, like, sure, and the characterization in terms of like, even though despite the fact, that he said, whatever, peacefully and patriotically, whatever, march to the Capitol, like as long as that's included, like that probably like brings it down to your level, right? It's not an overall like angry, inflammatory. It's not an incitement to violence. That's what you would say, right?
Yeah, I would say something along those lines. I mean, how many times have we had like people give angry speeches and they not be called a virus? Like Martin Luther King, he gives some angry speeches and then he calls for peaceful solutions in those, right? Like, I mean, I'm not comparing Martin Luther King to Trump,
do you have any examples? Specifically, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a historian on MLK.
I don't have a specific like quote off the top
I'll wait till you get the doctorate on that. But
a million people marched. That's some violence on the grass, on the pavement,
Sure. So
your feet must have hurt.
So in that vein, you brought up earlier, the bullseye thing. How is that inflammatory then, by your metric and definition?
How is it inflammatory? Okay.
Yeah. How is it? Does a bullseye actually incite violence? What? I mean, it could just be just a dartboard.
Sure, I guess. I mean, it's interesting though.
Yeah. So
that's the exact terminology. Hold on.
Bullseye and shooting.
I mean, it's just interesting. I feel like this is kind of disingenuous what you're doing right here. Yeah, can we say it's like a archery board? Maybe it's a security board for us fat people. I don't know. It depends what you consider the bullseye. But like,
you want to read into it, right?
Hold on. I'm just saying it is interesting that a week later, someone put a bullseye on Trump.
Oh yeah, I could say the same thing. It's just interesting, that
can you name a time Trump said that? Like, I mean, last time Trump was talking shit about Biden,
Corey.
And then Biden's talking about putting people in bullseyes. I mean, you can see which one of those rhetorics so mean. Oh, Trump's so mean. He said he'd beat him at golf. Biden's, over here talking about assassinating people in speeches.
Wait, Corey, finish the sentence you were just about to say. Wait. I want Corey to finish the sentence because what Corey was about to say was, well, isn't it also reasonable that someone could look into Trump's speech and then like come to the conclusion that they hit a riot at the Capitol?
No, that's not exactly. I was going to in that line of questioning. I was going to frame it exactly like that.
Exactly like that, weren't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of like, if we were going to characterize it as an angry political speech, would it be fair to say that he's actually looking to make a crowd angry and politically angry?
You say that.
Hold on, wait. This is perfect. You're right, Corey.
I know.
Isn't this what the Democrats have been saying since it fucking happened? So if you can say that and you can use that as a basis to try Trump, was what Gibbs saying all that unreasonable?
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I mentioned that in my opening statement in terms of like there is bad rhetoric. So that's why I'm asking. So you would agree?
It's comparable.
Okay,
it's
so
comparable rhetoric.
Yeah. How is it not comparable?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So then, Lactoid, do you agree? Do you agree with Gibbs' assessment that the bullseye thing that's like inflammatory?
That's a much higher escalation of the.
I don't agree with.
Okay, what about
conspiracy kind of line?
Hold on. What about thinking about back and beat you? I want to think about back and beat him. Is that more inflammatory? I'm just by your own logic. Like what Trump said.
Can you repeat it?
What the exact quote Biden said on multiple speeches is, "I want to take Trump out back and beat him." So
yeah, that is a bad thing to say. You should not have said that. I don't know if I'm saying that.
It's not an exact quote because you have to add stuttering.
Oh, that's true. But is that more on that same scale you gave me? Is that more or less inflammatory than the Trump January 6th speech?
In terms of overall political ramifications and detriment to the country, I think overall tone of Trump's speech is arguably potentially worse.
I gotta move from this way. So we gotta go to Ali. All right. Gibbs had his hand up. Ghosty, she didn't have her hand up, but I want to hear what she has to say in which way. And then we're gonna go to Scott. All right.
Okay, so I'm one of those idiots who doesn't understand everything about politics and just reads the headline and watches you find people for my opinion. You know,
So Democrat voter.
Yeah. There we go. I am a Democrat voter. I do like social policies. You know, if there was a cool enough Republican, I'd probably vote for him. You know, I vote based off the vibe, Corey. I vote based
Did you
off
see
the
the
vibe.
picture after he got shot? Yeah. You don't think that's cool as fuck?
Which by the way, that shot
hard as
sealed
fuck.
the win for him. So any shit talk about this, anyone saying anything, I don't think it's even negative.
That's why Theodore Roosevelt, obviously, you know, he won as well, right after he got shot.
Who are what?
Theodore
Roosevelt didn't have Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, my friend. All right,
True.
And he still won. Okay, so Trump's gonna win doubly with this fucking photo.
But
then he chose JD Vance, and that did away with that.
My question isn't really like, okay, I have a question more than the same, because for me it's you know, I love Jesus, but Christians are fucking annoying, and it would be the same thing with like love the politics, hate the people that follow the politics. So I don't think that the politicians are necessarily inciting violence when they're tweeting crazy shit. This is just nowadays what happens. Presidents tweet things, they say things, but the people that follow these guys are the idiots, and so they could take that and interpret it as an incitement of violence. So I don't see I don't like I guess I agree with Connor here, and I disagree with Lactoid. I think it's Lactoid, Gibbs, and Doobie, I'm assuming, that are on one side, because I don't even know who the fuck it. Yeah.
Yes, we're on the right wing side. They're the left wing side. Yeah.
I'm just okay. But like, yeah, obviously what the people, like what the presidents say, or especially like the president, especially with someone like Trump, that the people that are reading his words, even if you throw the word peacefully in there, Lactoid, people are going to read between the lines.
It matters. You can't just
leave
that out.
It doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter at all.
No. Because
hold on. To be clear, my first thought when I heard about the shooting was, "Fuck, they missed. Too bad." Right? That was my first thought. Right? I don't like Trump. Right?
What the fuck?
I agree.
I feel
you guys are bad people. That wasn't my first thought. My first thought was, "Holy fuck, is he okay?"
Better look next time.
Why?
He looked fine. He got right up.
No,
I didn't see the video. I heard he got shot, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
I don't care about things. He got right up, went golfing the next day. Everything was Gucci. Man took a hit and thought all he was thinking was, I won.
Nah, he's about to have a spiritual revelation. You get that close to a
He
fucking
dropped
bullet.
down. He was praying. He's like, I hope it's an Arab. It wasn't an Arab. It didn't work out in his fucking favor.
Well, that way,
Dude, I was going to say earlier, but I didn't get a chance to. Jihadism is so passe. You guys are so 2010s.
We're done
the
for
white boy
terrorism,
terrorism decade. Yeah.
White boy summer.
Second
So
Lactoid,
Wick, when you guys see the types of people, Lactoid, to your point, when you see the types of people on the left, Wick, when you see the types of people on the right, you don't think this shit is kind of expected? Like, to Gibbs's point, if I really, really, really hate Trump, and to Counterpoint's part, like I said, I've been hearing all fucking week that this guy's going to be the monarch, the king of America. I was like, hold up. How does that even fucking work? I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm not gonna read the fucking Constitution shit. I'm just gonna leave if it
only one page.
Well, sure. I'm still an idiot.
Words. Too bad I'm not reading.
You're saying Biden's rhetoric would encourage someone like you to do something, right?
No, not me specifically.
No, not you. But someone else like you. Someone else like.
Yeah, I would be the general idiot in the world who's just sitting there, who's like, well, fuck, something has to happen, right? And I just don't understand how you, like, I'm just listening to this. I don't get how you guys don't see how that could work. I don't think Biden called for a hit, but I think there's someone who listened to the fucking Peace Go Counterpoints discussion. And I want to say is probably one of the Counterpoints fans, right? Who's like, a little bit of the middle of the line. He's like, you know what? Fuck this. We're not having this.
I want to address this. Two things.
How do you not see that?
So first of all, we have no idea this guy's motivation at all, right? We don't.
Yeah, it was to kill Trump. We know what it
was.
It could have been a groiper who was mad that Trump was eliminating the anti-LGBT language.
He was a Taliban member, let's be honest.
Right, that thing. We don't know. We don't have enough information to guess. We can speculate.
That's why Destiny was so mad.
Right? Like, well, the reason I know he wasn't a lefty is he actually got out and did something.
Yeah,
right?
but
That's
I'm saying, don't you think
That's
any
not
rhetoric
true, right?
at
He didn't
all
just tweet about it.
I'm
He
saying
actually
rhetoric
tried
in
to do
general. I'm not
something.
blaming
That's why I
one
know he's not
particular
lefty.
person.
But here's the thing, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is maybe it's because I'm older, right? Is I remember a time when we didn't have everyone just because you thought the other person was a direct threat. You didn't have these extremist, violent reactions. Now, obviously, there's been other times in history where we have the 60s, we had the Reagan stuff, but that guy was just schizo, right? We had the Civil War,
Jane Fonda,
right?
maybe.
Yeah,
This 20-year-old wanted Jane
that guy
Fonda.
was just schizo.
But do you think that you're speaking from a little bit of a place of privilege? Because it's like if this stuff is like
from a place of privilege,
yeah.
Oh yeah, privilege that I'm an intelligent human being. Yes, that is my privilege. That I have more than 2 brain cells to rub together. That is a privilege that I hold. That my parents loved me growing up. That's a privilege that I hold.
That's a big privilege, Wick.
But
like you say like, oh, this this is he's a direct threat to democracy. He's a direct threat to America. Well, shit, that matters to people. To some people, that's
the soul of
this guy
America.
might kill me. This guy might kill my parents. This guy might put me in a fucking camp. So
I cannot be held responsible for retards. I just can't.
No, it's not retarded. Hold on, wait. Like retarded. I said, the opening of
neither can Trump.
The opening of my statement, opening statement was a joke. It was a joke, but also it's honestly the first thing I fucking thought when the guy got shot is, oh shit, I hope this guy isn't Arab, because that leads to huge problems for me. Like gigantic fucking issues in my day-to-day.
Yeah, but was it the Arab's words that would have done that, or was it his deeds that would have done that?
Well, I mean, a lot of the times it's the words and then the deeds. The deeds would have just added a cherry on top to the reasoning that people use, right? Like I already hear all the time that we're a threat to the West and so on and so forth. So this is just like it would be a kill shot for it. And so, like, I never said it was any one specific rhetoric, but rhetoric in general would have pushed this to happen. And I would assume it would be like the president's ideas and then the people discussing the ideas that enforce the shot.
Sociologic/elite is totally. Hold on, I just want to make a quick point. He not only is he totally right, Democrats would enforce it. So basically, like if an Arab Muslim shot Trump in the face, then immigration from the Middle East and North Africa would drop to 0. Travel to the Middle East and North Africa would be super vetted.
Yes.
Like you would be.
I don't disagree with that part.
So they'd be fucked.
I don't disagree with that part. The part where I'm disagreeing with Ali here is that like the words make you responsible, or the words directly lead to these kinds of things. I think that's a slippery slope. Where
why wouldn't you assume that? Why wouldn't you assume that?
What else? Wait, what else would be the reasoning for? If not the words that the person heard that informed their opinion, what would be the reasoning other than that? Than the words that they hear?
He still has agency.
Because a Muslim guy shot the president in the face. That's people would probably be upset about that.
I'm not talking about that
it's like the Norm Macdonald.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the words part. So here's the thing, like I can say a statement, or you can hear a statement, and that can be interpreted in so many ways. Am I responsible, right, for every single interpretation of my words? Absolutely not. I'm just not, right? There's no way we can be held responsible for every single permutation of bad faith, good faith, just neutral, right, interpretations of our words. So when Biden says something like, we got to put a bullseye on him, just because some retard on there may have heard, right, like, oh, that means I should kill him.
Yeah.
Like there's no way that we can use that to hold someone responsible, right? Does that make sense? And are you guys
not responsible, but you're the president of the United States.
It's an idiot who heard fight like hell. Like that's obviously like not a reason why they should be held responsible if they break into the Capitol.
So if somebody heard that, I don't know if all of you heard the conversation between Counterpoints and Pisco and Destiny and Dan, right? And the kind of stuff that they were saying. Yeah. They were. I think they flat out said that basically they made the president the king, do whatever the fuck he wants. He could assassinate American citizens, no liability for anything he fucking does, his total immunity. So if that's the case, and Trump is about to win the election because Biden's falling apart, why shouldn't someone kill him?
I would love an honest answer to that.
There isn't one.
Well, there is.
I mean, like,
Why
I've been waiting.
Because
I'm waiting for Ghosty to go
is
before
worse
me.
than the disease. The cure would be worse than the disease, just from a strictly pragmatic angle. You shoot Trump, right? Suddenly he's a martyr that you can't kill or deal with at
There
all,
is civil war,
right?
Yeah,
and there's
civil war.
blood on the
No,
streets.
who would you fight? Hold on. People have said this, and I think it's one of the dumbest points I've ever heard.
Who they rally
Who
behind?
would you fight? So hold on. So some random progressive shoots Trump in the face. One, who takes over MAGA, who is as charismatic as him, who can actually carry
Counterpoint. That's
Vivek. That's
How did World War
and
I
then two.
start?
Hold on.
takes
We
over
haven't
and
gotten
leads a army surge.
to the stupidest point yet. Let me get to the stupidest point. You said it's a civil war. Okay, civil war
I didn't
against
say that. He did
whom?
that.
No,
I said
Lactoid
it.
did.
I said it.
Yeah. Civil war against whom? So you put on your plate carrier, you grab your AR-15, you jump in your Ford Ranger. Who are you going to fight?
You go to California and you kill the
No,
communists.
that's not. Hold on. It's not going to be like, oh, they're going to load up and just start shooting each other. What's going to happen is they're going to.
Well, I mean, that's what civil war means.
Well, no, not necessarily. That's not how the U.S. Civil War started. How the U.S. Civil War started is they loaded up and they took control of shit and they said, "Fuck you! Don't come over here. This is ours now." That's how Civil War starts.
So
that's how it would happen
hold on.
if Trump
So
got
would
shot.
MAGA? So would MAGA do that, or would the progressives do that?
I think that if Trump got shot, you would probably have like a bunch of MAGA chazzes
MAGA'd go
in the
crazy.
South, probably. Yeah.
Okay, and the MAGA
You're acting
chazzes,
like the
what
Arab
territory
Spring
are they
never occurred.
seeing?
Right? Like,
I mean,
no,
or-
hold on.
yeah,
You're
or the-
acting like
What are they seizing?
hold on. Like,
Well, for in
I've
Michigan,
been
there's
waiting because I was
war.
waiting for Ghosty to go, but
I mean, I think I'm
regardless.
next anyway.
No, you're.
Yeah, because I'm
Oh,
racist,
shit,
but
maybe.
racist against Arabs because I'm
I mean,
assuming
no,
that
no,
most
not only-
Americans
not
are
only
this
do they need to
retarded.
For a while, but no, listen, you're
What
being
the
silly.
fuck did
You're
we
being
do?
silly counterpoints.
The
Like,
Arab
you're asking
Spring.
people.
No, Connor's totally right about that.
What I'm
no, he's not.
No,
He's
you're
not
being
totally right. Well,
no. Hold on, you're being.
You're
silly
gonna go seize your
because-
local Whole Foods, you fucking freak? What the fuck are you
No,
talking
you're-
about?
You're
The
gonna
local
take this
government.
road armory down the
no.
road.
You're memeing. You're memeing, and you're not. Hold on. You're memeing and not having actual
I'm
conversation.
memeing
about
because
it.
the answer is stupid, but you can continue and
No,
I'll try
it's
to
not.
take it seriously.
It's not stupid to suggest that when you have political rhetoric that is getting increasingly inflamed, when you have political factions that are increasingly getting further and further apart, where values are no longer shared predominantly, and political left and right just discuss the different ways to make those values happen through policy, but instead the values are totally opposite.
Dude,
something like that
to it.
can be a powder keg that can cause small events that explode into larger events.
But
It is a
I'm
cascade
so
effect.
even if we took the small event, okay, let's say Admiral Gibbs in Texas, they say all of Texas is like, we're MAGA country. Trump was our God king. You killed him. Fuck you guys. We're seceding from the United States. We're protecting our own border.
Right.
We're protecting
I
our
don't think that's
own
the likely
border.
first thing.
And then on top of that, hold on. And then on top
Gibbs
of
are
that, like,
back in.
Gibbs has his Halo MA5 assault rifle, and
We're
he's
ready.
standing post outside of the local fucking grocery store.
No, you're creating
Good job, Gibbs.
a narrative that you think is silly by stating a narrative that I've never stated.
Well, then what is the narrative that isn't silly?
Shush. What you create a silly example to then say, to straw man me.
So
what
what's
I'm
the
saying
not
is
silly example.
Yes,
Well, I'll give you a
will you
not
let
silly
me shut the
example.
fuck up? I'll get to it. It's very
That's
simple.
racist.
When if you I gave it to you and you still then completely rebutted and refused to deal with what I said, and then
Because you
said, "What if
philosophized.
Texas altogether?" No, it's not philosophizing. I'm giving you the most likely scenario. Shut up. I see you
Is?
trying to interrupt me again. The most likely scenario, if Trump were to be assassinated, is in the sense that a civil war could pop off, right? I'm not claiming that it would occur, but if it were to occur, it would likely be small factions of random bouts of violence, much like we had with like the BLM, but much worse. And then you having states having to crack down on that violence, and because of like the media and online things and videos of like cops beating up real American patriots, you then have more people getting involved, and before you know it, you have random acts of violence and balkanization. Like the fact that the government is stable is based upon the idea that most people prefer that stability and choose to engage with the state, at least in some degree. If everyone tomorrow just magically said, fuck the government, I'm not paying taxes, come and take them, right? The state would dissolve instantaneously. And so if enough violence occurs, if enough things occur, if enough actions and pop-outs occur, you might have eventually a state like Texas being like, okay, you guys, we're going to protect our own fucking border and be sovereign. Like,
You get
but
the
that's not like the
A24 map.
next thing that occurs, right? Like, we're talking about a powder keg and saying that this could have been something that would have blown up said powder keg.
So hold on,
I'm
I want
telling
to
you,
jump
I
in
don't
here.
see
No, hold
it.
on, Counter. I want to jump in here.
So
And tell
it
you
is,
later.
is Gibbs' turn. Is Gibbs? We'll go to Ghosty. If Scott has anything else, we can add that in.
Yeah, it was other stuff I wanted to say. I just had to, I
and-
was just like, that's silly.
And I'll also toss it to DB after that. So go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I take umbrage with like pretty much everything Counter said with this like haha fugazi like scenario that he put out there where it's not going to happen. I've like thought long and hard about this, and I think we already came really close to a civil war in the manner that Scott described recently within U.S. history just now in the last year or two. And I don't think it was January 6th. I think it was whenever we had the border standoff. I don't think people realize how ready the Texas National Guard was to do it. And that's at a state level. That's a much bigger level than what I would describe in my next scenario, which I think is much more realistic. And this is a much more realistic scenario. You made the joke about me being the guy going down there and standing out in front of the, local Whole Foods and like with my, prop gun and scam people. But I'll give you a much more realistic scenario that I think is something. And it's the same basic scenario that actually started the Texas Revolution with the come and take it flag, which is where they fought a battle over a cannon. What I think a modern scenario would be is if you go look at these little state National Guard posts, I think it would be very easy for me to see a like group where they're armed by are guarded by like 3 to 5 people, and they're just basically an armory in the middle of nowhere. I could easily see, oh, Trump taken out. And immediately a party like the Texas Secessionist Party, who's the third biggest party in the in Texas, and then has groups like the Sons of Texas Freedom and some other groups that are actually like borderline terrorist groups, and some have been labeled as potential terrorist groups. I could easily see them hitting an armory and then saying, come and take it, which is already a Texas rallying cry. And all of a sudden now you have people going, well, it's either these guys or these guys or the government we have, and the government we have already tried to stop it with criminal prosecution. Now they assassinated him, because once that happens, nobody's going to believe this wasn't on whatever. You're going to have tons of people do this, and then they go and hit an armory. And if you don't think that's realistic, you're fucking lying to yourself. Like, that's something that I could easily see happening with just like people I know. Like, now I wouldn't do it because I'd rather be a political leader and not die on the front lines. But, I'm saying, hey, one can hope, that we get the Emperor Gibbs one day. But I'm saying that, like, it's not too far off, like, from a realistic scenario. And when y'all hand wave and go, ho, 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 it's the Republicans being all whatever. Most of Republican rhetoric, I feel like, when they say is more defensive, like aggression, right? It's like, hey, listen, you're coming for our lives, back off, like, et cetera, et cetera. Look, we do have to fight for our rights. Even Trump, after he gets shot, yells, fight, 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 right? He's trying to defend his freedom, versus what I would call what the left is doing. This is why I think what a lot of the left has been doing is disingenuous, which is, I think, is aggressive, offensive aggression. And so they're sitting here saying things, put him in a bullseye, take him out back and beat him, punch a Nazi, like all these things. I mean, punch a Nazi's base, but like in general, all these things seem to be hey, we're gonna go in there and say, hey, let's do these aggressive acts. We're going to have things like the BLM insurrection, and then we're not going to call that an insurrection when it caused more deaths, more money damage, and then
oh my God, okay.
Oh, hold on, counterpoints, don't stop me. Hold on, counterpoints. I let you and Scott have yours. 30 minutes of fame, and I'm almost done here.
Maxine Waters incited insurrection during the BLM riots.
I'm saying she has incited, and I'm sitting here going, like, looking at this stuff, and they have the audacity to sit here and try to compare this to the January 6th stuff and go, oh yeah, the Trump guys are just riling things up. When every time something Republican and angry and aggressive comes out as one of these speeches, there's no riots anywhere. There's no riots, and the only time there is riots is when the leftists do it, and generally it's way more damaging than what happened at the Capitol. And then we have a clear leftist donating to a POC PAC who was a registered Republican after he donates to a progressive PAC, who's sitting here in a state where they told him to register and vote against Trump, shooting at the fucking former president. It's blatantly obvious to everybody. So when you sit here and say, oh, we're not going to sit here and have some kind of revolution.
It looks like a groper to me. I'm not going to,
I'm just saying.
Physiology, definitely a groper. Right. We don't have enough.
But I'm not even a MAGA guy. I'm just saying.
You're talking about you want an example of a riot on the right. That would be Charlottesville.
That would be the left instigating that riot as well. If you
not one. It wouldn't be the guys marching down saying Jews will not replace us.
Right? At a march that was planned, and they had
to be honest, that might be a left wing. That might be a left wing protest at a university.
Yeah, it could be. Hold on, didn't they? Yeah, they are not. Didn't they have?
That's just a BDS movement. That's all that was.
Right? Yeah, hold on. Didn't they have permits? And then the lefty counter protesters showed up.
There was no.
One was a lawful protest, and one was not a lawful protest. Correct?
There was a counter protest. There were
that was not lawfully permitted to be there.
Who died? Who actually died there?
I'm sorry that the conservatives are.
hold on. Was it what the people on the conservative side or on the liberal side? Who actually?
I mean, they were both liberals because the Nazis,
There
like I
was
said, are
Okay, nice try.
there was a
Nice
woman who was
Nazis
hit by
aren't
a car. There was a woman who was hit by a car, but Trump was again. People lied about that when it came to
I didn't bring up
insinuating Trump
Trump.
said that he supported it.
And there wouldn't have
Because-
been any violence if the lefty
Hold on.
protesters
And
that didn't have permits to be there
like
just wouldn't show up.
to deal with you specific.
Relevant.
Oh,
To
okay.
deal
I've been
with
waiting
you-
for 5 minutes. Can I go now?
No, to deal with you specifically,
Doobie.
To deal with you specifically, I looked it up again because I saw that speech with Trump, right? I actually had watched it live when that happened. It might even done it on stream. I don't know. Like I forget the timeline here. But I did watch it live, and I remember the line, right? Very fine people on both sides. And later on, go ahead, do it. I found the transcript. I read the transcript. Very fine people on both sides. Later on, he does condemn. I remember, just like I remember previously.
How much later on?
Like in that paragraph. In that paragraph,
he says that he was not referring to the Nazis.
I can hold on. I can do it.
How convenient that got left out.
I
How
can do it for
convenient that's
everyone.
left out.
So this is Trump, right? Quote, excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis, and you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down to them a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues of George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him?
Remember when they did that?
Are we gonna take down the statue? Good, that we should take down the statues. Fuck Thomas Jefferson and fuck George Washington. Are we gonna take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, are we going to take down his statue? So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. You had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, and the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had some troublemakers. And you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You got a lot of bad people in the other group too. That's the full paragraph.
Thank you. Thank you for reading the full paragraph. It's completely agreable. There's I read
where was the lie in that?
Well, yeah, where's the falsehood? Where's the objectionable content?
Then?
Why would that drive President Biden out of retirement because he has to save America from that horrible speech? Because that's what he said over and over again. That was the catalyst
totally,
to
by the way. Condemns totally.
To make him come out. It's bullshit.
Condemn totally. Crazy.
Condemns totally.
As you read,
the same thing.
It's Ghostie's turn finally.
He wasn't going to run again, but Biden was just such a bad president. He was going to destroy the country if he wins the election, so he just had to run again. And he even says in this whole little website that you sent me, Scott, I've been reading through it, and
this little website, his website.
Yes, okay, his website. Better. It's not a plan. It is fear mongering. It's literally I'll take a couple quotes from it. President Trump's plan to shatter the deep state and return the power to the American people. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively. The Biden administration has weaponized the FBI and DOJ to target conservatives, Christians, and their political enemies.
What's the wrong with that?
The bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies.
What was that a response to? Do you remember? he made that as response to something specific, which was they had opened a bunch of cases into specific Christian organizations. So like he's doing this in response to something they actually did. So I don't understand what your issue with. How can you call something fear mongering when it's done in response to something else? Let me
Well,
just
because
ask you
she's
that.
afraid from what she sees, and therefore.
Yeah, but
she's-
but is it fear mongering if you say you're doing something because you did something because of something that happened? So if somebody walks in and shoots me, right, and so I go, hey, I don't like getting shot, I start wearing body armor, lo and behold, that's not fear mongering.
Well, yeah, it's because like you're implying you're going to get shot regularly and putting that fear into the minds of people saying,
Yeah,
"Hey, I'm going." You're implying these things.
I'm sorry. That's
telling,
coke.
You're implying fear.
He's telling every single person that all
What he's
the
gonna
courts
do.
are corrupt, that the entire government is corrupt, and this is what authoritarian dictators start by doing. They tell the people that they have no power and then they should be very scared, and they usually get elected. Dictators usually get elected. That's how it starts, and then they slowly start taking power away and changing the democracy.
So is it a plan or not a plan? Is it a plan with policy prescriptions involved, or is it not? Because that was your original claim. Now you're saying this is similar to what dictators do. Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
to completely.
I agree. Trump isn't a fucking anarchist.
Wait, so
I agree,
go
yes.
see. So
But is it a plan or is it not?
God damn it,
Yeah, it's a
John.
Let's answer the
vibes-based
question very
plan.
quickly. Is it a plan with substantive policy in it?
Technically.
Positions.
There's no
Yes, there is a plan. I'll answer
policies
for her. She
in
just listed a
there.
plan. No, don't let him get you like this. There is a plan. There is a plan. She mentioned one of them, and I said he enacted that originally, the 2020 executive order. He's going to do that because of something else that happened. So yeah, she absolutely listed a
Well, he's
policy.
got
Scott.
discussing that
don't
he has
give
a
her,
10-point
bad
plan
faith
right there
argument.
in the link that I sent you. Fundamentally reform the FISA courts, overhaul federal departments and agencies, establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and abuse of power. I don't believe he's going to do any of this shit, but it's
That
there.
would be based
Launch
to
a
be
major
fair.
crackdown on government leakers who collude with the media to create false narratives, pressing criminal charges when appropriate. Make every inspector general's office independent from the departments they oversee so that they do not become protectors of the deep state. Establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure that they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American public.
They've never spied on
Continue
anyone.
Trump
if we
administration
took the-
effort to move
Sure.
parts of federal bureaucracy to Colorado,
I
yada,
wonder
yada. Ban,
if we
ban
took
federal
Project
departments from taking jobs at companies
and we
that deal with...
compared it
Hold
to
on.
this,
Ban
how
federal
similar would it
bureaucrats...
be?
Ban
Wait,
federal
you're not similar at
bureaucrats.
all.
There's
Ban
major
federal
differences.
Massive difference.
ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with and regulate,
that is
such
an
as big
exercise
pharma. Push for a
Basically
constitutional
purging-
amendment to impose term limits on Congress. How is that not a fucking
Wick.
plan? I don't like the plan, some of the things in the plan, but
Project
how is that not a
endorsed
plan?
by Trump? Like Project 25 is not even endorsed by Trump. Like I've
Project
had
2025 is so different. First of all,
Yeah.
not only is it fundamentally different, but a lot of people are misrepresenting Project 2025 to mean something that it doesn't even mean. That's completely different than what
So Project
Trump's
2025
running on.
is 900
So
pages.
for I know it's 900 pages, and in none of those 900 pages are you going to find it removing no fault divorce, which is one of the most prominent claims about
Okay,
Project 2025.
but what you will find, right, is them using giving the president power to remove anyone that he wants.
That
within
doesn't
that.
agree with
Well, no, well, hold on. It's,
Like
first
he's
of all,
been
it's-
doing.
Wait. It's more complex than that.
It's
You
more
are going to find.
complex. Yeah.
No,
okay.
it is. You can't simplify it like that. It's 900 pages, like you just said. There are some.
There's a
aspects
lot of
Project
there are a
2025
lot of things
There-
to
there are-
2025. There's a
there
lot.
are-
We don't have time. to go
There
through every
is.
one,
There
right?
is. We don't have time to go through all of it. That's totally fair. But we can agree that you shouldn't be saying. I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people shouldn't be saying things that are completely false within Project 2025.
Sure, no, you shouldn't
For example,
lie. I agree.
the no
I agree with
no
that. You
fault
shouldn't
divorce
lie.
part. But here's the weird part though. Project 2025 actually does have a pretty crazy fucking part of it that advocates for banning pornography. That there is something in Project 2025 about that. Trump
it's
has never said.
important, though. What the fuck?
Trump has. You sure Doobie does. Trump has never said anything about that. Trump has not endorsed that part. Agenda 47 has nothing about banning pornography. So, that's just one example I can think
That's
of.
like the
right?
least of the problems I have. With
That's the
with-
least of the problems with banning pornography.
Hold on.
You want to talk about effect on the average American life? That's going to affect it way more than anything else you could think of.
We're
Okay,
talking
hold
about
on.
creating shooters, stochastic terrorism. Ain't got shit on banning pornography.
True.
We're gonna have a lot of shooters. After
Lactose
that.
evidence.
Let's be honest.
Okay. So, hold on. Okay. So, one, I'm gonna let Ghosty finish, but well, before that happens, actually, I got to read out a super chat, the one super chat we've had all night. Lawson Harrison, he says, much like his royal tanness, I feel on this issue there are fine people on both sides. Although I may disagree with some, I consider friends. You are all welcome in my safe post-election compound. Thank you so much for the $20.
Hell yeah, dude.
$20.
Does it got Hesco cages?
Hesco.
We gotta fucking.
Like,
it's got to be real. You know what I mean? Like,
you mean,
can't be like the
Faraday
Chaz.
cage? Like a Faraday cage, maybe?
No, Hesco cages are basically just big squares cages that you pack with dirt, and they're like the cheapest, best way to make something that is like immune to like artillery rounds or things like.
Oh.
They're easy to install things if you want to make like a compound. It was a joke that like it can actually be defensible.
Oh, thank you for teaching me that. Okay, so yeah, so thank you for that, and guys, consider supporting the channel. We could use help. Thank you, Lawson, for the kindness. Corey for resubbing previously. Ali as well. Yeah, but Counterpoints being a real one with a 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciate you. Also gifted 5 previously. Guys,
Thank Progressive Victory.
Progressive Victory. That sweet Progressive Victory money has been his family for months at a time already. Thank you for sharing a bit of that with us. And guys, it's a new month, and we're like halfway through it, and we barely got any subs. Consider supporting the channel. Guys, subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, consider using that free sub here. We'd love to have you. Ad free viewing and our emotes and my eternal gratitude and love. So help us out. It'd be great. We give Counterpoints already give us 5. It'd be good to start us on a hype train. If we could get 2 others helping us out. Okay. And then and memberships on YouTube. Consider helping us out as well, or super chats. I will read them out. Now, okay. So just because Corey already has questions, right? It's true that Lawson did DM me specifically. Okay, I would have seen it otherwise. All right.
That's cheating. Cheating does not count. Stricken from the record.
Okay, thank you, Admiral Gibbs. Thank you for giving a sub. It's all kind of you to us to Jersey, and if we get one more, we can start ourselves on a nice hype train. So consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Resubbing also counts. Usually Amazon Prime is Prime Gaming. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm gonna let Ghosty back in, and then we're going to go to Scott and Doobie.
Okay. Okay, can I get like a poll maybe from the panel? So who does think that the stochastic rhetoric is to blame for these acts of violence, like on January 6th, the presidential assassination attempt, Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked with a hammer, like things like this? Who thinks that this, and is it the rhetoric coming from the presidents, Biden and Trump, or from the actual people, like on Twitter?
It's the president talks, and the people make up their own opinions on what he said and go for it. That's at least my opinion.
Who okay.
It'd still be the president's fault technically, right? Like to Lactoid's point when he was bringing up, like if we never had Mein Kampf here, and then he opens up a bookstore and he sells Mein Kampf to people, I would hold him his store.
I think he said Communist Manifesto, though.
Communist Manifesto, is that what he said? I have
a little bit different, I think.
Yeah, same thing. Same difference.
Well, to some people.
The point is, if I would say that if he was the start of the thing, that he would be patient zero of that ideology being spread. I wouldn't say hold him accountable, but he holds some blame.
And just quickly, thank you, Ripping and Tearing. That's a pretty damn cool name. For gifting a sub and start us on a hype train. We're at level 2 hype train, 12% done. 88% left. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Hop out the channel. Now's a great time to do it. You'll get the specific hype train emotes. Consider help us out. Sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Or resub. Resub is also hop out the hype train. Now's the time. Help us get to level 3 to level 4. so I can keep doing this for all of you guys. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, so consider helping this out. All right, so back to
Doobie.
Doobie being a real one. Thank you.
Wait, we didn't finish with
Ghosty. I'll reserve my answer for
Hold
my
on, let him
turn
make his money.
because I think it's more complicated than that.
Okay. Like Gibbs.
One second.
Gibbs is saying-
One second.
Oh.
Doobie, no problem. Doobie, thank you for the 20 hot 2-1 gift subs. Really kind. A real one. I do appreciate you, my man. He put us at a level 4
yeah,
training, 17% done, 83% left, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Now is a great time, anyone. If you haven't done it yet, consider supporting us. Hey, Ginger Ramouth, I see you in chat. Nice to see you again. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well, friend. Okay, yeah, help us out. All right, so I'll get back to the content. But I might interrupt you again at some point in time. 4 minutes off the clock. Help us get to level 5. Ghosty.
So, I know. Okay, so Ali, that's your name, right? Yeah, gave his answer. Gibbs, you were blaming the shooting on the bullet, the target comment, but you don't think the tone from Trump's January 6th speech, including all of the context leading up to that, is to blame for the violence on January 6th. Is that correct?
No, I would say that there's probably rhetoric on both sides that would lead to. I'm not one of the ones saying that there is no whatever this bullshit, stochastic terrorism, fugazi shenanigans, whatever word we have for touching grass is not a thing. I definitely think words hurt, and I think words cause problems. Now, I disagree with the idea that Trump incited an insurrection or that it even was an insurrection when we look at the words in context. I feel like one is one thing. That's why I said one's a 6.57 when I answered Corey earlier, versus what Biden said, I think is like a 9. Like an 8.5, or if we take hey, I'm going to take him out back and beat it. I feel like the idea of I'm directly saying that I'm going to take some, if I'm going to give you an example, right? Say I said to Ali, I go, hey, I don't like that guy. I'm going to take you out back and beat you. That seems like quite an escalation from, man, I hate that guy. I'd rather we do something about him peacefully and patriotically, and maybe we get him removed from office or come back.
That's not what Trump said.
Totally different context. Totally different contexts. I mean, I don't know how you can argue that one's not an escalation over another. Are y'all saying it's not?
I mean, even his in total thing here is just purging all the corruption that are hurting the Americans and the Christians.
But if you actually believe the area is corrupt, why is that fear mongering? I feel like a lot of people think it's corrupt. I thought that the trial recently was a kangaroo court.
That's her point. Is it would incite fear and violence in those people if they agree that it is corrupt, and he's enforcing that it's corrupt. That's what she's saying.
That's occurring on the Republican side, right? I've already listed y'all's best example is the Nazi leftists, getting mad and whatever, Charlottesville against Antifa. So we have two lefty groups fighting, and then y'all are going to say it's a conservative group. And then secondly, we're going to sit here, y'all look to January 6th, which barely qualifies as a riot in my opinion, and then say, oh, these are just
when you say shit like that, everyone else just rolls their fucking eyes because we can watch footage of
hold on,
because you can watch footage of cops getting the shit kicked out of them. You can watch that.
You might roll your eyes because I know that you're in this little camp of all these people on the Twitch poll that are hyper fixated on bullshit, but that's the average person does roll.
I want to stop you there. I want to stop you there. The reason why that's so unbelievably fucking stupid to me is because I can just YouTube January 6th riot footage and I can see people
it's a riot.
Windows,
I called it a riot.
Smashing furniture, beating the fuck out of cops. You said you would barely call it a riot.
And the building they were attacking was
that's retarded.
Too, right?
It's barely a riot.
Less than a minute left on the hype train. We're at 25%. Thank you, Chris, for resubbing for 37 months. Thank you for sticking with the channel for so long.
Now, fuck you, sub you, Chris. Get back on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of that,
baby's old enough now. I want you, Chris, back.
Bruce, stop being a pussy.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we been told rioting is a appropriate form of protest, right? This was what I would call a small scale riot over people that were
riots are the soul of America.
Right. So sure, I mean, there's a lot of people that argue that. So we're sitting here saying, "Oh, this is insurrection," which was, if it was, it's the smallest insurrection I've ever seen ever. We had 5 deaths, and most of them were on one side. And I was sitting here hearing what you're saying, and then you go, "Oh, well, look at the videotapes of January 6th. Look at the videotapes of I don't know all the BLM 8pm protest or the Chaz stuff. I mean, like, all these videos are way more egregious, and nobody's calling that an insurrection on the left. Like your double standard. Everybody
because-
sees
You'd have to
that's
Google
because
the
people
word
worship the state.
insurrection.
Because it is. It's literally an insurrection when you take over
Can we
land
define
and hold
insurrection
it.
while we're here
And we
real
hold
quick?
it. Like, I mean, like they did in Seattle. I don't know how you can sit here and pretend it's not. Like,
Can someone read the definition of insurrection real
And
quick
other
just so we
cities,
can
and
know what
other
we're
cities.
arguing about?
Dude, there's a bunch of different definitions.
It's
Destiny's
not.
on the
Let's
fifth.
agree. We can agree on
Insurrection-
one.
Insurrection is not particularly legally defined. That's actually one of the issues when it comes to.
Can we
like,
make up? Can we make up a definition that we
I
can
mean, the
agree on?
Colorado
then?
decision had multiple fucking definitions.
Yeah, the Colorado.
I thought I was
decision
here
had
to talk
multiple
about Trump getting shot in the
Well,
face.
well,
I don't know what we are now.
I need to say one thing. As of tonight, Biden did another interview with Lester Holt. I just saw a video on Twitter about it after Trump was shot. And Biden reiterated the false claim that I just posted Snopes link, and Prime was so eager to read the whole thing out on stream. Biden just reiterated the false claim that Trump called Nazis very fine people again. He just said it. He said it again.
Okay, but
He said
he's
it
got
again.
dementia.
After Trump got shot. Now, there's a level of charitability I'm willing to give to people, but
Because his
like,
brain is
how many
soup?
how many more times does he have to say it? Like, how many more violent incidents need to happen here? Like,
Do you have the same energy when Trump lies?
Does Biden get attacked and then he just has a direct lie about Biden that's already been proven wrong multiple times to him immediately afterwards?
So Wick,
this
you
was 2
agree that
days.
Biden's lying,
What,
right?
2 days? 2 days?
You agree that Biden's spreading this lie about Trump, right?
Yeah, I thought Biden was supposed to be the honest one, right? Biden's the dementia one, and
they're all
Trump's the liar.
politicians. They all lie to a
Biden's
certain
the
extent.
lying dementia patient. Okay.
They all lie to a certain extent, but let's not pretend that the amount of lies told by Biden, and I'll agree that he does lie sometimes. No, I'll cop to that.
He just
but
did it
let's
with Lester Holt.
measure the amount of lies from both candidates, and I guarantee you
but what
that
kind
Trump
of
lies
lies?
more
It was 2 days after the guy got shot.
Hold on. See how mad you guys are? You're all yelling because I'm right. I'm gonna pull a 5
wrong.
You're all yelling because
Hey,
I'm right. Okay.
Shut up.
Be a little fair.
Shut up. Everyone pull back, right? Scott, honestly, has been able to control himself and wait patiently.
Impressively.
So I
He's
wanna
been
re-
chilling, waiting
He's
to
been
speak.
great lately.
I want to reward
Real
him
patient.
and let him go, and then we're
With
going to do
another
B,
opening
and then
statement.
we're going to Corey.
All right, so there's a couple of things I wrote down. Right. So first thing I want to address, like the bullseye thing. The bullseye situation is obviously bullshit, Admiral.
It's not bullshit.
It is. It's obviously bullshit because people did the same thing to a governor during her campaign when she had targets in her ad campaign, and I
Palin
also
had
to
targets
this
in her
olive
little-
branch. Olive Branch, Admiral Gibbs, there's a direct corollary with the bullseye thing that the left did multiple times. The media, all over social media, etc. They lied about Donald Trump's usage of the term bloodbath. It was completely contextually talking about the automobile industry when he discussed it. It's a known term to deal with. There's a bloodbath on Wall Street. There's a bloodbath in the market, and everywhere they kept and Biden reiterated that lie again during the debate, saying that he was calling for a bloodbath, and when he wasn't calling for a bloodbath, what he said was, "If I wasn't
Name
elected,
one
there
Trump
would be
lie.
one." And he's trying.
Let's be reasonable. Okay, fair enough. Let's get that lie. Name one lie Trump has. Just see if you know one.
In the recent
The
debate,
border ones.
he used the wrong number when he was discussing the immigration.
Not a lie, just wrong number. Okay.
Instead of using the numbers, no, it was a complete lie because he was over exaggerating to an extreme degree by lying about how many. And he stated that these were the immigrants that came into the country when they were not. But he didn't use any
I'll accept
numbers
it.
from any reputable source
Lactoid.
about how many were in the country,
I'll accept
but
it.
instead
I'll
about
accept
how
it.
many
I'll
came
accept it.
across the border.
Lactoid, one
So he
lie
was
that
counting
Trump
all of
says.
the people that were. Wick, you
You
just
can
reason I'm
interrupted
doing this-
me discussing thing. Why? It's not your
The reason
panel.
I'm doing this, right? The reason I'm doing this is to show.
I'm not asking for your reasoning.
Very important point, right?
So here's the.
This isn't
I was
the Wick
I was on Twitch or sorry on Twitter responding to some because I'm there's idiocy also being spouted in my fucking.
I guess
Twitter
I'll
message
finish
as well.
later.
But sure. The point I'm trying to make is that going back to Gibbs's point that there's a double standard here.
Can we get a line first before you go?
The whole. So Trump exaggerated the immigration numbers. Trump exaggerated his economic numbers by far. He said we have the best economy on the planet. That was fact checked. Although best economy is also somewhat subjective. My understanding is that buying power actually went down during the Biden presidency. So if we're measuring economic power specifically by that, Trump might be right, but economists don't necessarily measure it based on that. So that could be a lie. I mean, yes, the man definitely exaggerates a whole bunch. But the point I'm trying to make is that, yes, we have Trump, who everyone is saying is a liar, but at least Biden told the truth. Yes, his brains are pudding, but at least he tells the truth. And we're on which fucking iteration now of him specifically lying about calling Trump associated with Nazis the 2 days after he got shot?
Hold on. I want to address this directly. No. You're not opposing him. You're on his team. I would like to address this.
Yeah, you can go. Oh, I mean, I only got 2 sentences things, so.
Okay, so I want to go. I haven't talked in a while. I've been very patient. Everybody else is fucking annoying and autistic as fuck. So, Lactoid.
Not
my
true.
standard. My standard for Biden is substantially low because of he keeps repeating that his kid had died in Iraq, right? And then the additional explanation is that he got cancer and then he died later, and he ties it to the burn pits in his mind. But his brain is soup. So he keeps saying that Bo died in Iraq. And so for me, I think that you can add up the totality of what Trump has done and associate him as a piece of shit who simps for dissident right-wing assholes, and then he can have that fucking talking point, but then his brain is fucking soup. So he just keeps saying it over and over again. Yeah.
Are you ready, counterpoints? Because earlier in this debate, you said either Trump is lying or he's delusional. And if he's delusional, like there's still a level of responsibility, or we still got to be careful about him. Well, same thing goes for Biden. If he's demented and thus he's delusional because he's demented, same concept.
Guess what?
Same concept.
Guess what?
We still don't want him to be president.
Guess what? Not only do I agree with you, I've been arguing that for the past week. Wick and I have already argued about that earlier in the fucking week. My sincere opinion is I think Biden should step down and let somebody else take the reins, because I do not like I do not like capacities. It's my.
That's fair. That's fair.
So
I thought it was relevant to point out that tonight.
I wanted to step down and have a competent executive. That's what I want.
I just want to point out the reason I thought it would be relevant to bring up is because I was very passionately ranting about this is a fucking lie. He said it during the debate. Everyone has been proving him wrong, but he still keeps saying it. And then I just found out on Lester Holt tonight, 2 days after Trump got shot, he is still peddling this lie. He's still doing it. The honest guy, honest Joe Biden.
I want to argue with that on that later on, but Scott, do be Corey. And
okay,
Skip.
so taking it. I think this entire panel has gotten bogged down a little bit too much in tit for tat, whataboutism. I think we can all agree that politicians are fucking liars, and that they lie all the fucking time. And most of them are narcissists, or at least have trait with some level of narcissistic tendencies. Maybe Trump is a grandiose narcissist, while most presidents tend to be malignant narcissists. So his is so much more fucking patently obvious. But nevertheless, they're all fucking narcissistic liars. Except for maybe Jimmy Carter. Maybe. I don't like the guy's politics, but he might be the only one that wasn't a narc. But setting that aside, I think what's important here to discuss is when trying to understand who's at fault for statements. We're in this position where we're the waters are really muddied, because I think we all kind of recognize that there's some moral intuition that when people say violent rhetoric, or when they say things that are untrue, or etc., that there should be some moral responsibility there. And some of us are maybe disagreeing on what level, etc. But what I want to say is, looking at this from a psychological perspective, is that it is context dependent on so many other factors, whether or not it's true, what the media is saying, what current circumstances are, right? We probably wouldn't have had BLM riots as bad as they were if we didn't have COVID lockdowns, because a lot of people were frustrated, locked indoors, maybe not being able to go to work, and those things kind of rile people up a little bit more. And potentially increase crime because of that, and people blame that all on defund the police, but it's probably not all defund the police. It's probably other factors too. What's important to recognize is that there's this quote that I really like from Carl Jung, and I think Jordan Peterson used to say it a bunch too, which is that people don't have ideas, ideas have people. We have a process that has occurred in American where our philosophy has been eroded, and our understanding and our standards and our cultural enforcement, as Counterpoints pointed out, have been eroded. And because of that, I think we are seeing worsening and worsening conditions on both sides. There's been this argument from a couple people on the panel that, it's actually worse on the right than it is on the left. And while that hasn't been explicitly stated by people on the right here, I would say that you're probably thinking that too. You probably agree that it's worse on the left than it is on the right. Maybe because of the power in media. Maybe it's not worse, but because they have institutional power that the right doesn't have in culture, in art, in Hollywood, in music industry, etc., that maybe the effects are bigger. But one thing that we're not talking about is like, how do we actually like tamp down on this? How do we actually stop this, right? We can argue all goddamn day about who's worse, etc. And I think what we have to recognize is that entertainment and media and social media have gotten progressively worse. And one of the big catalysts starts all the way back with the founder of neoconservatism, Buckley, William F. Buckley, when debating Vidal. And Vidal called him a crypto-fascist. And because he fought Nazis and killed Nazis, he lost his shit and said, I'll say that again, I'll sock you in the mouth. And on his deathbed, he said that was the greatest regret he ever had in his entire life, because it changed the media landscape in politics towards this entertainment and blood sports. Social media has also gotten worse and worse, especially in the last decade, about giving negative engagement from hating someone for a bad midwit take and boosting those people up. And I think if we really want to be serious about actually fixing these things, one of the things we have to tackle is understanding that we have to stop rewarding negative engagement. We need dislike buttons back. We need algorithmic fixes. We need
to make this not boring, we're going to yell and scream and yell and scream and yell and scream.
Okay. Okay. I agree with we need dislike buttons back, but at the same time, I think this is the beast. I think this is freedom. I think this is democracy. This is what free people like to do. Hold on.
Is a contradiction.
I listened to you for a while. I would like the ability to speak. So this is actually like an improvement over Roman society, because in Roman society, they had the Forum where people would just get wasted and yell at each other. And they had the Colosseum where people would actually just murder each other for the entertainment of the masses. Now we have Twitch and YouTube politics and online politics in general. And then we have American football and rugby. So actually we're civilized quite a bit compared to how we are 3,000 years ago. I think the only thing that we can do that makes sense in a free society is arm the next generation with a level of critical thinking and ability to understand media comprehension that they know that their attention is being hijacked. Inform them about what the algorithms are doing. Inform them that they're being intentionally enraged in order to get engagement. Right. Inform them that they're being sexually titillized in order to farm engagement.
That's certainly a part of it.
And my bad.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing. I think that I have a little bit of an advantage as an older person because I saw how the internet developed. So when I started seeing tits and everything, I was like, I'm being manipulated. And then when I started seeing blood and everything, I'm like, I'm being manipulated. So that immune system was natural to me. I think we need to educate the next generation on it.
Right. But like when I look at my Twitter feed, right, because I debate and like yell at people and shitpost, right? My Twitter feed is full of communists and full of like full-blown Nazis or very, very close, right? And then when you look at the following count on, let's say, Twitter, I'm just using Twitter as probably the worst example of this, or X, whatever you want to call it, because of the short form being so short form. Like somebody like Jake Shields, for example, on the right, that is like just vague posting Nazi shit and like, denial of like Holocaust shit, right? And he has like, and when I just checked, he has like over 700,000 followers. And then when you see people that are like fairly rational and like, and substantive, and it's boring, right? It doesn't give us that same thing. And so we have to recognize that I think there are a lot of young people, potentially this shooter, who knows, right? That go online and all they see is extremely poor midwit arguments by radical extremists that are very violent, and those
Fabian,
people
if
are
I can-
rewarded the most.
I
in
would like to
social
back
media
you up
consumption.
here. I would like to back you up here. I was blocked by the creator Sargon of Akkad because I told him I think that he is capitalizing off of black pill content. And he was so insulted, despite the fact that he has debated tons of the worst people on the fucking planet. He almost insta-blocked me. And so here's the thing, is there are people, I think iHypocrite is another one. And what they do is
iHypocrite's gotten so bad, with this.
they just look at
They're like, are
black-
you noticing? And then it'll be like a picture, and then the whole comment
No,
is just like,
literally,
it's Jews.
Yeah, Jews control everything. Black people are beating up white people. You're going to be erased racially. You're going to get murdered. And so as a result, I think you use the term midwit, which is one of my favorite terms as well, because it's people who think that they're smart, but they're fucking average. And as a result, they're fucking morons. They attract midwits who think that they're getting some contrarian. Final part. They get a contrarian but truthful view of reality. They get a dangerous, sexy inside perspective on the way things really are. And so as a result, they're attracted to this thing and it becomes their community, and then they blackmail and they spiral.
Our brain is not developed or is not designed via evolution to be able to deal with the thoughts and opinions of hundreds
Nothing is
of millions
designed
of
by
people.
evolution. Just FYI.
You know what I mean, right? Like, it wasn't advantageous. Our
Let's go
heuristics
do-
that developed because of evolutionary advantages weren't advantageous for us to do that. And so I'm seeing, I even think on this panel, people that have a twisted view of the rhetoric on the opposing side, and on both because of the fact that these algorithms push so much of that it makes it seem like it's more real, or that it's more of an existential threat, or that these ideas are more
that's not
than
fair.
they actually are.
we got Doobie, Corey, Gibbs. What I got from Scott's last words is that Muslim, Black people, and Latin people have de-evolved brains. That's exactly what I heard there.
Agreed.
Let's go to Doobie.
So yeah, I unfortunately
The
agree with
warrior
everything
gene.
Connor and Scott said. But I think, and this is why I mentioned earlier, Wick, the anti-Semitism allegations that you made against me and others, because we were in support of people protesting at that synagogue. So I think that's another version of exactly what they were talking about, right? I think
Of course,
I
you
think
think
that
that.
we have
You're
to
stuck in your bubble. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I'm the one in the bubble, of course.
Yep, of course.
So I think that what seems to be happening, I think, is we are acknowledging, or you guys are willing to acknowledge that this problem exists, but you're not willing to acknowledge your place in the problem, right? And how you contribute to it. You personally, you specifically, through your platform and this platform and other platforms, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever, contribute to exactly this because it's content. And it's a fun time when people get angry and scream at each other and don't actually engage with any topics. They're just fucking shouting back and forth and getting angry at each other. Like you love that actually when that happens on your stream. Everybody loves it. Your audience loves it. But now because Destiny's throwing it, I love it too. Because Destiny's throwing a tantrum, because his tantrum is actually reasonable if he believes half the shit he believes about Trump. You should be having the same tantrum, but because he's having the tantrum and you want to present yourself as the moral, the upright moral guy on the high horse, you're pretending you don't like that shit. You love that shit.
Well, you might love the content, but still object to it morally.
I
love
this,
Lavloon content. I still object to Lavloon content.
There is a difference, a substantive
Or
difference
Mr. Girl.
between people yelling about things they like that don't matter, right? Like when I had
They do matter,
40K,
Wick.
when
It
I had
does
Counterpoints
matter.
on, and I had Radham on, and I had what was his name? Fabius Bile, or what was his name? I forget his name exactly. And they were all yelling at each other over 40K lore. Okay, Majin was there too.
Well,
They're
that
all
doesn't matter,
yelling at each
obviously.
other for 4K. Like, okay, sure, I love it then, but it does annoy me when I'm trying to have a serious conversation about a serious topic, and people decide to meme during it, and I've gotten annoyed about that several times. But here's the important bit, right? And this is something I talked about earlier before I came on the panel, but I think you just gave a great example of it. It's the assumption that anyone who disagrees with you or thinks a different way is doing so from a dishonest place, right? Whether they're getting paid for it, whether it's because of audience capture, whether it's because of echo chambers or these things. It's this idea that Nobody can possibly disagree with me from an honest place. It has to be because of these perverse incentives, because of these very real things that happen, right? But it has to be for that reason. And I think that is preventing us from having any
You mean like you did to me when I was talking about Trump and election fraud?
Oh my God.
You said it was impossible to have a reasonable good faith position.
Yeah, it's exactly what
if
I'm
I
talking
disagreed with you, it had to be 100%
Yes, because I
bad faith. and I'm
laid
lying.
out the reasons, right?
You're correctly acknowledging the problem, but you don't acknowledge that you do the same shit.
I am not
all
a
the time.
perfect man. I am sure that there have been places where I've been wrong, or I've been led by my audience to say things that, maybe I shouldn't have said. If you're asking me if I'm free from sin, obviously not. Obviously not. But if we're talking about things like, right, like, and notice, it's always accusing other people of this and never being like, well, I do this too, right? It's never that, right? Moral arbiters on your side, the other side is all dishonest actors.
You're the one of the moral high horse recently since the Destiny
always
tantrum.
happens.
And I do think it is intentionally strong, by the way. Like, obviously, you're the one of the moral high. Go ahead, Connor.
But no, hold on. Just real quick, let me finish because this is important when it comes to the Destiny thing. If you think I was doing that for a virtue signal, that I wasn't completely disgusted at him mocking the death of an innocent person, I don't know what to tell you.
No,
obviously,
that's not what I'm saying.
I was very upset.
That's not what I'm saying.
Obviously, I disagreed strongly with Destiny, and I have no incentive to disagree with Destiny. In fact, it's dangerous sometimes for me to disagree with Destiny.
Yeah, I agree with you
because he does give me a lot of clout and things like that.
To be clear, I'm not saying you're lying about not liking his language and what he's saying.
Okay, then what are you accusing me of?
You're one of these weirdos who's like so opposed to death penalty. You'd be okay with like a serial child rapist being alive for some reason. I don't get it, but you're one of those people. I acknowledge it. Okay. I don't think you're lying about your position with Destiny's like rhetoric. What I do think is that if you believe even half the shit you said about Trump and other people on your stream have said about Trump, then Destiny's reaction, which is basically like mine, similar to mine. Oh shit, too bad they didn't kill him. Right, is the right reaction. You should want him dead.
You
should want other people to take a shot at him.
The cure is worse than the disease. If we open this up, where if we, no matter how bad the other guy is, right, who's a politician, if we open up political violence to be the means,
what if it was actually
beat
Hitler?
The person.
What if it was actually Hitler who's gonna have fucking death camps? Like you would say, oh well, we can't kill Hitler because something bad might happen. Like really, like I think it's okay to acknowledge that some people are so bad that it's better off with them dead. The world is better with them dead.
But we don't have a crystal ball, and I can't know. So until the person starts to actually enact the things that I fear is going to happen, yes, it is immoral and improper to take a shot at them.
Well, hold on.
So
I have an objection to this.
They're trying to make up the king.
I have an objection. I have an objection to this. I do have an objection to this. We know, and by the way, like I want a secure border, and I actually don't want mass immigration from the Middle East and North Africa. However, we know that there are refugees from the Middle East and North Africa who will be denied asylum into the United States, and as a result, they will either be homeless, dead, or destitute as a result of Trump's policies. Same thing with the border. We know that if he gives carte blanche to the states, which, by the way, I want a secure border, we know that there will be people who drown. We know there will be people who will drown in the Rio Grande as a result of physical barriers. Okay.
Oh, well.
We know these things. How did you say that I didn't know that it was a thing, and then you said, "Oh well, you're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you. 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 You said that you did. You said that I didn't know, and then you agreed with me. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking moron. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear from you. I don't care about what you have to say.
That's fine, but
Anyways,
you're still lying. It's okay.
So the point is,
I wouldn't want to hear.
I don't know what the fuck I'm lying about, but shut the fuck up. I don't care what you have to say.
Yeah.
So Wick, anyways, the point is that if you very much care about these people and you think that they're human beings who are entitled to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, immigration, et cetera, then at that point, you don't have to be cheering on him getting killed or whatever, but at the same time, you can at least be ambivalent.
No, because we know the result of him getting shot and taken out in this way would be worse for everyone involved. Involved. Okay.
How?
Before, right?
Hold on. No. This gets back to a point that I wanted to make earlier, but I didn't get to finish. So earlier it was asserted that somebody would take Trump's. Hold on. Somebody would take Trump's place, and then basically like we would actually have insurrectionists. I'm not done. We would have insurrectionists inside the United States. I reject this. I don't think anybody
to be insurrectionists inside the United States would be a much worse thing.
Hold on.
I never said the Civil War shit. That was
I'm not done. I know. I'm not done with my idea. I don't think there's anybody who is MAGA who has the charisma or cult of personality of Trump, I don't think anybody can replace him. And also, when it comes to pro-Trump MAGA revolutionaries or whatever, I think it would be like Shays Rebellion or the Bundy standoff. I think there would be one standoff, it would get stomped out, and then everybody would go home.
Okay, so the problem.
Let's go. We got two more people, and they've been waiting quite patiently. I'm sorry, Vic. You're so beautiful.
You did this. This is twice. 2 strikes time. 2 strikes.
Let's go to Corey and then Gibbs. And we can jump back to you at the end to wrap it up, Vic. Okay.
Yeah, so rewinding a bit, probably whatever, half an hour. But like you were angry, understandably, that Joe Biden repeated the lie about whatever, very fine people. 2 days after the attempt. And so I'm curious if you carry the same level of analysis, as in when we bring up Trump, okay, and his, I would characterize them as lies of Biden got 80 million computer votes, okay. So do you, under your analysis, it's like, well, if Trump believed that, then it's not a lie. Is that potentially true also of Biden? If the people around him, okay, which I think it's fair to say that he probably has speechwriters and people give him talking points because he probably can't talk for himself all that well. So that's potentially not a lie, correct?
You're right. It's potentially the fact. It could be the case that he's completely delusional. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I already addressed this with counterpoints, right? Like
It'd still
it's
be a
possible.
lie. It would just be he didn't know.
But he wouldn't be a liar. He would just be like brain dead. Now, this is the allegation when it comes to Trump. But like if Trump believed it, you call him delusional. You could say that he's irresponsible for believing that. Sure. You can make that point.
Now, if you're a betting person,
Here. I think that there's more of a chance that Donald Trump believes that there was election fraud than I think that Joe Biden at this point has reason to believe that Donald Trump praised neo-Nazis and white nationalists at that speech, based on the fact that there is a single video, very easy to watch, in which he clearly doesn't. I mean, Prime was able to read off the whole fucking transcript of what he said in 20 seconds on a fucking Twitch stream, right? That was very easy. Meanwhile, allegations of voter fraud across an entire country, a little more complicated for a layperson to fully understand. I can believe Trump doubting that more than I can believe Biden, unless he's really gone.
And you can believe. Sure, and you can believe that Trump still believes that today in 2024, as in he's presumably put in no effort to discern whether that's true or not, that the election was rigged or stolen from him over the course of about.
It's a question of how much effort needs to be put in, right? Like the amount of effort that you need to put in, especially if you're Trump and you believe this to be the case, you would have to investigate every single state. You'd have to look into like how the votes are taken, allegations of particular fraud.
And you would find investigations that weren't done.
And you'd find investigations that weren't done. There'd be all sorts of things. With this, it's a single fucking video that Snopes has that you can find the transcript of, and Snopes says it's a lie. And at the debate, Trump said it was a lie. Biden just said, no, that's not a lie. And then again, in the context, by the way, the context here matters. I think we all agree. 2 days after Trump getting shot, he's on Lester Holt repeating this lie. I'm
curious, how is the attempt on Trump relevant in terms of why does 2 days afterwards matter?
It matters a lot. What do you mean?
Because you're associating with Nazis.
Yeah, but why you brought up? Well, it's just 2 days after.
Well, I'm about to matter. We don't know the motive yet, but it could be some Christian Republican dude who doesn't want a Nazi in power, right? Like plenty of Republicans dislike Trump. It could be something like
that. I didn't catch everything that you said.
Okay, I don't care that Trump got shot in the face because I dislike Trump and I identify as a Republican. Yeah.
Base.
Jesus Christ, Connor. What the fuck?
I care about a republic. I care about a republic. I want a republic.
No monarchy.
Trump is a delusional fucking liar who thought that suspending the Constitution was a
Biden is
good
also a
idea.
delusional liar, right?
He should step down and get replaced.
Falls down some stairs. I really do.
Me too. Hold on. There's a substantive difference.
Wait,
one of them
I'm
during
gonna
their
prove
presidency
consistency.
actually disobeyed SCOTUS, and the other one didn't, right?
Yeah.
So we have two records.
Yeah, not for a lack of
And that would be
trying for his retarded
I
policies.
agree with
for
that.
sure.
Biden has. I think he's proven to
Twice.
be more. I think Biden has proven
With
to
the
be
OSHA
more.
regulations
to forgive
and-
student
and
loans.
I think Biden has proven to be more unconstitutional in action. Maybe a little bit in rhetoric. I don't know if it's the same extent that Trump has in rhetoric, but definitely more in action.
Listen,
but I'm going to prove my consistency
trying to
right
steal
here.
the elections versus giving student loans. I'm going to bounce these things a little differently.
I'm going to again, when what the Supreme Court says is the law. I just want to be clear about that. And when they interpret the Constitution as meaning something that matters. Now I'm going to prove my consistency here, though. I do not root for Biden falling down a flight of stairs. And this is because you can call me beta.
You wouldn't laugh? You wouldn't
No,
laugh?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't share the meme? I don't believe
he wasn't
you.
hurt, if he wasn't hurt,
even if he was hurt, I don't.
Absolutely, yeah.
No. If he fell down a flight of stairs and he wasn't hurt, I would be sharing that meme and I'd be laughing about it.
Here.
If he actually gets hurt, absolutely not.
I'll stick up for Lactoid here. He's the kind of guy that means this, right? Who would not?
I think if he falls and he sprains his ankle,
be ecstatic over harm that comes to his political opposition.
Dude, I don't think any of us.
I don't think it's ecstatic over harm to political operative. I think it's an old man falling and he's going to laugh at it, and especially if it's the president who thinks he's delusional.
No. If he's falling, that's not funny.
That's we got to move on. We got to move on past this.
If he breaks a hip or something, that'd be terrifying.
We got to move on past this point. And we all know that if he bumped his shins, he would shatter his bones.
You could assassinate Biden with a punch. It's that bad.
Exactly.
You're laughing. You're laughing.
If someone
punched, and if he found out that Biden got punched and he died, you'd laugh.
We got guys.
I would not laugh.
Killed by a punch. Muffin, you fucking monster!
If Biden fell down a flight of stairs and died, I would not be happy about that. I would not laugh. I would not wish for that.
Okay,
Scooby says that.
Great, wonderful. I love you, Corey. Do you have anything else to say quickly? And then we got to go to Gibbs. Okay, Gibbs, and then we'll wrap it up with Wick. Gibbs.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I mean, I think there's issues with this. Like I said earlier, I think there's a lot of the defensive aggression from Republicans versus the offensive aggression. I don't know about this. This is one more reason I think Counterpoints here is not a Republican. I don't even like Trump. I not been a huge
define Republican, you fucking moron.
Yeah, we can do this all again, but
Republican. Define it. What's a republic?
Listen. I know this is your debate tactic, just trying to
trying to get you to trying to get you to describe the words that you use. That's my debate tactic. Yes,
I'm sitting here going. I mean, no, you're just trying to get me off my point. Well, I'm sitting here talking about how I don't think this is.
Well, you just said I wasn't a Republican, so I'm going to take issue with that.
I mean, I don't think any true Republican would sit here and call for the assassination of.
I believe in a fucking republic, and that's the reason why I'm voting against Trump. Absolutely, I believe in republicanism. Admiral Gibbs, what's the definition of a republic?
I believe in our government that we have today. And I sit here and think, I agree with Wick, using the political process to get people out. Now, I also think there's some facts to what Doobie said. If we thought this guy was literally Satan and someone truly believed that, I feel like it's within reason for them to do something along those lines. But when I'm looking at the left and I'm looking at the right, and I'm sitting here listening to this kind of language, right? I think there's levels, and there's different levels. I've watched a lot of Fox News, I've watched a lot of CNN, watched a lot of MSNBC. But what's interesting is I watched the thing by the Australian news agency this week, and they showed a bunch of CNN articles after the assassination, and you wouldn't even know that Trump had gotten assassination. It'd be there was a scare at a rally. Trump falls and is picked up by service.
Oh, within the first 30 minutes, and then they changed the title later. You fucking moron!
Just wild stuff. That's just outrageous, right? And so when I sit here and I hear people on the left,
when Fabian was talking about midwits, he was talking about you.
Let me just
he was
finish.
talking about you.
We gotta let Gibbs finish.
I don't interrupt you every single time. Just relax. I know that you're taking umbrage with basic facts, but it's sitting here. They can point to this, and then people go and look at these things, and people go, "Oh, I'm going to draw a conclusion based off a pattern I see here." I mean, I think it's reasonable that Trump honestly believes a lot of what he says whenever he feels "Oh, I'm being persecuted by the government." So when he's sitting here saying, "Oh, I think there's corruption, I'm going to clean it up," I don't think that's fear-mongering language. I think he's obviously thinking, "Oh, I had a kangaroo court. I just got shot at now." I definitely think that he thinks there is a group that is working against him. And I think there are people that can look at this and come to that conclusion. And whenever we just hand raise them and go, "Oh, you're just guilt galloping. Oh, you're just sitting here these guys are nitwits, they're idiots, and I'm just going to hand wave them away." When anybody with half a brain can just look and goes, "This is suspicious," that's fucking ridiculous. And it's pretty clear to me that one side, even though they're sitting here going, "Wow, maybe we got some conspiracy theories," they're not the ones going and taking pot shots at the president, and they're not rioting generally. And I just don't know how you can sit here and say.
Can
it's
you
the same
define what
kind
a
of levels
republic
of origin.
is? Without
Can you
Googling
just
it?
can you just like shut the fuck up?
No, I can't.
I mean,
Can you define what a republic is?
How about you defining like cuckoldry? Because that's what you're doing as a debate tactic right here. You're being a bitch and trying to go off.
Yeah,
on
I'm
a tangent that's
I'm
like,
fucking your
everybody knows
points
you-
in front of
listen,
you. Yeah,
everybody
you're
here
right.
knows-
I'm
listen,
cucking
bro,
you.
You
That's
got
right.
your poli sci degree from DeVry. We all know this. I don't want to sit here and hear anything about you out of your big brain.
It was
politics definition there.
Valencia Community
Wow.
College. Get
That's
it right,
impressive.
you
That's
piece of shit.
impressive. I can wipe my
Okay.
ass with your degree, and it would be worth more. Like you gotta be fucking kidding me. Every time you
Yours
sit
has
here
2
and talk
degrees.
about, yeah, I know, I got a whole bunch. The whole city's sitting here, and he's got the audacity to go, "What is a republic? Define republic." But
Well,
we know
you
what
say I'm not a
We're on
Republican. I would be
politics,
interested in
but
knowing if you know what
clearly
the
not.
word
No,
means.
we sat here on a panel one time, and you told me you were a Teddy Roosevelt Republican, and that hasn't been a thing in fucking 80 years.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We got to go to Wick, right?
You're not a
Corey, sorry,
Republican.
we're gonna.
I
wrap
know
it
he's
up
not.
with-
It's fucking. He's just live.
Wick, please.
Okay. So, wind it back. Ignore everything that was just said, okay? Because I don't think it matters.
matters.
Here's the deal, right? The reason that I am not okay, even if I do believe that Trump is a real and present danger to democracy and to our freedoms, is because to assassinate him, if he is killed, if he is murdered, that is an attack on democracy. That is a bullet in democracy's head, right? So I am not one to protect my house from being burnt down, to burn it down myself so that the other guys can't burn it down first. That's a fail state. It's a fail state. And if we have to resort to those kinds of measures to stop the democracy from dying, democracy's dead. Democracy can't flourish. It can't go anywhere, right? So if you believe that, right, if you're that doomer-pilled, first of all, you're wrong. You're just straight up wrong. There are many different ways we can deal with such an existential threat than violence. And second of all, even if, right, if
Democracy is
if
violence.
is opened up, right, if that Pandora's box is opened, then we have a lot more problems than simply whatever Trump is trying to do, right? Like, we have a lot more problems. It's not going to end well for you. It's not going to end well
That
for me.
box
It's not
opened
going
with
to
the
end
founding
well
of the
for
United
anyone
States of
you
America.
care
Well, Wick,
about,
to be
right?
fair-
Blood will run in the streets. It will be a bad situation. And no, it doesn't have to be a full civil war, full insurrection, or anything like that. But just sectarian violence throughout the streets would rise to
You think that wouldn't happen if Trump was
Wick, you
pushing Project 2025 like you said?
No,
was
I don't
earlier?
think it would be as bad as if Trump
Really?
was assassinated. No, I don't.
You don't think it'd be as bad if you were like removing civil rights protections, restricting, making it so that gay people can't adopt, rolling back marriage equality, all the crazy shit that people are saying about Project
Yes,
2025.
people going down in the streets
you think,
to assassinate
you
their
think that
political
wouldn't
rivals is
cause
worse than that.
fucking
Yes, it's worse than
protests
that.
and riots
It's
and
worse
blood
than
in
that.
the streets?
Yes.
I feel like some of you might kill him just over the porn ban, right? Like, being honest. So I just
I'll
think that
use my
you're-
joke, bitch.
I think that you're saying, oh well, he's going to dismantle democracy if he gets into power, but we can't keep him from getting into power because that also
We
dismantles
can,
democracy.
but if we
It's-
do
it's a
so through
lose-lose. It's a lose-lose
if we
scenario.
do so
Like,
through
just
if
accept
we do
the-
so through violent means, right? If we do so through assassination, democracy's dead. It's a fail state.
No, that's silly.
It's true.
How do you non-violently stop the dude from becoming king if
There's a
if
lot
that's
of
like
different
the
ways to do that. We have a lot of different fail safes and institutions.
Democracy isn't one of them.
in America.
That is
that
violence.
We can absolutely.
Well, once again, the idea. Once
You're
again, the
doing
idea for a
violence to my
normie.
brain cells right now. They're being
for a normie
genocided.
like
I'm
me,
gonna
Wick.
bring you up on charges on the
I know.
ICJ for doing
Wick.
genocide to all my audience's brain cells right now.
For-
And like,
know.
what are you, the
You have
IDF,
difficulty
right, of
with
this
basic
panel,
philosophy.
going through and just bombing things
I
relentlessly.
have a quick
with
update.
Yeah, Wick,
stupid
wait, hold on,
and
wait.
dumb. That's
Wick.
what you're doing right now. But let me finish my point here. My
God
point
damn.
at the end of the day is simply this: that we do not engage in political violence because we think Trump is a threat. And if you do that,
Voting is political
and
violence.
if you hope for that, what you were hoping for is literally the destruction of America. And that's my final point. Go ahead.
Hold up, wait.
Okay.
If you think, if once again, my question is, if you
Quickly,
think
hold
the
on.
guy
Lactoid's gotta
is,
go. Lactoid, see you, buddy.
Yeah,
sound
no,
like
thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Lactoid TV, you can find me anywhere.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I don't got
Bye.
too much longer.
Take care. Be well.
But
so
Yeah,
once again,
Peace.
if the fear is like once again for the normie like me who watched the fucking discussion between counterpoints and Pisco, and you were left thinking this guy's gonna become a monarch. You already think Biden's gonna lose. You don't think there's a vote anymore. You're telling me there's a bunch of fail safes. What's the other fail safe?
So impeachment is a process that you could do if he tries to engage in these things. We have a military. The military could remove him if we needed, right? And that can happen in a very non-violent manner. It doesn't have to be violent. But for individuals to take on this,
How
like
the
you're
fuck are
slapping
you
your
going to
face, but
remove
you have
someone
you have a retarded definition of violence.
non-violently?
Well,
You're retarded if you think you can use the military to remove a president non-violently.
There's plenty
Now, from what I understood, impeachment wouldn't be a thing. From what I
Hold on,
heard from Destiny Encounter and all, is that impeachment wouldn't really be a thing if we have the monarch there. Right? If the monarchy
who's
is
already tried to lead an insurrection against our government, by the way.
What the problem here with
come on.
the ruling, the Supreme Court ruling, is that you
Mm-hmm.
couldn't charge them criminally, but you could remove them from power through impeachment and other processes.
Okay, so it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so we're gonna wrap it up here.
Thank God.
This has been fantastic. I want to respect everyone's time, so especially
Can I just say a really quick update? I put this in the group chat, but I feel like the audience deserves to know.
Oh, no.
It's now basically confirmed this guy was a right winger, probably like a tradcon conservative type. He was 6'4", so he had a 10-inch penis. No fucking way he was a leftist. It's impossible.
He was pretending to have one, trying to prove his manliness. So yes, exactly, he was a conservative.
Well, hold up. So do we think he was an accelerationist? Is that kind of the theory?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was like a never Trumper type or like a gripper or some crazy shit like that for sure. That wouldn't be
Never
surprising at all.
Trumper is way less likely than like a Groiper slash.
No, because plenty of never Trumpers
accelerationist.
believe the rhetoric that's been pushed around on the left too, about him being Trump being like an actual threat to the American democracy, the American government.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Actually
anybody that assassinated him is probably believing the rhetoric of the left, or at the very least, if they're an accelerationist, believes that the left's rhetoric is pushing us to an inevitable thing.
I want to clarify for the audience before we do outros or whatever. So accelerationist would be somebody who wants to take out Trump because they think that'll make the country destabilize worse and the government will collapse, and then therefore the extremist ideologies can emerge from the ashes. Whereas somebody who's a never Trumper is somebody who's trying to preserve the republic by taking out Trump. So it's two different outcomes with the same action.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks all. This has been great and enlightening. It was one topic we did the entire time, but clearly there was a lot to say. But I thought we had a pretty fun conversation. So we're gonna give an outro to all of these amazing individuals. Before then, guys, if you've enjoyed this channel, hit the follow button.
We're not ending quite yet, gang.
Subscribe to the channel.
To you guys for like a few minutes before
do
we,
all the things. Support us. So we'll be back in the future. And thank you to people who supported previously. Yeah, you guys are amazing. The only reason why we're still here. But we'll give a sort of outros. Fabian Liberty Scott, thank you so freaking much for coming through. You are fantastic. And I mean, I think we had a really fun conversation. I hope you enjoyed yourself here.
Yeah, I usually have fun. Yeah, Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube streaming, usually here Wednesdays. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, which is another fancy word for real libertarian. I'm an anarchist of the right-wing variety, I guess you could say. So if you want to talk philosophy or news or politics or whatever, come swing on by.
Okay. Hey, we were talking about lactoids hair earlier, but Scott, I think you have like fantastic hair, like beautiful thick hair. Like it's really nice, actually.
I appreciate you.
All right. Next, Corey Campbell. Thank you. I loved your contributions today, Corey. And you really got into lactoid skin, which was a lot of fun. I wish you were still here. But Corey, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, well, I try my best every once in a while, and I would still, even now, try to get under lactoid skin because, you know, in that, what Lactoid was talking about in terms of, you know, Joe Biden just reiterated that same lie, but if you actually look at the clip as well, 40 seconds earlier, Joe Biden said, well, there's no place at all for violence in our political, or something to that effect. And so that should absolve him of all responsibility in terms of rhetoric, according to some people, not me. But yeah, and also, this is always great, but I do still feel a little bit betrayed because I was prepared for House of the Dragon conversation that hopefully that will happen next week. And I do agree with Scott, okay, with the point that you made earlier, that I wanted to address, where you mentioned basically social media and algorithms and basically, incentives for negative engagement. Okay. And also, I think that bleeds into, the way our political discourse. And that's something that I've also attempted to push back against in terms of, I've gotten into it with Gibbs of I think politics should be less about entertainment and rhetoric and more about truth. And Gibbs was, and from my perspective, was on the opposite end. He's like, no problem with entertainment, it should be more entertaining. I think that's a bad road to go down. But yeah, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Ghosty, Wick, Ollie, Counterpoints, Gibbs, and Scott. Always a pleasure. And Lactoid, always a pleasure. And love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Next, Gibbs, another person I have a lot of appreciation for. Thank you for all that you did. Thank you, Corey and Gibbs, for contributing earlier. Much appreciated, friend. But yeah, Gibbs, thanks for coming in and being fantastic and being very honest about your opinions as always.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I always enjoy coming. It's like my favorite night of the week. Yeah, you can find me at Admiral Gibbs on everything.
I enjoy coming too.
Yeah, amen. Right, this guy knows. That's why the porn ban, if Project 2025 happens, revolution. Anyway, sorry. Back to what we were just talking about. Yeah, thanks for having me. I enjoy coming. Anyway, so what I do, politics. Obviously, we do that. We're about to start EA College Football 2025 marathon. You find, and we also do a lot of sci-fi. We do 40K and Star Wars. But otherwise, yeah. So the closing thoughts on this. I think that Wick is absolutely right. Even though we disagree on the maybe some of the specifics of the rhetoric, but I think he's absolutely right when he says that we need to trust the political process, right? We need to trust the form of government that we have. I am not an anarchist. I like to believe that the reason why we vote is so that we don't have to be doing assassinations on candidates. We don't need to turn ourselves into the Minority Report where we start assassinating people on potentiality. That's a very bad plan. It's a bad plan. I'm not saying there's no scenario where I can see maybe a leader being needed taken out via assassination, but I think that what we have to do is trust the political process and do voting and not be shooting people and applauding people that are escalating violence in politics. And I think that's generally what we need to be watching out for.
Okay. Next we have Counterpoints. Counterpoints has been the best 2 weeks of the year because it had you back to back. Really excited, friend. Yeah, and I can't wait till whenever you're able to make it here. What's more, this you were fantastic,
like I said, don't
dynamic,
leave.
and yeah, I really
talk a
did
little bit
appreciate
after
your perspective on the security apparatus. So thanks so much, man.
No, my pleasure. I do love being here. I just have a young family. I have 2 kids under the age of 6. I'm working full time, and then I'm trying to create content as well. So it's just a little tough to find the energy to do everything that needs doing. But I do absolutely love spending my time with you guys, even if I get a little spicy sometimes. If you want to, in reference to this, I think that the main thing that I want to assert is that I think that stochastic language, meaning that you're trying to make arguments leading people to the point of violence, but then backing off explicitly telling them to commit violence, is absolutely a problem in our culture. I think it's something that should be criticized. I think that the hyperbole that I experienced last week in reference to the Supreme Court, almost certainly, if this person was a never Trumper, meaning he didn't want a despotic king, he was almost certainly listening to this kind of rhetoric before he snuck in there and pulled the trigger. Then we should all be more responsible, but we should also own what needs being done. If Hitler was rising to power, you would be justified at some point taking his life in an extrajudicial, extra legal means, because the horror that is going to be committed afterwards is so egregious that you need to make a move. And legality does not equal morality. That being said, if you want to find me, you like my takes, you think it was fun, type in Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints common spelling 40K as in kangaroo, into your YouTube search. You'll find my Warhammer channel. Link down in the description are my debate channels and my essay channel. So thanks for having me, Prime. It was great.
Absolutely. Next, have Ali. Ali, you were fantastic here today as well. Ali, like no joke, I'm going to be using your pictures for my dating profile. It's going to be a little awkward. But like the first step is to get the women to show up. We'll deal with the rest later.
You got to bring them in somehow.
But thank you, Ali.
Tell them it was a filter when you meet them in person. It was a filter.
Yeah,
it was just a light skin filter. It's fine.
You haven't seen the Michael Jackson filter? It's great.
I disavow all of this.
So I agree with Connor. What he said was said eloquently. So I'll just leave it at that. That's one first point. Second point, thank God it wasn't an era, but a Republican is a person advocating for or supporting a Republican government, and then a republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people and elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. So do with that what you will, guys.
What's the
Prime,
second definition?
Thank
What's the second definition in your definition?
Of republic?
Is what? Yeah,
There's no second. A Republican is a member of the or supporter of a Republican Party. There is no second definition.
Right.
For
So
republic.
would you consider someone that takes money from Progressive Victory, that's sole goal is to get Democrats elected and to push the left further left and be more progressive and chain new activists to be someone that is a supporter of the Republican Party and thus a Republican?
Yeah, as a
via that
normie.
Definition.
Or
would you consider them, I don't know, not a supporter of the GOP when they're taking money from Progressive?
I think the person in question who we're talking about did join this for the shits and the giggles and the little bit of the paycheck that came with it. And then, but I think he supports. I think he supports a republic. I think he supports a republic, and I think he's anti-Trump. I will go that far. I just don't. The real question with PV, if we're being honest, is I don't know why. If you didn't, you wouldn't have picked like another Republican, but there isn't another Republican that was going to win the nomination. So I completely understand the point. I was just giving you guys the definition. Thank you for having me, Brian. It was lovely arguing with you people.
Thank you. Next we have our friend Wick. Wick, thank you for coming through. I was very happy to have you. I've missed you a lot, friend. I always
Maybe
have
you
a
should
good
get
time
better aim
talking
as
to you.
well. But anyway, no, thanks for being here.
God damn.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're used to hosting.
Very rarely get to not be the host. I'm usually the one that's having to wrangle, so I appreciate not being the one that has to wrangle, but having to be wrangled. Gives me a perverse pleasure, making it hard for you. So it's okay. But closing thoughts. If we have to burn our house down to save our house, then our house is just ash. I reject doomerism around this. I think that we have plenty of ways to deal with threats to our democracy that do not involve violence of any sort. Right? There are plenty of fail-safes, plenty of institutions. There are plenty of ways to deal with a recalcitrant president who does not follow the law of the land, that we don't have to resort to violence. And anyone who is telling you otherwise is lying to you and does not have your best interest at heart. So please, 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 let's think of each other not as enemies, but as fellow humans, as fellow Americans. Except for you, fucking Corey Campbell, I hate you. You're Canadian. But for the rest of us, right? For the Americans in the audience, for the Americans on the panel, even though you may have your shit takes and I may disagree with you, I do not celebrate when you have harm fall upon you. I wish you well, and I hope that no matter the outcome of this coming election, we can come together and unify and be better as people. And if you like what I have to say, if you enjoy what I have going on, we got some great stuff coming up. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about why movies suck. It'll be a nice different type of topic than today's was. We're going to be having Fairy Queen on. We're going to be having Daniela, and we're going to be having Maeve, and they're going to tell me why Gladiator 2 inspired the shooter. So it'll be an interesting.
The second one that's not out yet?
Yes, I know, but the trailers are. So Wednesday, I'm going to be
Rome
hosting a
must
debate
fall.
between Soyaddle and Drunken and Dragons, I think is his name, on nuclear power. And Thursday, I'm going to be having Hutch on. I'm going to be having Lactoid on and a few others. And we're going to be talking about political violence and when, if ever, is it okay. And then Friday, we're going to have Collins. And that's it. So find me at Wick-TV on YouTube and Wick TV on Twitch and Kick. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much. Okay. Let's go to Ghosty. Ghosty, it was very amazing to have you around.
Thank you.
It was great to have a new person. You annoyed Scott, right? And like that's always a plus. It's always a plus. You become one of my favorite people. The more you annoy Scott, all right, the more I love you. It's a direct relationship there. So Ghosty, hopefully we can have you back in the future.
Thank you. I would love to come back. Thanks for having me. I had a good time. Yeah, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled 6HOSTII, and I'm on YouTube and X. I'm on a little theology kick right now, so I don't have a regular streaming schedule yet or anything, so I'll try to, get into that, but kind of just talk about random shit I want to talk about and whatever. So check out my channel if you want to. As for this topic, I think that it just seems whenever Trump is in the picture, we have a lot of tension and turmoil in our country, which I just want nothing more than to end. Seems like shit just seems to be chill until Trump comes up. I think the real race is between a man who spent his entire life in the United States government, who's old now and doesn't perform well in debates, versus a slightly younger man who tried to overthrow the election and got immunity from the Supreme Court. Most of the people here spent the night talking about Black Lives Matter and the bullseye comment and not calling Trump a Nazi sympathizer, while other people talked about the fact that Trump tried to get allies from various states that he lost to appoint a fake set of electors and pressured Vice President Pence to delay the counting of the votes. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just incomparable and incomparable in my mind. And Biden 2025. Peace.
Thanks so much. Okay, and finally, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie, thank you for being here. Thank you for your contribution earlier to the community. Much appreciated, friend. But beyond that, thanks for coming through. Like, you are a like we don't get to see you as much because you've been busy in real life. But every time you come through, like, you make a really big impact. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. I think we're at 86,000 members now. Hundreds of people in the voice channels every day, all day, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, it's a good time. I'm totally expecting it to be deleted at some point in this election cycle, by the way. I can't imagine Discord lets us get away with it for this long through this election. That'd be fucking crazy.
You're too big to fail.
No.
No.
So yeah, totally expected to be deleted. That'll be cool too when that happens. I'll finally be free. Yeah, I'm praying for I'm praying that the country invests in optometry and lots of broken stairs.
Oh fuck!
Nice.
Yes. So, oh god. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for that. His link is in chat, so you guys can check that out. Under !Doobie. Yeah, this was amazing. God, you would think I would be ready. Oh wait a minute. Hold on. All right. And this just happened only 4 minutes ago. PDX pleb. Thank you. For the $5 stream. What's it called? Super chat. Based Doobie in counterpoints, people I don't normally agree with. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe. Thank you so much. Yay. And then Emily K2352, it's not a super chat, but says, get some right-wing women on the panel. We would love to have some right-wing women on the panel. If you're a right-wing women panel, reach out. Why don't you hit me up on Discord or something? We would love to get any right-wingers here. I mean, we don't
We'll have any.
All I can think of is that video of Nick Fuentes getting dressed down by, I think it was like Hannah Cox, where like they edited it, and it's just like she drones on fucking telling him like, you're misogynistic, and it just goes like, ooh. Nobody ever seen that one? Just me? Okay. Right. I'll find it.
I think I just saw that video.
I'm gonna send you off to hey, Gibbs, are you streaming?
I am streaming.
All right. Well, we'll go to our friend Gibbs. I was gonna send you some random person, but
peace out, Girl Scouts. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bloop bloop. Okay. Hang on one moment, ladies and gentlemen. One moment. We're not going anywhere. Okay. Stay right the fuck there. Right the fuck there. Gonna end that. Okay. Okay. What did you guys think? Should I do this more? Should I do this again? Was that as painful for you as it was for me? Let's read some of these super chats I missed. $2 from Faiths to say couldn't fight the impulse. I like your content. Thank you for the $2. $5 from Fat Surprise to say bear. Yeah, need to keep myself entertained. $5 from Skilltree Gaming. Joe Biden, the sitting president, has said he wants to ban semi-auto rifles. Something a lot more concrete than Project 2025 think tank policy wish list. Thank you for the $5. Kerrigan saying to do it more. Keto Burrito says, thought I remind you that you should never do it again. Tessie Johnson says, I fell asleep and only caught the last 30 minutes. It was a rough one, gang. It was a rough one. We had a long stream, okay? We got a lot coming up tomorrow. It should be fun. Also, and I forgot to mention this, tomorrow it looks like I'm hosting a debate at 2 p.m. Eastern between Brianna Wu and who is this person? Maud Maron. On what looks to be DEI stuff. So that'll be a short debate, only about an hour. And then we are going to move to, what's it called? Then I'm going to take a break. And then I'm going at 6 o'clock, I'm going live again to discuss media. And that should be fun with some great people, with the girlies, with the snail girls. Okay. Should be fun. Okay. Gang, I'm done. I'm tired. Is there anything else we need to talk about? Skilltree Gaming says, can you do the one with Brianna Wu and Brianna Joy Gray, The War of the Breeze? Look, if Brianna Joy Gray wanted to have a debate with Brianna Wu on my channel, I would host the shit out of it. Okay, I would host the shit out of it. But I don't think that's happening. Wick, excellent moderating. Well, I didn't moderate this one. No, don't put this one on me. I didn't moderate this one. I was a participant. So don't put this one on me, okay? All right. Go Easy says, thank you, Wick. LOL Jock. Fate says, thanks for the stream. You're welcome. You're welcome. Tessie Johnson says, okay, no, I'm not going to read that. No come Mike Wick time for callers. Why do you want to call me? Right? What do you want to say? What do you have to talk about? It's late. It's really late here, gang. You guys got to give me incentives to stay later if you want me to stay later. And by incentives, I mean money. I mean gift subs. I mean super chats. I mean bits. That's what I mean by incentives. Nipples? Don't look. Most of you, if you send me nipples, I will be quite upset. Not all of you, but most of you. Don't do that. Oh, No Cow Mike says being associated with me is priceless. Do you have something to say, No Cow Mike? Here's the deal also, and I'll say this. I guess we'll leave on this. Okay, we'll leave on this. $5 for Zephyr Hash. Take my money, but sleep if you need to. Well, thank you. TK says, I'm the one backstage. I have no incentives, nor do I think it's important. I mean, we're going to have a call-in show Friday, so, I mean, feel free. Kiergan subscribed with Prime. Well, thank you. Give us a Longlegs review. Longlegs was worth seeing. I enjoyed it. It gives very Silence of the Lambs vibes. It's a little more esoteric, but I really enjoyed it. It was a great movie. I think you should see it. It was a good horror. So that's my review. Do cow nipples count? Again, don't send me nipples, please. Again, only a few of you, and you know who you are, right? Only a few of you are okay to send me nipples, but the rest of you, no. Okay, you know who you are. You could intuit it. You can guess, okay? What was I saying? It was important. Fair enough. Here we go. There's a lot of people in my chat who are like, yes, political violence is justified. Yes, we believe Trump is an existential threat. Yes, we're sad that the guy missed. Yes, we're sad that the guy failed in his mission. He should have succeeded. To those people, I say only this. If you want it to happen, why are you waiting on someone else? Like, and the reason you do that is because you know that it's really, really bad and you don't want to do it, okay? You just hope that someone else does it for you because you're lazy. Because you're lazy and you're cowards, okay? You know the evil that it is. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. It's bad. And if you're thinking about doing it, get help. Seek out therapy. Seek out someone to talk you down. It is a bad thing. Do you think the Keto Burrito says, do you think the changing of the guard as executive producer at D&D is a sign of a change for the better? I don't know enough about the company to say. Sorry. No blood means no violence? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Be weird. Be weird. You're here now. Come on my show for a minute. Come talk to me for a second. Jump in. Jump backstage. You're here now. I know you can't be on my show Thursday. Gang, also for real, if you believe such as Be Weird here does, I need someone like that for my Thursday debate. So yeah. But Be Weird, yeah, jump backstage for a minute. I'll talk to you for a second. And we've talked before. I know who you are. I'll wait. We'll give him a second, gang. We'll give him a second. Just DM. Do you not have access to my server? You're in my server, buddy. I'll resend the invite link. You're in my server, buddy. Just jump backstage. I'll pull you in. Won't be long. I am tired. I'm just letting you know, right? It's going to be a short conversation. Hi, you're live.
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, you can mute the stream and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
how's it going?
Turn you down just a smidge. Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
man, I
you've
haven't
been in
been.
my chat for
Yeah, I know. I
for a minute.
quit
You
live
saying
streaming.
shit,
It's been like 6 months since I've live streamed. It's been a minute.
Yeah,
How you been?
you've been saying some shit, and I just wanted
Oh,
to
I'm
kinda
so
talk to you
pissed.
about it.
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm sorry to be like so like passionate, I guess.
I mean, you've
The-
been in my Twitter replies and stuff. Like, look, I like the
Oh,
passion and stuff,
yeah,
and I
no, I'm
appreciate the
curious.
fact that you're willing to come on and discuss it. That makes
Oh
you
yeah,
much
of course,
more brave than
of course.
99% of those
Yeah.
chatters out there, right?
Yeah, man,
But
yeah.
I just wanted to
Shoot.
kind of give you a chance and give you a platform to kind of elucidate what you have against my position here. So please,
Yeah.
go ahead.
First off, I'm going to steel man your position. You have a very sane point, which is that as people increase political violence, you get more political violence. It leads to the disarray of the social fabric. The nation starts to fall apart as political extremism infects both sides of the party. The problem that you're not really engaging with, and the thing that I find very frustrating, is that the right wing are doing the thing. They are doing the coup. They tried once, they failed, it was bloody, people died, and they're doing it again. They're just doing it legislatively, bloodless. And it's insane to watch the rhetoric dump down the throat of Destiny, who's bringing the correct level of apoplexy, of frustration, of bewilderment, of listening to conservatives fail again and again to deal with just the basic facts of January 6th. We saw counterpoints tonight being like, I can pull up the YouTube clip. Where are you guys in this world? And I find it very strange and confusing as a Canadian watching this. We're bred in civility.
Canadian.
We know
That's
what's...
why you have your position.
This is
You
why
are
I'm
going to
so
face the
pissed.
consequences.
No,
But carry on.
I think that's an extremely important point, that I am a Canadian. It's part of the reason I got pissed off was because of Cat Canada going into Destiny being so goddamn uninformed about your nation's politics that it was contributing to a lot of this fucking mess. And sorry for swearing for the French. Live in Quebec.
It's fucking okay. to swear.
Okay, thank fuck. Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank fuck.
But here, okay, so no, finish and then
yeah.
I'll
That's the main point. It's just that the discussions around civility, around rhetoric, are so bizarre when we are just presented with the basic facts that there was a failed coup attempt, and America's not really like dealing with that at all. You guys aren't really grappling with what that means.
So,
in my opinion,
please. Let's address the Destiny point first.
Mm.
So, I take your point, and if Destiny and all he had done is be super angry, super upset, super like just frustrated because right-wingers weren't dealing with the facts of the matter, and he was calling them stupid, morons, if he was calling them out, if he was mocking them and making fun of them, and that's what he was doing, then fair enough, right? Go ahead.
Sure.
I don't know if it's my thing, but God bless. That's not what we had issue with. That's not what we debated about. That's not what I took issue with what Destiny was doing.
No,
because
you took
what
issue with the
Destiny
mocking.
was doing was he was mocking the death of someone who happened to be at the rally and happened to have some bad takes on Twitter. And I think that is a fundamentally different thing than being frustrated at right-wingers getting it wrong and refusing to deal with the facts of the matter. And I think that it's okay to hold him to task for dehumanizing, and that's what he did, dehumanizing someone who lost their life due to political violence because he didn't agree with their opinions. Go ahead.
I agree with you on splitting those two hairs. I think they need to be split. And the reason I found it really interesting in the discussion with Cat Canada and Destiny was every time he'd be like, yeah, fuck around, find out. If you support an insurrectionist and the person is one of the most caustic political operatives the country has known in recent history, and bad shit happens, why should people extend empathy to those? I think it is a valid question.
There are two
I don't
reasons.
think
Two reasons. Run.
Sure.
One is that regardless, at the end of the day, we are all human. And if we want people to extend empathy to us, we have to be willing to extend empathy to them. And I understand that they don't do it. I understand that a lot of them don't do it. I agree
the key
with
problem.
that,
Yeah,
right?
that's the kind of the
But
stick in the
if
mud.
we want to have any hope of them eventually doing it, we have to continue to be the bigger person. And it sucks and it's frustrating, but we have to be the adult in the room. And I think that pragmatically, people see that. People who aren't MAGA cum guzzlers, right? They look at this and they see the difference in how people act and how different sides act, and they vote accordingly. They change their opinions accordingly. And it's a weird way to
you
take
get your lunch.
opinions.
No. I eat your lunch. If you keep being nice and I keep being mean, I eat your lunch. That's we're a territorial species.
However,
we get
unless you have a third party, right, that is involved, that stops you and takes my side because they know that I'm in the right because of the way I behave. And that's what these independent median voters who are going to decide the elections, that's what they represent in this analogy, right? They're willing to step up and say, no, I see how this side is behaving and I see how that other side is behaving. And just like in 2018, just like in 2020, just like in 2022, they reward the side that has less hateful rhetoric. Now, that isn't to say that's the only variable. Obviously not. There are a lot of variables into why those elections went the way they did, but that is a measure of how people vote. And I think just from a strategic perspective, one of the problems I had with Destiny is he did so much damage because now it's much harder for me to point out things like the Republicans laughing when Paul Pelosi got hammered, right? Got his head hammered, right? Or laughing when that poor man was stabbed to death on the street by the homeless guy, right? It's much harder for me to take them to task for that because all they can do is just point to what Destiny did and said, well, look at your side.
No, Destiny's entire point, the entire reason he blew up was because there's no internal mechanism. They're not doing it anymore. There's no self-policing. And so if you have a party that is not self-policing because they've pledged allegiance to a single man, that single man has been raised above the law by Supreme Court justices that he appointed. Sorry, but it's a pretty clear reading when Robert says you cannot investigate motive. That is a cut and dry. I don't know what we do with that if you're in the prosecution, place of trying to prosecute that. And I don't know where you go from there. Like there's no self-policing mechanism within the right to lower the temperature. They won't listen to the left. So
This is
your
exactly
response
what
is
the
to
right is saying about the left. And that's how they justify their actions. Is they say no one is holding the left to account, and when they try, they're exiled, right? When they try, they're shit upon. So why should we hold back when they're not holding back? And now I can understand where
Well, we know what.
you would disagree that that's happening, but they can point
There is some
to
accountability.
events where it absolutely is happening, and that it is escalating into a point where conflict is inevitable. But here's the thing: I don't think it's inevitable. I think we can stop it, and
It's already.
Mhm.
We're already past it, though. We already had the coup. That's the part I just don't. I'm really struggling with. I'm really struggling with this. The coup's passed. We already had it,
and it failed.
Right. Okay, so like a really key part of
our institutions held strong.
Right.
They tried. They took a shot, and it bounced off our armor. Why would we weaken that? Why would we weaken it?
Because it's because of the logic of a coup. When someone tries to overthrow the government and they fail, no matter what nation you are, no matter what democracy on the planet Earth.
So what should be done with Trump supporters then? If you do believe that, if you believe that they're honestly supporting a coup, right? That they're honestly supporting a person who wants to overthrow the government.
Yeah.
What should we do?
Exhaust all non-violent options. Every single one. Get creative. Get extremely creative. Get so creative, and because it is the only avenue where you are not violent. That's what politics was created for, to avoid violence. We do all this talking, all this rhetoric to try to find ways not to do the thing. We really don't want to fight each other. I don't want you guys to go to fight together. It's fucking up my country. Y'all just
$20. I'm sorry, $20 from Alexander Wrin to say this. The right has always said this about the left. They use singular examples of the worst of the left as a totality. They depend on the left being moderated to keep the narrative going. And that is true to an extent. Look, I'm on the left. I agree that the right is worse. I just cop to that. That is true. But we have to look at this from the perspective of people who do not support, they do not believe, they may be wrong, but they do not believe, they honestly do not believe that Trump wants to destroy America. They don't. They don't believe that. Right?
If we take J6, I think is a good example of how some of the electorate was in on the real bad plot, like I'm blanking on the name of the militia group, and then there was a larger, the Proud Boys, and then there was a larger part of the electorate who sort of wandered in, who followed it, who were part of the crowd and didn't really know what was going on.
Again, I ask, what do you want to do with these people?
Exhaust all No,
that's vague. Be specific.
Be more aggressive in discussions and pin people down on the actual
We don't have to make fun of dead people to
do
that. We don't have to make fun of dead people to do that. I'm not against being aggressive in a conversation and being aggressive in debate. I'm not against using the word retard. I'm not against insulting them, making fun of them. I'm not really against that. Not really. Whatever, right? Again, back to the key problem I'm having here, and it's twofold. One, we already discussed about the dehumanization of the other side, right? The dead people, and like that. The second problem I have with this, right, is we are doing what the right does to an extent, is we are painting with an overly broad brush, and we are taking 70 million people, right, and saying these all support a coup or the Trump. Now, again,
but there's a
that's
difference
just not
there.
true.
There's a huge difference though, because the difference isn't do you call yourself a Republican? Oh, you're a bad person. That's not the standard. The standard's very simple, and it's one that I thought Americans cared for. Do you believe in the peaceful transfer of power or not? And people who do not believe in the transfer of power will use a bunch of words and debate and rhetoric in order to not admit to the fact that they actually want a king. They don't want a transfer of power. They don't believe in the DOJ.
How
they
much
don't
of
believe
the Republican Party that was voting for Trump do you think that falls under that definition that you're using of people who do not want a peaceful transfer of power? Percentage-wise, give me a guess.
The only part I care about is the elected officials, first and foremost, because they're the ones who were
Okay,
exercising
cool. If you were
power.
doing this against the elected officials, cool, but you're not. You're talking to the voters. So these are not
If I'm
elected
talking to the
officials.
voters-
We're talking panelists. We're talking people
Bro.
who are debaters. They're not elected officials.
If
So
you
again,
vote for Trump in 2024, I think that's an extremely clear standard that you do not care for American democracy, that you have watched someone commit a coup
big assumption.
and then you voted for that person again. I can at least assume you're extremely misinformed to the point of being dangerous because you just elected for the guy who did a coup, or
dangerous
you like
enough
the guy.
to what?
Support the
No,
thing.
but what should be done with that dangerous person that yeah, what
Oh,
should be
buddy,
done?
it's your nation. Yeah, you already told me, you know. What do you mean? What should be done? I told you, exhaust all non-legal, all non.
Vague. So vague, right?
Well, so is the Supreme Court decision of Trump. It's very
I don't
vague,
like
and they
the
kicked it
Supreme
down
Court
to the lower
decision.
courts.
I think it's a
very
bad
odd.
decision. It's a bad decision. But
Very
we have,
odd and vague.
much like the Dobbs decision, we have had Supreme Court decisions overturned before, and we can do it again, right? This isn't something like what happened, right, when the right decided to use violent means to overturn the Roe v. Wade. They would bomb abortion clinics. You know what that happened? You know what the result with that was? Is people were pushed away from their way of thinking. And that's allowed Roe v. Wade to stay as a decision for much longer than it would have otherwise, right? But they worked legislatively through nonviolent means to get it done, and they were able to get it done. I am saying that we can use similar means, and if we choose turn to violence, oh my God, if we turn to violence, we are ceding it. Like, we give up the game to the other side 100% because now they have justification.
We're not disagreeing here. We're not disagreeing.
Okay,
Exhaust
so
all
what's the issue?
non-violent. Exhaust all non-violent. The issue that we had, the real disagreement, is that I think it's pretty sane and normal for someone to laugh at someone they think is trying to destroy their nation because they caught a stray from someone who is, to all intents and measures, a form of a tyrant, an authoritarian, and that was one of his sycophants. And it's hard to be like, oh, I feel so bad for this one, when it's like, oh, geez, like, that's, like, what do you expect?
You for sympathy. I'm not even asking you to feel anything for this guy. I mean, you should.
I don't.
But I don't. If you said nothing, that would be fine, right?
Sure.
If you just kept your mouth shut, right? Not you specifically, right? If Destiny had just
sure
not said anything about it, and be like, you maybe laughed privately or whatever. Okay, it's a little crass. It's a little gross. But
It's very crass.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's whatever. But when you are going out and tweeting things like this out, right, in front of a large audience, which is, again, has reached escape velocity at this point, what you have done is you have made it harder for us to oppose Trump. You have, because you wanted to get those dunks in and high-five your buddies because, look, we're going to make fun of them. You have made it infinitely harder for me and others to win people to our side who aren't already on our side, who aren't already against Trump, who aren't convinced that Trump performed a coup, right? That Trump did this. You have made it more likely, right, that Trump will be elected. You have... So because you wanted this short-term dopamine hit, you have made it much harder for me to do my job. And that's where I take issue here.
Sure. I think that's well argued, but I still disagree. And this is why. One, Destiny followed it up with a lot of discussion. And it is now one of the most... And I'm glad we are talking about this because it is now on the front page of Reddit. People pointing out the gallows that were raised for Vice President Pence. People asking, hey, why do we have JD Vance as the vice president and not Mike Pence? That's certainly curious. We would not be asking those questions or having those discussions if Destiny wasn't coming out full guns blazing and putting conservatives to the task as they should have been done for, I don't know, years now. It hasn't been done. That's why I'm so surprised and confused. Where's the anger? Where's the?
It's hard because I am in a political
like bubble or whatever.
Not bubble. It's not the word. I'm at an area where we talk politics all the time, but when it comes to what normies know, they don't know what I know. They don't know what you know, right?
Fair.
They don't know much. Only they may have seen a snippet on the news or two. They may have heard from whatever news organization or influencer they sometimes tune into. They've heard snippets. They don't know. The proper response to what's happening right now isn't to laugh at them for being ignorant, isn't to laugh at people who made stupid Putin dick-sucking references on Twitter and got shot while they were trying to, again, this guy jumped in front of bullets to save his family. So that counts for a lot in the normie mind.
Yeah, no,
that counts for a lot in the normie mind. So even just from a pragmatic perspective, it's just political. Like, it's just politically disadvantageous to.
This is where I disagree with you. It's not politically disadvantageous.
No, who do you think we've won? Who do you think Destiny has won to his side here?
Let me finish. You think we're chasing centrists and that we got to win votes over to our side. That's wrong. You got to get the vote up on your own side. There's nobody left in the middle ground. If people are undecided now.
Who is sitting there in their homes and thinking,
being like,
if only someone would make fun of dead Republicans, that would make me go vote? Who is saying that?
I think people going, I'm glad that Republicans are finally being asked pointed questions about their lives around the insurrection makes me actually feel like someone's going to take this election seriously.
They're not seeing that. No one's looking at what Destiny did there. They're all looking at what Destiny did on my stream, what Destiny did on Twitter, where when I told him that more people had died, and he asked, was it in a swing state? Where was it? It was Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, one less swing state voter, +1 for Biden. That's what they're seeing. And again, who is that inspiring to go out to vote for the Democratic ticket?
I think there's lots of Democratic frustration at the amount of malaise and, frankly, milquetoast leadership. And it is why people like Hassan Piker and Destiny, who actually respond to what Republicans are doing with the energy level it demands.
You can do that without making fun of dead people. You can. It's possible.
I don't know. I think it isn't. And this is why. I think it isn't. Because if you are realizing that politics is no longer the venue for nonviolent speech, the other team is closing the doors off to that. Republicans no longer use debate as like a way to do the nonviolence. As you realize that as a political party, dehumanization necessarily seeps in because the other side is doing things that take your rights away, like control over your body if you're a woman, or name a thing. People are going to get pissed off at that. What happened to the Kurds?
No one can hear that. No one's going to listen to you because you're the guy who made fun of that dead guy that tried to protect his wife and kids. They're not going to believe you. Why would you say anything? Like, this is a problem. You've shot your credibility with the people who need to hear you. And to act like politics isn't decided by moderates or independents is just false, right? We have data on this. Independents are what, like it or not, right? You could think they're stupid, but again, independents decide elections. That's what decides elections. Yes,
that's not what I said.
As turnout, but
that's not what I said.
Independents.
Turnout's more important than conversion
really
because of where we are.
$2 from Fates to say, here's money to put up with this. Well, thank you for the $2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fates. I'm being pretty sweet and kind. We disagree, but we're getting on.
Well, yeah, none of us are making fun of the other person like it's a like.
I cannot believe the level of woke scolding over a
it's
joke.
Not woke scolding to say, hey, don't make fun of dead people. That's not woke scolding.
Bro, don't make fun of, it is a common...
don't make fun. Don't make fun of someone who died during an assassination attempt who tried to protect his wife and kids. Just
pretty fair.
That's a bad idea.
Fair. Absolutely. I think as a starting premise, you're 100% correct. However, what is the context of the situation here? What are we talking about?
What context makes it okay to make fun of a guy who died, right? Who wasn't engaged in violence, who was at a political rally, who was killed trying to protect his wife and kids? What context makes that okay to you?
The politics. The politics. If I peacefully sit there and go, you know what? I really enjoy what my government is doing, and they're doing some atrocious stuff. Guess what, buddy? In a free democracy, you've just signed up. You are now morally culpable. It's why in dictatorships, citizens have less moral culpability because, they don't have control over their government. They don't have an influence over it. You know what I'm saying? If you are saying, I'm giving my vote to you, you're giving moral A-okay to it. And that's why I'm making a distinction between going to a rally, which I don't think is that big of a deal, and like voting for him. You vote for him, way bigger. Going to a rally, maybe you're just a journalist, maybe you're just checking it out. We don't actually know the individual. As we learn, sure, but it doesn't matter because it was a stray. But we categorize that person into that camp of someone who's A-okay with someone who has tried to overthrow the state. That's a bad category to be in.
The problem is we are making a lot of assumptions about this man, right? Like, again, at the time, this was before anyone knew anything about this man or his tweets. Destiny was making fun of him before he knew anything. I want to, again, clear this. Before we saw the
he knew he was at that rally.
Before that.
That was the context.
And
that's the category.
this is the problem with this. Is we assume that anyone at that rally is morally culpable and an insurrectionist at heart, we are opening the doors to a lot of bad actions that are going to cost us our democracy. It very well is. Because one of the first things that we do, right, as authoritarians, as people who want to cause chaos and sow division, is we dehumanize our opponents. And what I am fighting against is that urge to dehumanize our opponents. Because again, we're not talking about Trump here. We're talking about some guy who went to the rally, and we don't know. Maybe he didn't believe you. Maybe he doesn't believe that Trump did
I'm
the
curious.
coup. Maybe he didn't believe it at all. Maybe he thought that the left was actually engaged in the insurrections, that it was the left that was trying to destroy America, that it was the left that was trying to do all this. And he sincerely, in his heart of hearts, believed this. Is he still morally culpable? I don't think he is to the same extent. And let me get these super chats out of the way. And Socrates, thank you for the sub. So Socrates for $5 says, show humanity by being better than Trump. Yes. Who made fun of victims of political violence? Yes. And also beat Trump by pointing out the unbelievable level of political violence perpetrated by Trump and his fans. Yes. Including attempting to coup the government, telling supporters to rough up protesters, and Trump's VP pick, calling Trump American Hitler. That's not the worst part of Trump's VP pick. We're going to talk about JD Vance more throughout these months. JD Vance is a very bad person, and we're going to talk about it. He has some bad beliefs, I should say. But yeah, it's that's the thing, is like, if I can't showcase the difference between a Trump supporter who is laughing at violence and a leftist who is laughing at violence, why should the voter care? And then $5 from Skillstream Gaming to say, dehumanizing 50% of the population is bad political strategy. See Hillary Clinton calling people deplorable. And $5 from Zephyr Hash to say the man was simply practicing his First Amendment rights. If the cost of that is your death being mocked, you're arguing against the First Amendment. Thank you for $5. Go ahead, respond.
Yeah, sure. So I guess the important part to focus on is that okay, give me back. What was your last comment that you mentioned? It was dehumanization.
Yeah, dehumanization.
Categorization, right. The question I have for you here is, during January 6th, we discussed about some people who probably went in there with some intentionality, and some people who went there probably wandered in, right? Just like probably some normies.
Sure, yeah.
Do you think the size of the crowd had any influence whatsoever on the effectiveness of the people trying to break in?
I'm sure it did.
Right. So when we're able to bring large numbers of people, regardless of how sincere or committed they are to a particular political cause, if they show up time and day, they have expressed some level of interest and curiosity, and perhaps one may assume allegiance. Now, that last part is an assumption, and it's where Destiny deserves criticism, because he made an assumption. Who knows? It might not have been somebody who thinks that Trump deserves to be a king above all men. Maybe it isn't, but it's probably true. And in the realm of jokes and humor, we're not trying to be factual and logical. We're trying to make an emotional
Did you
statement.
listen to my discussion with Destiny?
I think I did, actually.
Do you think he was joking?
About, I thought
what
he was.
He said. Do you think that was jokes, that he was trolling when he said what he said during my show?
He said some things. That
wasn't a joke.
Show was not a joke. You guys argued, and it was very dark. But have you ever tried to explain a joke and it was funny? Ever in your life? No. That's not how jokes work. That's just not. Jokes are not like debates. They're not logical things you disentangle. They're emotional expressions. They're things we say and we go, that didn't make full sense, and that's sort of a bit odd, but I get where he's coming from, even though the specifics of it are actually kind of wonky and wrong.
But he wasn't. Here, I'll tell you. Maybe I'm autistic. I don't know, right?
Maybe I
But
missed it. Yeah.
yeah, it didn't
No
seem
joke?
like a joke to me. Didn't
Okay.
seem like he was. He seemed like he was actually happy that someone who was a spoter for Trump had gotten murked.
We're talking about Destiny too,
Yes,
right? Like
Destiny.
the super
Destiny
edgy
specifically.
political guy who makes
He was
edgy jokes
actually
all the
happy with
time.
that.
The guy known for
And
the
I have
N-word.
a problem with it. I have a
I know-
problem with it. I still think Destiny's okay. He has a lot of good qualities, but this is a quality that is his worst. It's a spite-driven thing, right? It's his worst quality, and one I do not like. And when I
And it's
will
one you just
criticize
like it.
him about when he engages in it, right? Just as he did with the egg girl thing, right?
I don't know the egg girl thing.
Well, that's a tangent.
It's
We won't
okay,
get into
it's
it.
okay. Yeah,
But
go, please.
when it comes
Yeah.
specifically to this,
That's fair. That's fair.
He
You have a
wasn't joking. He
principle-
was literally happy that someone with a different political persuasion than him had gotten killed
It's
at
not
a rally.
a different political persuasion is someone thinking that maybe we should spend our taxes differently. Someone who doesn't believe you belong in a constitutional republic does not have a difference of political opinion. It's this type of centrism that is so frustrating. They don't have a difference of political opinion, my guy. They want to change the type of government. It's a full reorganization of the order of powers. That's why you're getting the change to Chevron deference. Curious that just got upended after 40 years, doing totally fine. Very good law. And also the weird and very strange out of kazoo legal theory that the president is now criminally immune. I haven't seen a single serious legal take explaining how that makes sense.
No, I'm not a lawyer and I can't speak to the legality of the Supreme Court decisions. I don't like the presidential immunity decision, but when it comes to the Chevron case, I'm not equipped to argue either way on this. I'm just not. But I think it's beside the point, right? And this is the problem, right? Because any political persuasion can be seen as, from certain perspectives, from certain lenses, as fundamentally wanting to make the America as it is into something that America is not, right?
But we're
and
not
what a
in the
Republican would
abstract.
add, what a right winger would argue, is that a lot of leftists want to, not all of them, but a lot of them want to do away with the Second Amendment, fundamentally destroying the Constitution. They want to grant, and they'll argue this either way, right? Depending. But a lot of them will say that they want to take executive powers and like blow them out of proportion, right? They'll argue that they want to open the borders, right, in a way that would fundamentally change the country. And they would say that oppose anyone who agrees with that, anyone who thinks that that's an okay thing to do, is just as much of a threat.
I
and
think
that's
you're
and we can't really
doing-
like. I know that one's wrong, one's right. I know that. You know that.
Okay, you know
I
that we
agree
live
that.
in, okay, I just wanna
but
make
here's
sure.
the thing.
Cool.
But here's the thing.
There is a world of facts. There things did happen. There's a history.
But
There is
perception
fortune.
absolutely matters. And unfortunately, right, people don't make their decisions based entirely on the facts of the matter. They don't.
that's
That's
what I
not
was
how
saying
voters
about jokes.
decide things.
Yeah,
That's not how
hence
people
funny jokes.
decide things. So when you have one side, right, you have one person, I should say, in Destiny, who is mocking the death of a father who was a volunteer firefighter who put his body in front of bullets, right, when their candidate was being shot at, and talk about an attack on democracy. An assassination attempt was an attack on democracy. It absolutely was.
I'm
right?
just curious. Did you have this strong of a visceral reaction when Trump mocked the deaths of numerous?
It was gross.
It was gross.
I had
right?
this strong of a visceral reaction when someone mocked the death of the Queen, right? And I'm not even fucking British. I hate
that's
when
weird.
people mock death. I think it's gross when people mock the fucking
when
guy
Reagan
who got
died,
killed
when
on the
Thatcher
street.
died.
Huh?
The Iron Lady, some of the people who have committed some of the most harm to labor.
There is
to
no
the
benefit
poorest
to mocking
people.
death. You get nothing, and you risk alienating other people. And morally, it's repugnant.
I think that death is a key part of life, and humans have developed numerous spiritual, religious systems, and humor around death is one of the ways that we cope with it, and to think that we should have some sort of we should be very sensitive about this. I think that's fine. I actually have no problem with that. I just am a different person. I think that people
Yeah,
live,
but that
people
makes
die.
you a worse person. You understand?
Oh,
no
great,
no
right,
shade on
yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
that's
But
great.
yes,
No, that's
to
really
me and my
shade.
morality, that makes you a worse person, right?
Well,
Just morally.
for me, yeah, like I can put the foot on the other shoe on the other foot. If you see what Thatcher does, if you see what Kissinger does, if you see what some of the most evil people on the planet do, and not think, oh, maybe the world's better off with these people
Would
not
you laugh if they
destroying
got
it.
tortured? Let's take away from death.
No, of
Would
course
you laugh
not.
if they got tortured?
No, of
What's the
course
difference
not. No, because death is a natural part of life, and torture is a weird, perverse thing that humans do.
No, if they got killed, murder isn't natural.
Murder is very
if
natural.
Thatcher got murdered, right, by someone took a gun, shot
Yeah,
her, that's not
sure.
natural. Not really.
No,
Would
it's not
you
natural
laugh at
causes.
that?
Probably not. If it was from violent deaths, that's a bit strange. But if
So if
Thatcher
Trump died, would you
dies,
laugh?
if Trump died from that headshot, I would not laugh.
Okay.
I would be.
Would you take issue with people
shocked.
laughing at it?
No.
Okay,
He's
I
a
would.
tyrant.
Again,
He is the king.
what
Well,
can
I
you
know it's not
do
like a full king or
to
whatever, but
this is the core of your argument, though, relies on the fact that there are things that you can do which make you not a person anymore. That's your argument.
no, that is
when it
not
comes
the
down
core
to
of
it,
my argument,
because
and I find it strange that you can't engage with what I'm saying.
I am engaging
have
with
to-
what you're saying. I'm
no, you
rejecting
have
your
to force-
framing. I think your framing's false, and this is why. Because if you think that there is something that that there is a thing that someone could do that is so egregious, right, that there's a line that they can cross where it is now okay to mock their death and to even perhaps take shots at them, right? Then it becomes a problem. Now, I will grant you this.
struggling-
I
you
think
know
there
what
are things
war
that
is,
people can
right?
do where it's okay to take them out. to
Okay,
use
like
violence.
Russia
I think that there's
invading
okay to do.
Ukraine, you'd
But
be like,
if you
cool,
are
defending ourselves.
celebrating that, if you are being like, hell yeah, I get to kill this guy, then
Do you
I have
think
a problem with you.
Ukrainians- Ukrainians are celebrating the death of every Russian soldier they murk.
That's
because
a
it
problem
builds
that we're going to
morale.
have to deal with.
It builds morale because your guys are getting murked. Your
There
guys are
other
getting
ways
murked.
to build
Morale's
morale
important.
than celebrating that. Look, I would not
I don't think it's
hire
okay.
a
It's saying
soldier-
it's a
if I
natural
look,
human
if I
thing.
was in charge of recruitment for a country, okay?
Sure.
And America does this, right? We have a test that we take, right, before you can become, at least the Air Force. I don't know about the other branches, but at least in the Air Force, okay? They want to weed out the psychopaths, right? They don't want someone who gets a hard-on when they kill a terrorist, right? Even Osama bin Laden, right? They don't want someone who would take pleasure off of doing that because
Sure.
it opens the door to some fucked up shit, right?
Yeah.
We don't want a cop who just loves to shoot criminals, right? We can
Right.
understand how that creates some very problematic things, right? So we want to reduce that. And so when I see a population, when I see a political group, when I see an individual taking pleasure at the harm that is being done to others that they see as quote unquote bad people, it raises a lot of red flags in me because
Well,
I
I
think
start
that
to-
it's going to lead to some really, really bad outcomes.
I think the examples you gave focused on police and military, and I would point out to you that Destiny is the exact opposite of that because he's using speech instead of violence in order to make his points, and he pointed that out when someone tried to do a duel with him or whatever. I struggle to understand how making light of someone who is applauding, cheering, kowtowing for a dictator is so morally objectionable, so outrageously dehumanizing that this person has now essentially made themselves into a pariah, or he's
Do you think
getting
I've-
canceled.
Do you think I'm
It-
advocating, and can you point to me where I've advocated that
No,
he
not
be
you.
canceled?
Not you.
Okay, but we're talking
You're not.
to me.
I'm
If anyone
aware.
who's saying that Destiny should be canceled for this, they're wrong, and I would fight them on this.
You've spoken very clearly on where your moral principle comes from, and so it's clear. I think that humans, when they get into long, protracted engagements over tribal systems, like two groups fighting with one another over time, naturally, whether they like it or not, they will start to dehumanize one another. And one of the ways that emerges
bad.
is humor.
Wrong.
Okay, but the part I'm trying to get you to grasp is that that's a symptom of a larger social movement that's happening. And Destiny's saying it very clearly. He's saying if only one side is rowing the boat and the other side isn't, you're going in circles and eventually you're going to stop rowing the
Other
boat.
side
That's what
thinks
he's
that's
saying.
our side. You don't understand.
Only
And
one
we're not
side
gonna
has done the
convince them.
coup.
We're not going to convince them by mocking the deaths of people. We're just
You're going
not.
to
It's
convince
not
a
going to work.
Republican? Did you just listen to your panel? They're arguing over January 6th still, 2 years later, with all this video evidence. They're gone. It's over. You will not reach these people. You will never. It's done. They're not going to magically change and start to develop a new system
I got
of
paid
evidence.
to ask you a question real quick, so I'll do that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can you ask this guy if politics is more important than someone's life and get a yes or no? Can you? Is politics more? Is someone's politics?
It's an impossible question. It's an
more-
abstract
more
against an individual.
than someone's
For some people, yes. For some people, no. Some people, the politics is personal. And so, for instance, trans folks, they will fight to the death to preserve the legal framework that protects their rights. For other people, politics is nothing. We heard from the host of the spaces that he just only cares about tech and that politics he barely cares about, but he had plenty of political opinions. I think it depends on what your political views are. If I am in a very different place. I'm in Canada. Very different. We don't have these types of arguments. We go, the conservatives are a bit annoying, but if Pierre Poilievre wins, I'm going to fucking believe he's my prime minister, and I'm going to believe every fucking vote was well counted and that it was a fair, insane election, and I will not contest it and argue it. I cannot say with the same confidence that will happen in America in a few for the upcoming election. I have no confidence that will happen.
That's fair, right? But the issue
That's
at
what I'm
hand,
grappling with.
The issue at hand is it becomes two questions for me. And
Shoot.
I think we've gone through the morality of it. And I think we've gone through the pragmatic of it. Again, there are no upsides, not morally, not pragmatically, to making fun and mocking the death and mocking the assassination attempt. There is no moral
can respect your
upside.
opinion.
There is no pragmatic upside, and there are plenty of downsides in both ways.
Sure.
Because again,
Sure.
we have made it harder. The people who have, like Jack Black's bandmate, I forget his name, right? Who did that,
Sure.
and the other
Yeah,
people
yeah.
tweeting out like, "Oh my God, I wish he hadn't missed."
Right.
We have made that has made it harder for us to win over anyone. And the people who are on our side, who hate that, and the reason they're voting Biden is because they hate when the Republicans do that. And there's plenty. There's millions of people who voted for Biden in the 2020 election, who held their nose and voted for Biden because Trump had engaged in such inflammatory, disrespectful rhetoric. And when they see the left doing the same thing, it makes
The
it much
same
less
thing.
likely. In their minds, I understand.
Again,
Look, I agree with you, the
why do you-
scale, but they're
How is
looking
that
at
forming
this
in their minds?
and they're
How is
seeing
that
it.
forming?
Huh?
If you're telling me the media is a major part of how we got here, the double standard that Democrats are under is a big part of it.
Look, I don't
This is-
disagree with that, but we got to
Yeah,
deal with
okay.
reality how it is rather than how it would be. And I think it's perfectly fair to say, hey, maybe if we want to be taken seriously, we hold our own side to account in a way that the Republicans don't. Therefore, we draw a distinction between us and the Republicans to the normie voter who wants to see less hostility in politics, and perhaps they vote for Biden come November. And people who are saying Biden can't win, I think you're wrong. I think there is still a chance. We've been down before.
He can still win. He
We
can still win. He can still win.
right?
Absolutely.
We
You guys
aren't,
have to
we
knock it
aren't
down.
at any point of no return here. And there are plenty of institutional safeguards to Trump that even if he does win, God forbid, that
They're
will
not.
stop him from being able to enact his plan. Now, that's not to
That
say
is
that I want to take that
naive.
chance,
That's best.
but
Very
I
naive.
think that it's to if you think that it's a certainty that we're going to fall into fascism if Trump gets elected, I think you're hyperbolizing. I think you're overblowing it. Is there a chance? Is it higher if Trump gets elected than if Biden? Yes. But
It's not that there's
not
a
a
chance.
certainty. by any
It's not
means.
that there's a chance. It's that there's an increasing chance. That's the harm. It's not that there's.
I agree
It
with
might be. It's just going to keep escalating. And the part I think you're missing in your calculus, and this is where we're getting our disagreement. Again, voter conversion's not happening. I don't think there's any argument to be made anymore about being the party of civility when you've had Biden as the milquetoast president for 4 years. And the only thing left is to build up your base. And the base is wondering why there are 0 champions who are actually like doing anything.
When do you think most people make up their minds on who to vote for?
Usually the day of.
Yeah. There's plenty of time. We got months. Let's do it, gang. Let's get it done. It doesn't matter what is now. It matters what's then. It matters what's then. So let's prepare the ground and get ready. And gang, I'll leave you with this because I am tired and I gotta go.
Yes, please,
I love you, buddy.
please. Yeah. You're great.
But we'll talk again some other time. But
No, you're sweet.
here's
Thanks for
what I
having me.
want to get across, and I know I've said this before, but I'll say this again.
Shoot.
Right or left, we're all Americans, except for you,
Yeah.
you're Canadian.
No, I'm
We
Canadian,
are all
okay.
human beings. We all deserve a modicum of respect. And if we want people not to mock us when harm happens to us, we have to extend them that courtesy, right? And even if they don't extend us the same courtesy, it's still a good thing, a
It is still a
positive
good thing.
thing
It
to
is.
have empathy towards those of us,
Of
those who
course.
oppose us, and
We're not
ourselves.
us.
And that's what I'll end up.
Sure.
Thank you for
Strong
coming
opinion.
on. Thank you for talking to me.
You're very sweet.
Gang, we're going to end, and I will see you tomorrow at probably 2 p.m. Eastern
Bye,
for that
everyone.
debate, and I'll see you later. Bye.